golf. I'm undefeated. They call me Terry Woods in the family now. So
I can already see these very heated.
I got this next guest because I beat this motherfucker. So this is like ransom. This isn't even really like fair. Okay,
I love it. It already started out heated. Introduced you to the Drunk Banthas podcast for the very first time. Actor Travis Bennet, welcome to the show.
Oh. I got an applause. What?
The audience loves you. Thanks for joining us tonight, man.
How's everyone doing? How are you guys?
Wow. Thanks for asking.
Doing great. I'm about to do a shot. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, cheers.
Cheers.
Oh wait, I'll get a beverage. Hold on. Let me walk into my refrigerator. I'll grab something. Something nothing crazy, something light.
Yeah.
Just like tequila.
Yeah, we like
tequila. Oh,
drink on this show.
No, I only drink. What is this? Oh, not that one. Yeah, this is it. I only drink Smirnoff.
Oh,
okay.
Of course. Yeah.
Very on brand, brother.
I don't always drink, but when I do, it's Smirnoff.
I don't always drink, but when I do, it is smeary.
I like to imagine a bunch of friends iced you and you just got really addicted to it and just kept it going.
I that's not what happened. But I'll take that. I'll take your kind words.
Awesome.
It's going on. Okay. My question is, what have you guys been watching? Sorry to just jump into things, but I just want to know what you guys have been watching. I've been so interested in that.
Man,
everything
lately, right?
Yeah. If it's on, we basically been watching it.
This year has been fucking crazy, actually, because we've been covering everything, like they said. And most recently, Dark Matter. We've been covering that, which is the season finale just happened. We're going to talk about that tonight. The Acolyte, we've been watching that. We've been watching The Boys, and we've been watching Hot D.
Oh, man, boy, do I love some Hot D. Dude, I race home every Sunday evening just to make sure I'm right in front of the TV to see that Hot D. Oh, I like
man after our own hearts.
You know.
Oh man,
it's going to die eventually. I'm pretty sure it's about dead, but might as well get it in now.
Hey, no, it's okay.
Get the rotations while you
can.
Yeah, Hot D on this episode.
I was over it immediately.
Well, you're caught up to date on Hot D.
I haven't missed a day of Hot D in I think I'd say 5 years, somewhere around there. I don't miss any of those things. I've stayed up to date on all that stuff. I started Game of Thrones originally. I think season 4 was airing in the middle when I had started originally. I was on tour. I walked into a Walmart. I posted on Twitter what do I watch? What's there good? What's out there? And somebody was like, do you watch Game of Thrones? I was like, man, I ain't into that Spanish. That was my initial reaction. And so I just randomly was at Walmart at the middle of the night, 4 a.m. and just grabbed 3 of the DVDs, the first 3 seasons, just whatever. And I got on the tour bus and started watching the first episode, fell asleep. Tried to watch the first episode again, fell asleep. First episode, I was on the phone, fell asleep. Then I watched the first episode and I was not paying attention. And then I realized throughout all those times of attempting to watch it, I picked up a few things. And the one thing I picked up was about the Lannister saw. And I saw Bran get pushed out of the window. I was like, oh. Wait a second. And then I rewatched the episode and I was hooked, bro. It was I had no hope. That thing took over my life. It consumed me like a small object. It was insane. I felt and then this new stuff that came out, House of Dragons, I'm really I'm walking into it excited, obviously, expecting it to be exactly what we left off on. But what's interesting is they've doubled down almost on all the shit that I personally loved. like the crossing, the backdoor shit, those deep, intimate conversations. And I didn't remember recently. I was talking to somebody about it, and they were like, that it's all technically like hearsay. I was like, what do you mean? They're like, the story is just based on what's reported by different
Meisters.
Meisters.
Yeah.
And Meisters or Meisters? Meisters?
Meisters.
We'll say Meisters.
I think it depends what part of the country you're from in their world, whether you say Meisters or Meisters. I think it's like a north and a south thing.
In New Orleans, they say
Meister. Yeah. Mainsters.
I said Meister. And I think they say Meister too. So yeah, I started there, and then I think that it's such a good. I think for me to understand the stories that I've been told, per se, from Game of Thrones, it's so nice to watch something that feels like you're like in it, in all the drama, in all the stress, in every intimate moment. And there's a lot of conversations that what are being said, but they don't show it. And I love that, like, don't show shit sometimes. Like, you don't need to show me every single thing. Let me, as a viewer, as an audience, try to understand stuff and also guess things. Like, it's nice to feel like you've guess correctly, like that person did it, and all of a sudden you realize you're like, see,
yeah,
they do it just enough. And this last season, or this season's been exceptional. I think the last 3 episodes of the last season were so good, like, and then to start this, it's been so interesting to like come out swinging a little bit.
Yeah,
how do you guys feel about it?
I think that Game of Thrones is so intoxicating because of the foreshadowing. I think that's what you're talking about. Like moments that come from the foreshadows. It's soap operas.
Yeah,
it's soap. I didn't know soap operas would get this good of a budget. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. That's what it is. That's that's impressive to me. But yeah, it's like I've never been captivated by white people so quickly.
Hello.
So easily.
I'll just like
to Taylor's point, like there's a lot of cool action stuff and foreshadowing, but I'm really appreciating just like the conversations and the tactics. Like they're really leaning on to the like nuclear war parallels. It's like it really feels like the dragons are basically nuclear weapons, and that's what is making everyone hesitate.
Like don't unleash them. Aegon's dream situation was crazy. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
Yes, I was gonna say. So if the dragons are like the nuclear weapons, does that make the Game of Thrones that we're familiar with like Superman 4, The Quest for Peace, where he throws all the nukes into the sun? Is that what you're saying there?
R. Martin made that.
Yeah, had to go there.
I never made it to Superman 4.
You shouldn't have.
Right?
I don't think I've ever seen a Superman movie.
Seriously? Not even like the newer ones?
They're not really that good.
I think that was... It did make sense. It didn't make sense to me. He just wasn't a superhero I was ever attracted to. He was Superman. Like, there's what can beat him? Like kryptonite. And I thought that was like a rock or something. I was just like, what does that make sense?
Yeah.
Batman to me is the best as far as like idea goes. It's just a rich motherfucker who has trauma and he's just trying to save the world while also feeding in on the like devious shit he likes to do and beating people up. Yeah. Like what else do you want in a superhero? Then you got Spider-Man. He just some kid in high school. Like, bro, if he said some shit to me, like, shut your dumb ass up. Shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? Then all of a sudden, I wake up and I'm in a cocoon. I'm like, oh, he really got me, though. Like, shit.
And since you guys, speaking of Superman, and since you guys brought up the dream sequence a little bit, we do get a little reprisal from our new Supergirl, Lily Alcock. We get the past version of Rhaenyra. I always fuck up the names.
Queen Ray Ray.
Queen Ray Ray. That's right. I'm sorry, I pronounced her name.
Oh yeah, Ray Ray. I pronounced it wrong.
But yeah, what do you guys think of like this weird dream sequence that he had? Because like that was pretty wild.
I had no idea. Like, is Harrenhal has it always been haunted or something?
That's an interesting question. I never thought about that.
It's not really haunted, but yes, it's considered to be haunted because Aegon. What's his name?
Aegon the Conqueror.
Aegon the First, the Conqueror. He went up on that bitch and burned it with his dragon because the dude, Harren the Black, he said, man, I'm paraphrasing clearly, but he was
bitch ass nigga. He was just saying, bitch ass boy.
Yeah, he was like, bitch ass out of here, nigga. You think this is?
Harren the Great, he basically told him, your dragons can't fucking burn me down. I'm in Harrenhal, bitch. You can't fuck with me in Harrenhal.
Get your dragons up. And then he did. He got his dragon up and burned him down.
Fuck with you in Harrenhal, bro.
Yeah, that's
set the whole bitch on fire.
That's one of those ones where it's like, man, maybe you shouldn't try petting that leopard over there, huh? It's not going to turn out the way you think.
Yeah, I think when he killed him, that's basically when all the other like people started being like, we're bending the knee. We quit, bro. Like,
was there dream sequences in Game of Thrones?
I don't remember any.
There's like weird visions, I would say. But
Bran was the only one who kind of would go into
Third Eye Raven.
Like that was it. Rhaenyra's dream, we never saw it.
Daenerys
had
oh, dang.
All the nisses, you know what I mean? All the nisses.
All the nisses, the nays.
The nays, yeah.
Do you want to do the rundown real quick of this one? The episode?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Let me
get into it.
Let me get along.
We got someone like completely confused in the comments. But yes, it is Travis Bennet, as his name says.
Yep.
Cutie Pie Team Black is in the building. Thanks very much for joining us, man.
Yeah,
I lost the game of Top Golf for this. That is real. That is not. And what's crazy is I golf. Like I train golfing. I golf 3 times a week. And for me to lose to him was not only like detrimental to my mental health. It was
second time at Top Golf. Second time picking up a golf club.
It was a conversation with my coach where I was like, "Hey, listen, okay, we've been working a lot. And we've been spending a lot of time and money here.
I feel like I'm paying you too much.
I feel like I talk about this."
I mean, Terry sent us the scores too, and he didn't like do too bad, but someone was doing terrible on that.
That was either my sister or our cousin. Oh no, it's Margot.
That was probably
Margot. Our cousin Margot, bro, got up to the thing and held a golf, like you know how a golf club is. It's long, right? And so you just hold the back of it, the top where the grip is. Right. She held it from one part of the grip and then very close to the club and tried to swing it.
She Happy Gilmore did?
No.
Like when he's holding the putter?
Yeah, when he holds the putter. She was hitting a driver. It was like one of those things you're like, all right, like listen, whatever your weed man got you, man, tell him I need 2 pounds of that right now.
It's like someone going to play baseball for the first time and grabbing it from the fat end of the bat. Like
exactly.
I don't think it's going to work the way you think it will.
Yeah, no.
Act like you've been here before.
Sorry, I used to play baseball, and that almost made me like bust out laughing. I don't try to bust out laughing very often, but that almost did it. You good? That was funny, Jeff. That was hilarious.
I have my moments.
Let's get into the opening of this episode. In the Riverlands, the feuding Brackens and the Blackwoods engage in a deadly battle over a minor territorial dispute. Now, what do you guys think of this opening? Because it gets really bloody really quick. We kind of get a jump cut to all the carnage. We don't really get to see anything transpire. Did you guys like the way that this opened and with all the tension?
You know, I did because it saved money. No battle scene.
Yeah, right. You think of it like the producer mind.
Yeah.
I think I don't need battle scenes as much as I used to. I don't think there's much battle in this that's gonna really drive focus. And also there's not like with the White Walkers, there was like a common enemy. There was a thing where you felt like it's us against them versus now it's them against them. And it doesn't feel so like end of the world-ish, you know, it's very like, well, some people die, some people don't. Somebody's going to be king one day regardless. But overall, I felt okay with it. Like I was fine with it. It was fine. I just wish that there was more of a backstory there. Like give me more of that. Because the situation when you walk me into it, I'm there like, you know, watching overanalyze like, okay, that's got to be like Ned Stark's grandpa's grandpa, and that's right. You're like, it's not that serious, dog.
I appreciate this.
Like, gotta watch my shots.
But yeah, there's something like really tragic about like this conflict. It's not really about the bombast of the action sequences.
Bombast.
But T, what did you think of like this opening?
I'm gonna write that down.
Once again, still not caught up on this.
Oh my god!
I'm here for the boys. As always.
I didn't think we were gonna make it. I thought everybody was. It's a tradition on this show, Travis, for somebody to have not watched it. Something that we're talking about, and
I love it.
It's always a secret as to which one it is.
I feel bad now because we're going to talk through the episode, I believe, or we're going to talk a lot about this episode, and he's going to be just catching all of the.
Oh, no.
Well, also, I think
it happens to once a week all the time.
Yeah, you have to be used to it by now, right?
Yeah.
I don't think any of us read House of the Dragon, did we?
Oh, I did.
Yeah, I listened to it. Yeah.
I got caught up in all
William did.
lightness, baby.
I read parts of it.
Oh, I know everything that's going to happen, and that's why it's really hard for me to talk about this show. I've said that on a couple other episodes. It's hard for me to talk about in detail how I feel about certain things, but like
knowing the outcome.
Yeah, but
it was like that with us for Invincible too. Since
you lobbed that up to me through that alley-oop for me, like at the end of this episode, that's the most dramatic part of this shit, most revealing shit. And that's not in the book. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing ever said, like you said, it's third person, fourth person, secondhand information. And so
that's not in the book. That's crazy.
Yeah. that this tragedy that's taken place has this motivation by people who just are completely misunderstanding and misconstruing the situations. And then it's gotten to this point where it's just like, it's a pimple that's got to be popped. It's like there's no other course of action than war because it's gone too far. But all this could have been resolved by just two bitches sitting down and having a conversation, man.
Yeah.
Right. I think the idea that Rhaenyra had that he had told Allison the dream was so heartbreaking for her. And I don't know if she even knows really if she knows or not, but I think she thinks she knows. And then Allison realized she made the mistake. It's like all those moments are like, they're so powerful. But like, to me, the most heartbreaking thing is Rhaenyra thinking that her dad like didn't believe in her, and to watch that pan out and to see how she plays that, I think it's going to be very interesting in the upcoming episodes. And also how the fuck she gets out of King's Landing. I don't watch the sneak peek for the next episode. I feel like that's just not worth it. If I'm going to watch
it, trailers here.
I mean, to be honest, their security is lax as fuck because this is 2 episodes in a row where people are just walking around through their shit. And I'm like, damn.
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean?
I'm just saying, like how they had like the rat catchers in there. They just kind of walked right past.
That's not in the palace.
Yeah,
palace.
That wasn't in the palace. Yeah. Okay,
no, that was in what do they call it? The palace.
The Sept of Baylor or whatever.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that thing.
But it's kind of one of those things though. Like it's funny. I just watched The Bike Riders, and it just reminded me that like most crimes that were committed before like 1975, it's like really hard to pin it on anybody.
Bro, all you have is eyewitnesses, and majority of those people were scared to say anything.
Right?
Or lying, or just
and it's also the least reliable form of evidence.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, he did it. Like,
right.
I was thinking about it like if I was like, I don't know, in the 1700s, let me say. Well, maybe not because I was black. So maybe if I was in like the 1400s and like somebody, I was like talking to a girl, she was like, I don't like you, you stink. And I'd be like, she's a witch! Witch! Like, what are you going to say? What are you going to do?
I think what she's going to do is burn.
Like at that time, like you're just like you could call anybody a witch and they will die, and there's no proof that they are or aren't. It's just like
it happened like 18 times a day.
I always thought that was the funniest part. It was like one of the big tests was, all right, we're gonna drop you in the water, and if you drown, good news, it means you weren't a witch. You're still dead, but at least you weren't a witch.
It's just a little whoopsie.
It's the one. It was the one person who did it who came up that fucked it for everybody. You know? Which it's like, no, you didn't tie the thing. You gotta tie it.
But yeah, I think this episode is like really cool just because like this whole thing is basically everything that like Rhaenyra and the High Towers are dealing with right now. You know, and like you said, it's just like all of this bloodshed and everything. This is all going off of like hearsay too. It's like, this land is mine. I don't know why the fuck you moved that rock over here because you know you're not supposed to move that fucking rock. And you know, you cut to everybody just dead. And that's what's about to happen.
And way more people than that are here right now. So it just shows like escalation of just this little dispute.
Do
rocks.
you guys want to know about?
And I think it's important that they're all teenage boys too.
Yeah,
because of course they're not going to talk it out. They're just going to resort to throwing stones and fighting, and then like, oh, we got swords.
They're babies, man. Babies.
It's interesting, yeah, to think that like all those people died kind of for nothing. You know what I mean? Like it's over a fucking rock. Yeah. But at those times, it's like everything was so like mine or yours, like mine. You know, it was so possessed. It was so interesting to watch that. The episode started like that, and I was very confused.
But their like Venn diagram is like basically a circle. It's just like these little sliver of differences that literally just tear their asses up.
Yeah, well, the only difference is he's wearing red and I'm wearing yellow.
Yeah, seriously.
It's some kind of feud that exists before the time of, before the end of the time of heroes.
You mean the Hatfields and McCoys?
Was in the
right, basically
before that. It's before that. But yeah, it's like
just a little bit.
But yeah, the Strong dude, what's his name? Ned Strong or Simon Strong? Simon Strong mentions it later in this episode when he's talking to Damon, and he said he was like, "Yo, that's lost. That's an answer to a question that's lost in time as to why these guys are fighting."
Oh yeah,
because they've been fighting since the days of the children of the forest.
Yeah,
so
born into it.
What's the aunt's name?
Which aunt?
She was also in our name.
Her?
Yeah.
Oh, Rhaenys.
Okay, can we just get a Stephanie or something? Come on.
It was goddamn impossible to remember that.
I remember
this scene was so interesting. She was saying to her, like, no one will remember what started the war. And I thought about that just based on like the back and forth. And if you think about it, Game of Thrones, like, really what started the war was that Joffrey was a bastard. You know what I mean? Like, that's what started the whole thing. Everything else was fine. We weren't even tripping. Ned got to fucking, what's it called? His homie died. He was like, all right, this is a little weird that he just died. But he's like, well, fuck it. I'm going to just be out. You know, there was nothing. Everything starts because of one small thing and then another small thing. And they build up so big to the point where they're now these, you know, tens of thousands versus tens of thousands. And so, like, she was saying that, was it what started the war? Was it Aegon being named king? Was it when Luke took Aegon's eye? Was it when Aemon killed Luke? It was all these things that you're like, oh, wait, what the fuck are we fighting? You know what I mean? Like, I know we're fighting over it. It's like there's so many little things like that were going on throughout this. I wish they showed Otto Hightower this episode.
Yeah, Miss Otto. He's been fucking hilarious this season.
This nigga has been.
What an awesome actor, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can't believe
one of the best.
Come from like the movie. What was that movie with
The Replacements?
The Replacements.
But also, what's the one with him and Samuel Jackson and
Formula
51. It's called something different.
Isn't he in Reservoir Dogs? Am I bugging?
Is he in Reservoir Dogs?
I don't think he's in Reservoir Dogs.
I don't know.
Who's the guy in Reservoir Dogs who looks just like him?
Oh man,
Steve Buscemi.
No,
Tim Roth, maybe.
Tim Roth.
Oh, no. Wait. Maybe that's him because he's British.
Yeah, they're both. British.
That makes
sense.
He
looks
exactly alike.
Tim Roth.
Okay. No, but he's in. You were definitely thinking Tim Roth there. He's also in The Kingsman. He was
in there?
Sherlock's brother on Elementary. He's in everything, man.
Yeah, never seen that. But it's just how he's had a crazy rise. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's dope.
And instead
Was he
of
in a Guy Ritchie movie?
I'm sure he was. He's got that face.
He's
Was-
British.
Was the Kingsman Guy Ritchie?
No, that's Matthew.
Yeah. Wait, is it not?
Yeah, that's Matthew Vaughn, who did like X-Men First Class and
That's
Yeah.
who. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, because the gentleman,
Oh yeah, the gentleman.
He-
That's
that and
No,
the
he was
Kingsman to
also
me
in the
they just look the same.
yeah.
He's
They
the
look.
lizard in the Amazing Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, who remembers
And he's
that?
in Venom.
Oh, that
But
was one we weren't going to mention. We weren't going to do that.
Let's talk about the present hand.
Oh yeah.
Kirstyn proposes a bold plan to conquer Harrenhal, but Damon.
Pussy.
Oh man, I was loving the side eyes he's getting from the
Bitch-ass
King's Guard.
nigga. This
Right.
You walked up.
Yeah, that was interesting. The Kingsguard weren't fucking with him, and it's because they know that he was the one who fucked up. And so it's interesting to watch everybody kind of turn on him, and he feels like he's the man, but he's not the man. Like the respect that he wants are from the people he doesn't care for.
Yeah.
And that's always so interesting to watch in anything in general, but mainly in like a TV show.
You know this pose. You fucked up.
Yeah,
Hold on,
right.
what you got here? Yeah, ugly slut, dude. Put him on the burn book.
Oh, that is so fantastic.
Bro.
Also, I'm just gonna throw this one out there. Maybe don't be late to your first meeting as the hand, you dumb shit.
Yeah.
And I didn't know he was late because he wasn't even walking like he was late. Like, nigga, you got to have some
Right?
step. So put some pep in your step if you're late.
Wow.
He came in.
Crazy how
When you fuck up before your first day, like it's hard to get out
it was crazy to watch Allison get shut up though. That was interesting. That dynamic changing
Yeah.
because she had her dad to have her back. And for the first time, she has nobody have her back, and she expected him to have her back because she's like, I'm with you every night, like
right.
take care, and he's like, the king didn't say that, and it's like, she was like, what the fuck do you mean? Hold on, slow down.
I've been giving you daily meals, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, her losing Otto in
your knees, my
her losing Otto in court really hurt her standing in court.
Yeah, for sure.
Because it makes it where she's
Even
the
her
only
own one.
woman. I mean, she's the only woman. So, and in this civilization, women do not matter. So,
Well, and it's interesting because we're seeing some parallels to Cersei, but she's not going power hungry. I'm going to kill everyone.
Mhm.
She's trying to figure out like diplomatic ways to like course correct.
Yeah, she's a lot more empathetic creature than Cersei. And I also like just talking about this conversation. I really liked Aegon in this scene too. Like, what do you guys think about just like how he reacted to?
I think he's a fine ruler, and he's going to just take the realm to really good heights.
Well, on the scale of like to Joffrey to Ned Stark, like, yeah, where do you think that he's landed? Because he's not quite as bad as Joffrey, but he's also not like a good guy. Travis, what do you think of Aegon?
I think the issue is he didn't want to be king, and until he felt the power, he didn't want it. So feeling the power gave him some sense of self, and so now he's like power hungry, but for the wrong reasons. And also, I think sooner or later, I mean, when he says to Otto, like, I'm the king, and he's like, he made me king, he's like, is that what you think? That to me, bro, I stood up on the couch. Things like that made me be like, oh!
Does that like side eye that he gives him? He looked at him like,
right.
I made
James Harden face. He gave me the James Harden face.
I'm just going to say, if Otto doesn't come back, I'm cool with 9 taking over that role. That was a very good side eye.
I've been practicing. I've been practicing for work and everything. So
Otto said that shit last episode. That was probably the most gangster thing that he's done so far in this whole shit. And I liked how he was unhinged. But I think we might be seeing him not next episode, but I don't think we're gonna see him again until like episode 6, maybe.
I think he flip flops.
How many are we
I
getting
think he
this
changes
season?
teams.
I think that in a certain kind of way that this nigga is kind of I'm interested because they doing shit that's like this is like what really happened. And as perspective of somebody who read the book, it's like, oh shit, like you've been hearing rumors and now you found out what really happened. You're like, oh my God, this is crazy. And so I'm like really interested to see what they do with Otto coming up because he does have to go back to the crib real quick to handle some business. You know what I'm saying?
I'm like, gonna handle some business.
Some business.
how do you guys feel about the fact, like when Damon gets to Harrenhal and he's like really looking for a fight? You know what I'm saying?
he just beat a nigga up for no reason.
Yeah, right.
And they got one guy, the whole castle.
He said, "Halt!"
I mean, it was about to be like that scene in the Suicide Squad where they accidentally just. It turns out they're.
Oh, you're breaking up.
Yeah, I remember that part. I remember that part for sure.
Yeah, did you hear anything?
But they just killed the entire encampment.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, when they're trying to rescue Harley.
Like that. That's
Ooh,
I'll tell you
breaking
what,
up.
man.
Ooh.
I'll tell you what, you guys are some consummate
Chop and screw
You guys
version
are
over
consummate professionals because y'all actually managed to get something out of that.
there. Yeah.
And I don't know how the hell y'all got something out of that.
Chronically Online. It's a
Yeah,
problem, actually.
Yeah.
I did really like all the
Yep.
stuff here at Harrenhal and like just sort of the mysticism around it. The one American person in all of Westeros who talks to Aemon at the end. Like we were tripping on that. It's like the homegirl that talks to him at the end when he's at the tree after he has the vision. It's like, oh, they're Americans.
You want to hear a theory
in
about that?
Westeros?
You want to hear what the nerds got to say?
I know you know. That's the thing. I know you know.
I don't know what I don't know about this one. See, this girl, she is a bastard girl that is supposed to be the Simon
at this point.
Okay.
right? Simon Strong's daughter. And but like she was known as a witch in the book. Like that's what people called her. You know, she might have just been
Who are you talking about?
She just might have been
Did she say no when Travis asked her out?
Wait, who are you talking about though?
She's the one. So when Damon walks in, when Damon walks, she's in the vision. Yeah, when Damon walks in, Simon comes and kneels before Damon and says, "We pledge fealty to Rhaenyra Targaryen." Blah 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 blah. When everybody bows after him except this one girl, she walks in and she like, who is this nigga? And then
so that's why I was like, was she?
This chick right here.
Yes.
Now I have to question: is this whole scene a dream?
Is the whole scene a dream, or is she not really there?
Not real.
Because Harrenhal is haunted,
right?
But we've never seen that play out. And I did see something where a producer on the show said something like, you know, we really are trying to bring out the realness of the way it's described in the book. Like, oh, okay, maybe they trying to make it haunted.
Well, in Blood and Cheese in the book, she picks one and he kills the other. And I believe that she doesn't run away, if I'm not mistaken. Like she stays there through it.
And Alicent is said to have been in the room when it happened. So Queen,
yes. That was another thing.
So that's how you know it was all bullshit, right? It was just like, so this is like what really happened. Because if Alicent had been there, then that means Cole would have been there because he was supposed to be taking care of her. So how the hell did this happen?
Yeah,
because somebody was getting some dookie,
right?
And I like that
some
aspect
hot
of the storytelling for the show, and I appreciate that because we don't get a lot of fantasy in this, especially compared to Game of Thrones. It's like very grounded, so I like that they're dipping their toes in this crazy shit.
You mean not a lot?
They ride dragons instead of horses.
That's what I was going to say that, but I will say the difference is in Game of Thrones, like we didn't see the dragons till the end of the first season, and then we didn't see the dragons fully grown until like the end of the third, fourth season. Like we didn't see them really be that. So yeah, that was to me more magical. But also like there was the witch in the beginning who kept
there was
what was her name?
Smoke monster and whatever.
Sandra.
What are y'all talking about? Don't bury the lady had a demon dark shadow baby and killed the nigga.
That was crazy.
Don't body shame.
I just saw that as deformity, I guess, in the back of my head.
And we get zombies too. Like they keep showing the zombies every now and then.
Yeah.
He was born with scales. And I remember this. He was born with scales. He had webbed feet. He had this. But I think she just had a dragon. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I definitely feel like, because didn't we see a little like dragon foot or some shit?
Yeah, I feel like there's like
had a flash
something
of that
in
last
their
season.
DNA that they makes them need want to have a baby dragon, but it's like the genetics are all fucked up. There's still too much.
Aegon's dream was the. Damn it. Aegon's dream was the born as a prince, whatever the thing, but he didn't have the dream. Who had the dream about dragons? Was it Aegon too?
Was it what's her name? Allison's or Ray Ray's daddy? Wasn't it him?
Sarah's.
I forgot we called her Ray Ray. I like that.
Oh no, Jaceres.
No. Her dad. Well, her brothers. Wait.
Well, Jairus was her dad's dad. That was her grandpa.
I, by the way, love Jaehaerys, and I felt like he was so kind and so cute, and like the way
they had to.
that, like, the way that they had to do, like, or the way that I think that it's impacted the story now is to know that it was all good. That's where you're like, bro, it was all good, literally, like,
it was all
good.
Yeah, his whole legacy was like he was like the longest living king, and during that time it was like
peace.
It was chill, bro. Like it was chill.
He had peace to know that.
That's crazy. They realize there's a misunderstanding, but it's too late. It's crazy. Yeah, I definitely want to get into that conversation at the end for sure. Just moving along, Miss Mysaria becomes Ray Ray's advisor, while Aegon makes Larys his master of whispers. I like seeing.
You mean Rhaenys? Oh, you mean the White Worm?
Mm-hmm. The White Worm is the GOAT.
She's
we don't give her enough credit.
Right. She saved the day in the last episode. That was pretty awesome. And she knew how much that was worth.
She's killing it.
I keep wondering if she's going to be like, a good guy, or she's going to end up being like Tyrion's, wife and everything back in the day, or if she's going to end up backstabbing. And I mean, that's one of the best things about this show is I'm like, yeah, she's good, but she might not be for long.
Yeah.
I think something interesting happened, and she, because of the beef with the Hightowers, is really just against them. It's not about anybody else. She's just against them.
Yeah.
And I think she wants revenge. And I also think that her and Rhaenyra's relationship is really taking a bond, because they're both trauma bonding technically over the fact that they both dated Daemon. And that nigga psyched out. You know what I mean? So they're like, bro, he crazy. You know what I mean? And they both want the same things in a sense. They want to do everything peacefully. I think that's so important to like have a relationship.
But I think that she's much more like, I think she's further along the path of like, yeah, we want things peaceful. Peace ain't going to happen. Right. Like, I think it wasn't until the end of this episode that Rhaenyra was like, yeah, no, you're shit. Peace. Uh-oh. That sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wanted. What happened? What?
Something about her seems super genuine. That is from Skinny Mane.
Talking about White Worm.
I get nervous when there's a comment up and everybody gets quiet because I'm like, oh,
we're caught. We're caught.
What did they say?
Somebody said something crazy.
Also, man, out of all the nicknames, White Worm, not a good one.
You're one to talk, huh?
Not a great one.
Tell you,
hello.
Secrets is way better. Yeah.
When they showed her for the first time, and seeing her all through the series, like knowing her from the book, she's a very important part of the book.
Was she Jamaican in the book or no?
No, she just was. I thought she was gonna be white. To be honest with you,
bro, she Jamaican as hell in the first season. Her accent all over the place.
Oh, her accent all over the place.
Yeah, bro, she sound like Bougie Bantha.
Yeah, I couldn't say
that was good.
And on the other side of the coin, we got Larys. He, also aka Littlefoot. He makes.
I call him Littlefoot because
Littlefoot is crazy.
They call him the Clubfoot. But see, I got a theory. Hold on.
He's normal.
Yeah, I got a theory. I think this nigga got a normal ass foot under there, and he just been dragging that big foot. Because he know niggas is gonna never see him coming. I'm in the streets. I'm in the shadow.
See him coming. No, hear him coming.
But I'm unassuming.
What is that? The unusual suspect. The usual suspect.
He's
Kaiser
Soze doing. Yeah.
And they even did that in Game of Thrones. I forget the name of the maester who like always pretended to be an old people.
Jerry.
But they had like
turned it jumped up.
Doing
jumping jacks and shit. Yeah, like
I think that's what we got going on, man.
That'd be interesting.
Or He got a little foot.
He grabs it.
Inside of that big foot that he drags.
It's like a
So wait, is that like the reason why he's like into feet?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Reason because he has imperfect feet.
We cooking.
What's
right
interesting though about him, I didn't know who he was related to until this season.
Oh,
Neither. Not until that guy said the thing.
And
It's
he
hard.
killed his brother and father.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's what's wicked. And also, I don't think that Aegon realizes that when he says, "Do you want me to take care of it?" what he means. You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't understand this dude's just killing people left and right. And then the whole thing when it came to Allison and her like bath and all that shit, I was just like, oh, he really on some wicked shit. He's the like Littlefinger didn't have the control that this guy does. This guy has a different control.
Right.
He has the combination control of Littlefinger, the guy got his dick cut off who was bald, and I don't know,
Viserys.
I guess Tyrion. You know what I mean? It's like he has all of the pieces of those. It's interesting. They made less characters but gave them more shit.
Yeah.
It's like if that eunuch guy you were talking about was way more evil.
Varys.
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 What? How do you guys?
Wait, and isn't this guy's name Varys?
Varys.
Yeah.
Varys. Lord
Varys.
So clearly, George R.R. Martin put all his creativity into the storytelling and not characters.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Man, if
How
you've
do you
ever
guys
seen-
feel about this dude's haircut right here? Do you think they got barbers in King's
hold
Landing?
on. I brought it up. You know I talk about this on the show all the time. We got to
They don't
get
got brushes, bro.
We gotta get more black makeup artists on set. We need more black people on sets because niggas would not walk around without a brush like that. We would not.
It's not about that in this though. There was no brushes. I don't understand. You know what's crazy to me is what I don't think about much, but I'm now thinking about it is there some sort of like is there race there? Like is race a thought there as much as it is now? You know what I mean? Is it like
oh yeah?
Are people looking at people like
that's a good question because it is because he says nigger in the book. He says niggerette or something like that.
and you're telling me George R. Martin.
Yes.
I smell a cancel.
He's sitting there looking like this and like I'm gonna try and sneak this word in.
Somebody tried to cancel
sign
him
outside
once.
my castle that says dead nigga storage.
Exactly. There's a future character that I won't mention that I don't know if they're gonna do it or not. But her name's Nettles, and they call her the Negrette girl or the nigger girl. They call her the nigger girl. You can look it up though. You know, it's in there. Because listen,
I might sit that episode out.
I didn't read the book. I'll listen to it on tape.
Yeah.
So I'm listening to this shit, and it said the little nigger girl. I was like, hold on. This nigga's good.
I mean, in the actual Game of Thrones, weren't a lot of the actual slaves people of color?
Yeah, the Dornish of people of color.
Why do you know that so well?
Don't worry about it. You don't need to see my notes, Travis. Don't worry about it.
What do you mean you?
There's a Confederate flag with the dragon behind him.
One dragon instead of each of the stars.
His dragon ass truck nuts and shit.
First of all, make that a t-shirt right now. Somebody put that on a t-shirt. I need a dragon with truck nuts. I need that in my life.
Speaking of truck nuts, we gotta get to the hottest D of the season. Aegon encounters and taunts a naked Aemon who gruffly departs the brothel.
The bastard.
That they're
Put that in.
Yeah, we definitely can't put that in. That's
You don't think?
for YouTube.
Well, yeah, no, he showed the bastard Ulf, but yeah, you were talking about Aemon having his dick and balls. So, can we get this?
Okay.
That's all I want to do. Just get this.
Talk about brothers hanging out naked.
The thing about the Aemon thing though is obviously like when Aegon was named king, Aemon like wanted it, but he was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna ride for my fucking brother. I'm gonna do what he needs me to do. Yeah. Like he's the best sword in the place. He rides dragons. You know what I mean? He has all this shit together. So for him to get humiliated, I think to him is going to be so impactful moving forward.
Oh yeah,
because it's like, bro, you think I'm a ride for you, nigga? After you try to OD embarrass me, Like, bro, and also what was worse was everybody there was like, okay, my boy, like, relax. It's not that serious. Like, leave that nigga be. Like, it's okay, we get it.
And also, you're gonna take my bitch while you're at it. Like, that's crazy.
By the way, he not even going there to clap cheeks. He going there to cuddle and talk. Like, that's where I'm like, oh, bro, you really are sensitive. Like, you're not who you say. That's where it's like the perspectives to me really get important, because in my head, he was this tough, you know, it's like when you build out characters, you expect them to be what they are when they show you them tough, you know, cruel, mean, all this shit. But this dude really is just like a simple nigga who just wants his mama. And what was interesting is when Aegon is crying about his kid, his mom walks in the room and just dips because she's like, I don't know how to talk to this nigga. You know what I mean? Those moments to me show the difference between Alicent and Rhaenyra. Like, Rhaenyra is a fucking mother, while Alicent is like a person. I don't know.
She's a politician.
Soldier. Alicent is.
Mm-hmm.
And Rhaenyra, like there's a huge contrast between the two of them, because just put it right there because I don't want to reach. Because like you said, when Aegon needs, when he needs a shoulder to cry on, when he needs his mom, somebody to support him,
and mama,
she's not there. But when Rhaenys, when she sees what's his name, not Luke, but when Luke dies, the kids messing up.
It's not Jaehaerys, is it?
name?
No, Jaehaerys is missing a head.
I can't. Okay, never mind.
Anyway,
what's his name?
Joffrey?
No.
Oh, Joffrey is the littlest one.
Right.
Jaceres?
Jaceres?
Okay.
Anyway,
the oldest.
So the oldest nigga, when he gets there, she like grabs him, holds him, and like he wants to be like keep it together, and she's like, "No, nigga, cry, let it out. Nigga, your brother is dead. This shit crazy. Come to get us." You know what I'm saying? Like, where is that with Alicent?
Alicent sees him crying and is like,
that people. There was people who was on Alicent's side, Team Green, and I just don't understand how you be that way with all this shit out there. You know what I'm saying? Like
parenting. It's a parenting thing. I think if you look at the way that they were both raised, Otto raised Alicent very, not cruel, but very cold. He was not like a very loving father, especially after her mother passed. So then you have Rhaenyra, who was raised with mom and dad, and her dad is, Jaehaerys was like the sweetest guy. He was very wholesome. He was very like family oriented. So to have those two different styles now, raise kids themselves, you understand it. And that's why I think Daemon is having such a weird time. Like when he walks by his daughter in the fucking room or in the hallway, he like, fuck out of here. Like that to me was like, that's your daughter. That's your daughter, not was. That is your current daughter, bro. Like that is wild. She came out your sack, bro.
So yeah. I think, they should have some trauma bond because his wife died, their mother died. That was cold blooded when he walked by her like that. God, man, this nigga cold.
He didn't kill her mom though, right? He was there for her.
No, but he just didn't care.
Yeah, but he did.
His kids were crying, and he's just like, "All right, I'm gonna go over here and grab a sandwich."
No, see, I think that he actually did love her.
He didn't know how to deal with it in the moment, though.
And I think he just he also wanted a son. He doesn't know how to deal with anything in the moment.
He never had a
dude.
He has 3 sons. Oh, now he does.
But like, yeah.
No, I mean, now he does, but he wanted one with old girl, the black girl. He was with the black honey first. You know what I'm saying? He was out there slapping them cheeks. He had the dope dragon, everything. It was all good in the hood.
What's the black guy with the dreads name?
Corlys.
Oh, her dad.
A little bit about Corlys.
Master of the
Her grandfather.
Well, you talk about Corlys? You don't really want to talk?
That guy's awesome.
2 boys. He has 2 bastards. One of them becomes a dragon rider. Both of them, maybe.
Oh, see, look, you on Corlys shit. You know
the other one elopes or whatever, goes off to sea. I love that plot line in the first season when he just like stages his own death. That was good. It was amazing.
They're the only ones in this whole story that love each other.
Yeah, but I don't know what they're brewing up. Like they're cooking something. I just can't like really. I don't know what's going to happen with them.
It was bone broth and bread.
Yeah, they're cooking some. Yeah, they got some stew going. Baby, you got a stew going. What was I gonna say?
Hey, he was a nigga. You know how no race exists in Westeros? He picked up that braid, said, "Ooh, this shit's still hot."
Like, does Christopher Red Lobster has got the cheddar biscuits. So let's talk about Bayla for a little, or Ray Ray. Let's talk about that last scene because Bayla reports sightings of Kirstyn, and then Ray Ray's counselors recommend war with the dragons, but instead Ray Ray sneaks into King's Landing disguised as a Septa and speaks with Alicent, who says war cannot be avoided. Ray Ray realizes that Alicent misunderstood King Viserys' dying words, and Alicent mistook her son Aegon for the prophesized Aegon the Conqueror. How did you guys feel about this thing? Because I felt like, it's been very easy to root for Team Black, but this just kind of very humanizes Alicent's like decision making with all this. She's like, oh man, I fucked up, but now like way too much has happened. Like Travis, how did you feel about just like this scene between these two?
This scene was so good, and I think Alicent to me is one of the strongest actors that Game of Thrones has ever had, because there's something I've learned about microfacial expressions, and that's from consuming TV. And when they change characters for her, there's things that she does with her face that I can't explain perfectly, but they're just things that are so human. And like when you're watching acting, like there's some moments where you're like, obviously you're acting, but she did things to me that through conversations, like it's just like little things that I picked up on. I was like, holy shit. And I'm such a fan of her. I thought this scene was amazing. I felt like there needed to be more of I hate when they do this ending. I hate their endings always, because they end in moments where it's like, just give me the next one. Like give me a cookie, give me a treat.
They give you nothing.
There's a part of this that leaves me wondering how it ends, like how she gets out, but also Alicent not yelling. She's willing to do everything except for like kind of throw her friend under the bus. Like in this moment, it's an easy ending. She'd be like, this bitch right here, we're done, right?
Yeah.
And
right.
so for her to kind of be like, there's nothing to do. Like, this is just war, shorty. Like, it is what it is. Just get with the times or get lost. I really appreciated that for some reason. I don't know why. I think that it like made me like her more in a sense, or to be like, like it is what it is. But to be able to have the conversation, I think is also important. Like, I think it's interesting. Like, to me in politics in modern day, I hate that my president can't go fight another president. You know what I mean? Like, why are we sending tens of people to fight? Like, bro, if my president couldn't beat me up, well, I'm listening to him. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
What you gonna do to me?
That's actually how I live my life. That's how I live my life. If you can't whoop me, then I don't really.
What you talking about? You know what I mean?
Dude, Teddy Roosevelt once knocked out a senator and then finished his speech.
Yeah,
sorry. He knocked out a senator. He finished his speech after he got shot.
Oh, I thought he just knocked out a dude in the crowd. I thought he was knocking out a heckler. But anyway, he knocked the nigga out and then went back up on stage. That's cold blooded. I bet you was like fighting bears and shit. Trumpito won't do nothing. Like, you ain't gonna never see that. And well, shit. Now I forgot. I kind of forgot what I was gonna say because I was gonna let you go.
Sorry, my bad. Well, I was just in this scene, like, we get both of these characters. Or Ray Ray.
I know what I was gonna say.
Go ahead.
Jeff, because they both said that this scene made them like Alicent more. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Connect with her a little bit more. To me, I felt a little opposite. But how did you feel about this? Did you feel the same way? Or
So Travis, what you were saying about those like micro facial transactions, I think it was actually what we just had up on the screen there, where she goes from praying to annoyed because this person's in her space to like a little surprised to scared to fight or flight. Like, she went through all of those real fast. So I thought that was
in 60 seconds.
Yeah.
And bro, I love acting, and the more that I get into it and the more that I've done it, the more that I respect it. And it's like this to me. There's a scene that happens in the last episode when Damon and Rhaenyra are talking about what happened, and there's a moment where he goes to choke her, but he touches her face gently, and her reaction, understanding her trauma, like that to me, I was like, no one knows those things. Or when Damon, when it's the episode 1 where that long shot, it's like my favorite shot in the whole entire show. On episode 1 of this season, Rhaenyra walks into the fucking room, and there's that long shot. It follows her all the way through, and then it flips all the way out, and you see this whole pan out, and then goes right back into her. You see her face, and she is like, there's the moment where she says she wants Aemon and she can't even get the words out that I love. There's
Yes.
that moment. And then when she walks up to Daemon at first, they don't hug, they don't kiss, they don't really make eye contact. They just do what like animals do. And it's very like, they're like hugging and being intimate without touching. It's like a very like dog-ish way of like greeting each other, which I thought was very interesting, especially
like dragons.
Maybe it's like a Targaryen thing where it's like, you know,
Yeah.
or
There's
maybe
a different feeling there.
maybe it's the thing you do with your niece. I don't know.
But so then what they were doing with Alicent in this one is, so that's the thing is like, I was a little annoyed because I wanted to just hate her. I didn't want them to humanize her because I wanted to be like, this is just the person I can hate. But they didn't do that. And I think it's really smart because they're not just like, oh, this is Cersei. They're not just doing Game of Thrones again. They're taking it and they are still doing stories that we like, that we're comfortable with, that we want, while changing the script on us to keep us interested. I am amazed with how well they've been doing that, as opposed to the simple thing, which is just give them more Game of Thrones.
Yeah,
they humanize them in this scene to me, or they've been humanizing most characters. They humanized Aemon to me and Aegon. Like,
this episode.
I never saw Joffrey cry.
No,
maybe when he died.
Well, not with that one time that Tyrion slapped the shit out of his ass.
When what's her name cut her?
Cut him. Oh yeah, the dog bit
Arya.
him.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Lady,
like a little bitch. But
or wait, no, it wasn't Lady. It was Nympheria.
No, this episode was it was Lady. No, it wasn't Lady. It was
It was Nympheria, but they couldn't find her, so they killed Lady.
Yeah, but first of all, I agree with everything y'all said about the actress, like the acting. Yes, those micro aggressions. I mean, she's giving so much to Rhaenyra, like, and you can tell Rhaenyra's like trying to hold up. I gotta step my shit up. Like it's both of them are fucking getting it in right there. You know what I'm saying? It's like watching two people play one-on-one basketball or some shit. But
cinematography is crazy in this.
It didn't make me like her anymore. It made me feel for Rhaenyra more, even though, I mean, like this is because all of this is just so fucking sad. Like all these people was just like you said earlier. It was all good just a week ago.
Yeah,
and
the
like
exchange of information so messy in Game of Thrones.
Exactly. Alex just said it. This is
which also makes so much sense.
Alex just said it. This is a sad hood movie, man. Yeah. And there's nothing more sad and tragic than family fighting. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think there's a few things I wonder. I wonder Allison's like true trajectory, because I don't know how long she's gonna live. I think she's now at like what's the word? She's now just disposable technically, because there's no one protecting her. There's no king to protect her. Her dad's not there protecting her. The only she has is that, you know, her son is the king, but technically at any moment, if he gets really fed up with Shorty, they don't have that intimate relation. They don't have a connection like that. I feel like sooner or later she's gonna get sent off or some shit, and we're gonna have to watch her like live her own story. But I think Sir Christian Cole and her have something's gonna happen. He's either gonna like I hope he gets caught fucking her. Like I hope something happens where he's caught up, because it's like, bro, I need you to die. And
I mean, it's like such an open secret though already, right? Like,
it's an open secret for sure.
Yeah,
but I think like
the help knows.
Yeah,
the help knows.
Yeah, the help knows.
He turned off his comments on Instagram. I feel him though. I feel him. It's interesting. It's like to play a character that's so hated. I don't know how that feels to do it, but you're doing such a good job that it's leaked into your normal life. Like if I gave that nigga coffee, if I worked at a coffee shop, I'd be like, bitch ass. You know what I mean? Like, what are you gonna? You can't give it to him normal. You gotta make him pay for it.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder if something's going to happen where Aegon's going to get pissed at her and like order her execution or banishment or something, and that's going to put Aemon against him, because while he's not getting that motherly love, he still craves it so much that I could see him going against his brother for that.
Isn't Aemon's kids? Didn't Aemon's kid just die?
Aegon's, right?
Aegon's, yeah, son.
Wasn't that Eamon's kid though?
Like,
No,
like
Eamon's
you're saying
not-
actors?
Oh, you're saying you're saying did Eamon fuck his brother's wife, and that was his? If it was, he doesn't seem near as sad.
No.
I thought that's what was going on, and I know that Aegon has like 9 kids spread across the.
Yeah, he's
what's
got
it
Yeah.
called?
they
They
did or whatever.
Yes,
But
He's doing a lot of
apparently-
Baratheon shit.
Aren't they killing those kids?
Are they doing that yet? I don't think they were.
Aren't they?
They're in the fighting pits. A lot
They're
of
like
them ended up in the
hunting them or
fighting pits.
Well, if they learn to fight, they can win. So that's on the kids.
Yeah, I don't know if they like started hunting them yet, but
Well, we just got introduced to. I can't remember the dude's first name. It's Kieran. His last name. He was in Warrior.
Larry.
Bill, but we got introduced to him earlier. He in the first couple episodes, first episode and second episode, he had the long hair, white dude with the white hair. He was talking to his wife about trying to get some food and all this shit.
For his daughter, his daughter was sick.
He is a bastard Targaryen. He spoiler alert, I guess, but it's not really. The nigga got white hair. I mean,
everybody with white
everybody
hair.
got white hair. That's a Targaryen.
Yeah.
Travis, I had a question for you.
Shoot it.
Because I know that you're considered a pretty stylish dude. I saw on like your Instagram, you got the Hill figure, the Louis Vuitton, your GQ or whatever. You know what I mean? So I want to know who has the best drip on the show. Who are you? What
Otto.
outfit are you? Otto, really?
Okay.
Yeah.
Otto's
I feel like
always so clean, bro. It's actually insane. Otto's
Did
always
you
so
see his
clean.
coat when he got kicked off of when he got fired from the hand? That was a nice fucking coat.
He kills. Damon comes through with some shit sometimes. He be having some little shit on.
I thought you would, I thought you were going to pick something like this, rocking with.
Damon be stepping out in that shit. Aegon, there's some moments he really got some shit on.
Mm-hmm.
I would hope so as the king.
Yeah.
When he put on Aegon the Conqueror's outfit, I thought that was very cool. I just thought it was very. There's words I want to use that I shouldn't use. I thought it was lame. Is what I was saying. I was just like, "What are you doing, bro? Like that's trying on your homie's jeans is crazy. Your dead homie's jeans. You're like, you know what? He's still looking on you. I'm like, no, that's weird.
I thought it was funny how like his homies were gassing him up too. He was like, "Yeah, that looks real dope, dude." Like,
That's also, but that goes to show that he is like not. I don't want to say not respected, but it's like his respect comes from his power. And that's to me I don't like that feeling. There's a spider right there I can see. I don't like the respect earned is so much more important to me in this show, I think. And so there's people who have earned their respect and then they just die randomly. Like, yeah, this shit, or also all the Kingsguard dudes look kind of tight.
Yeah, Kingsguards be killing it for sure.
I just hate that they wear that white cloak. I don't like capes. I think capes are so cringe.
Capes are dangerous. We know from Invincible.
Incredible.
Incredibles, yeah, excuse me.
Also, Invincible don't got a cape. So
exactly. Invincible, no cape.
Who in the boys has a cape?
Homelander.
Homelander.
What?
His dumbass.
Is that?
He's got the American flag cape.
Is that a good time to?
That is a good transition.
Yeah. Have you watched it? Have you watched The Boys?
I just finished the last season, so I'm starting the new season this week.
Okay.
Because the Bear came out, and so naturally it's like I'm gonna go into that.
Taking over.
But I'm trying to watch at a pace. So that's an interesting thing now with shows being released so quickly. Game of Thrones gives us a week to digest. You talk about it through a 10-week period. 2.5 months of conversation, and then if somebody doesn't know, they catch up later. While now it's like a show comes out. If every episode comes out Monday, you all watch it through by Friday. It's all done. And then you tell everybody all week the next week, to watch it. And half those people watch it, and then the other half people tell people to watch it. And then through the time of a show lives for 2 months max now.
You
release all the episodes at once.
You basically
I'm surprised they dropped the Bear.
You basically just described, ladies and gentlemen, Travis basically just described the Bantha Bunch show, which is every Thursday. With your favorite cousin Bill. That's every Thursday, 7 p.m. Sorry,
No, it is a delicate balance. Hey, you gotta get these plugs in. It's a delicate balance of like making sure that audiences want to tune in every week, may have a show be required viewing, and also making it just sort of out of the zeitgeist too soon, where people just watch it all in 48 hours and then nobody's talking about it for months.
The last show that wasn't Game of Thrones that did this to me was Succession, and it gave you enough urgency to want to keep watching while also being okay and being patient to wait. Like normally, if a show, no.
Did you were you guessing, but like who did you want to be the dude or the
Joffrey?
I wanted it. I thought it was I thought it was gonna be at first. Obviously, I thought it was gonna be Kendall. Then I thought it was gonna go to. Everybody started saying Cousin Greg. I was like, it's not Cousin Greg. I just knew it wasn't Cousin Greg. I knew he wasn't number one. So I thought Shiv was gonna get it.
Yeah.
And when Shiv doesn't get it and they give it to Tom, and when Tom gets in the back of that fucking car and he puts his hand out.
Oh my God. So think about that. I was checking the time. I was like, holy shit, the show's actually about to end like this. I was like, oh my God. Yeah.
I don't check
Spoiler alert, everybody.
I can't check the time anymore. It shows, because if I check the time, then I'm mentally preparing for like the ending. So like with the episode last night, I paused it like 45 minutes into like, I don't know, change something or go grab something, whatever. And when I turned it back on, I was aware of the time, and it drove me fucking crazy. Like I love when I'm like, and what's crazy when Rhaenyra and Alicent had a conversation, I was like, oh, this next scene's about to be great, and then it just ended. I was like,
it's also like when that ends, there's still like 10 minutes left on the thing. It's like that's a lot left for just like credits in the trailer,
Yeah.
Right.
It's
a lot of shit going on.
It's a good problem to have, where like you just want more. Because like the last show that did this for me, other than Game of Thrones parallel stuff, was Invincible, and like that felt like very much required watching for more.
But all those episodes came out at once, correct?
No,
that was week to week.
They fucked us over.
Yeah.
The Invincible was 4 episodes week to week, and then I was like, hey, why don't you wait for many months before you get the last 4? And we were like, fuck you. I'm not over it yet, guys. I'm sorry.
A lot of the Amazon shows are week to week. And you know what? God bless.
Although Mr. and Mrs. Smith was just a dump, which I think was a mistake.
Mr. and Mrs.
I think they had to do that as a dump, though, because you kind of are familiar with it. So it's like they have the built-in audience, and a built-in audience isn't trying to like wait. You know what I mean? Especially for a movie to transition to a TV show. I think that's such a hard thing to really grasp or like to figure out. So when I first saw it, I was like, oh, it's a movie. And then when I clicked on it, it was episodes. I was very confused, but I was down. I wonder if Game of Thrones is released all at once, would it change how we digest it?
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure.
It would be hated.
Would it have the same impact?
I don't think so.
I'll say for myself, the first episode I ever actually watched was like, I'm hooked, was Battle of the Bastards. So that's what, end of season 6?
Yeah.
So then I was able to binge all of them. And then those last 2 seasons I actually watched as they came out. And I enjoyed the last 2 seasons way more.
At the end of season 6? Damn.
I think it would still have the same impact, only because the books had such a huge impact before
that's true.
Made. So I think that may be the only thing that would have kept it going. And it's got that HBO money. When you got that HBO money, and you can do whatever you want to.
Yeah, and like I feel like one of the main reasons people release everything all at once right now is because they don't have faith in people's attention spans, and because this is borrowing from the fan base of Game of Thrones before we got the dump all the episodes at once mentality of the streaming. Like we've already got it. We've already got that.
We've gotten used to it. We've been trained to understand how it affects us or how it goes.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you guys read fantasy books or sci-fi books?
Yep.
Sci-fi.
That might have been
for me.
That might have been a dumb question. I just picked up a few very recently that I've been like digging in on a little bit. I feel like I think my next project mentally for me to like try to figure out is sci-fi. I really like it. I think it's nice to build worlds. And like, I'm not the biggest Star Wars fan at all, but I'm a huge fan of the world of Star Wars and the depth it goes. And even like I went to Disneyland, and when I went to the Star Wars ride, and you go to like the thing, and you're like, I don't know if you guys have been there yet, but it's like you're on the ship, and they treat you like you're on the ship. Things like that to me, like that's where I'm nerdy. Is it's like the length they go to make something believable for an audience.
Yeah.
And so I felt like
my
all
recommendation
the worlds
for
I'm
you-
into. Yeah.
My recommendation for you, book recommendation, is going to be the 3 Body Problem series. Check
You
that
love
shit
that,
out.
yeah.
I love that one so much, and
he does.
especially if you love like some
shit
like
is hard.
hardcore sci-fi, some like,
That is
I
hard.
just bought some
it's called
books.
like
Hold on.
speculative fiction. You know what I mean?
That shit right there is hard fucking core. I've been reading it. I'm trying to get through it. Lil Frothy is reading it right now.
Oh, I'm saying, wait, and especially when you get to book 2, your mind.
I'm still in book 1, about chapter 4. Okay,
I just bought all these books from a black bookstore called the Reparation Club that I love in LA. And I was like, I walked in on some like, I need sci-fi things, and I was like, I want Black Writers, etc. So I grabbed this. I don't know if you guys have ever read this.
I've heard of that one. Yeah.
5th season.
I got this, which is 3 books in one.
Never heard of that.
4 books.
What's
It's
the name of
Thick ass book.
Wild Seed, Mind of My Mind, Clay's Arc, and Pattern Master. And apparently this is like crazy. It's like it's an ongoing story, whatever, which I thought was very interesting. I grabbed these 2 random ones at a flea market because the covers were cool. And then I saw this and thought this was interesting.
One of those was an Asimov book, so that's going to be great.
Oh, this one, yeah.
That's dope. You know
And
what?
then this Chain Gang that I heard was really good. Chain Gang All Stars.
Sounds dope.
Travis,
I've been doing my best.
Did
Jeff,
you
before
ever
go,
watch Avatar: The Last Airbender?
Did I ever watch it? I told Terry this. It's my favorite anime, and I know it sounds crazy because I'm not big into anime, but I was obsessed with it.
Imagine that meets Game of Thrones.
Where?
It is a book series called The Codex Alera by Jim Butcher. 6 books long. It's already done, so you can read all of them in one shot. First book is called Furies of Calderon.
So normally we do a book. Normally we do a book segment with Jeff at the beginning of the show, and I was afraid that I wasn't going to get, because we were going to do it today. Because I was afraid I wasn't going to get to play this right here. We ended up doing it anyway. We was talking about black books. That's what we always talk about. So I'm so glad that just happened.
We had our book club moment.
I didn't watch. There was a lot of animes I feel like I missed out on. I missed that huge loop in life. I think I watched a lot of Toonami, but I didn't understand what the fuck was going on half the time. I was a big Adult Swim fan. Dragon Ball Z never hit for me personally, and I think that at 30 years, I know, I understand.
That's offensive to me. So I'm sorry.
I
R.I.P. Toriyama.
Understand
go
my
outside, nerd. Get out. Go. I ain't got.
My mom, bro. My mom didn't let me watch it. Mr. Popo was too crazy.
Because you couldn't watch it.
Yeah.
I understand. My mom was born in the late 50s. You know what I'm saying? She saw that, was like, what in the hell? No.
Yeah. You
So
know.
that's also, by the way, I want you to know that's the same woman that showed me Jackass and Family Guy. She put me onto those. She called me and my sister in the room, paused the TV. I remember her yelling, laughing, crying, and we were scared. You know, you like hear somebody, somebody laughing in the wrong way. You're like, are they crying? Run to the room, and it's Johnny Knoxville being sprayed by the water hose on roller skates. You know what I mean? Like, that's what my mom was like, you need to see this, and showed us that. And I think, you know, it trained me to be who I am today. I'm thankful for it. But yeah, I never got into Dragon Ball Z. Avatar to me was the best anime I think I've seen as far as like sequential television goes.
And it's like,
and that's
you can't even call it an anime because it's like an American studio or maybe even like a French studio.
It's the best cartoon ever.
But like, get it right, Travis. Come on.
This is Nerds at Night. Get the nerdisms right.
So I think like because of that, it was just hard for me to get anything else. But if you guys have any suggestions based on what you know, I told Terry this. Blue-Eyed Samurai to me was, I think that was the best thing I had
Oh,
seen
yeah.
since
We love
Avatar.
that, yeah.
Same.
So if there's anything in that realm of life, please. I watched Afro Samurai. I thought that was interesting. Boondocks to me was great. Obviously, I see that in your background, Terry. I think that's Riley. Yep. My President Black and my Lambo Blue. And yeah, I haven't found anything that I think that captures my mental the way that Avatar did. I also watched that as a young kid.
Yep.
I don't know what year that came out, but I think
I'd
that's
say Samurai
was in college.
Champloo and Cowboy Bebop.
Both
I
fantastic.
watched Cowboy Bebop.
If you watch, so
Then
the
watch
guy that
Samurai
voices
Champloo.
Spike voices one of the main characters in Samurai Champloo, and it's set in like the feudal Japanese era. It's an amazing. The entire point is there's two like polar opposite samurais. One basically like fights with a sword and breakdancing, and one's like really, you know, a samurai. It's pretty good.
First of all, we did have Uncle Ruckus last week, but we just Little Frothy said in the comments, "Oh, we had Uncle Ruckus on the show last week."
It's kind of crazy because I did not realize this until later. Is that Avatar: The Last Airbender and the Boondocks are the same animation studio?
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
it's a
cool.
studio out of Korea, right?
That's super dope.
I was
I
a
love
Rugged
that.
Warriors guy, and nobody knows
Rugged
that
Warriors,
because they don't fuck with it. But it's like called like Super Samurai something.
Oh yeah,
It's on it's on Crunchyroll in Japanese, but they don't got the English version nowhere for some reason.
Did anybody here watch Tokyo Vice?
I
Vice?
started
No,
that,
I haven't
and
yet.
it's got the dude. What's his name?
Ansel, let me tell you something about that show. Okay, this is to me that was my new Succession.
Yeah,
It is the
like-
best open closing. I don't know how to explain that. It's like the best. The way that they like give you everything you fucking want at the end. It's the best ending of any TV show I've ever experienced.
Oh, damn.
Because they
it's
give
over?
you everything you fucking want. In 2 seasons, they're just like here. And the first season is like it's a slow build. I'd say I think there's 10 episodes. I'd say episode 7 to 10, you're just like immediately just like in that shit. And then the next season starts, and then the whole next season it like builds a little bit slowly. But also there's epic shit going on because it's all answering from last season. But the ending of that show, the last 2 episodes to me, the last episode specifically was so well done and so well, like, I want to say manicured. As far as like every string was tied, every T was crossed, every I was dotted. It was a perfect.
That's badass. I love that.
Do
We're
it.
gonna check it out.
And also, I think it dives into worlds that we're more interested in as far as like crime goes and the underworld. All those things are tied into it, and it's Japanese. I think that's another thing. Is like
I'm in.
fluent Japanese. It's not like he's in there speaking like half Japanese. No, he is speaking. He lives in Japan. I found that out as watching the show.
Oh shit! Really?
Fluent Japanese. Yeah, he is.
Is that Ken
exceptional.
Watanabe?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. Ken Watanabe. Ken Watanabe.
Yeah, he's in it.
Japanese
I
is-
fucking love Ken Watanabe.
Which one did he play? What's the character's name?
He is.
I think he's like.
What do they call him?
Hiroto Katagiri is his character's name. This is what he looks like. That is not
Oh yeah, that's Kim. Yeah,
Oh,
that's Kim.
who the fuck was he?
Kim,
Oh, he was the cracked out. I mean, well, you'll see. He was on. I think he was on meth. I think he was on meth. I think
like
he
his
was on
character, or just you think he just had a bad time while he was
character.
filming that show?
His character. Bro, I
Gotcha.
don't understand. Like I guess in the 70s or in the 80s, whenever it was, like people were doing coke and like filming, and I think that is crazy. Like I definitely filmed
How do
a
they
lot
remember
of
their
things
lines?
being high, but like I just smoke weed, so it's a lot easier.
If they're into coke, they're definitely remembering their lines. If you know what I mean?
yeah, it's like taking 9 Adderalls at once.
oh man, that's
That was actually my name before I shortened it. 9 Adderall.
9 Adderalls at once.
I
That's-
I just had to shorten it to 9.
crazy.
Drop the Adderalls at once. It's cleaner.
Yeah, it's cleaner.
I guess before we move on to the next topic, I'm just curious, Travis, do you have any like final thoughts on like House of the Dragon and like where you like expect the season to go next? Because you didn't read the books or anything, right?
I didn't read the books. I obviously watched like I don't know who you guys watch for recaps and like breakdowns.
I watched Drunk Banthas.
I love Evan Voss.
Eric Voss, the Rockstars.
Yeah. I am like, that's like my subworld mentally. Like, girls come to my house before I had a girlfriend and would be like, what are you watching? And I'm like, shut the fuck up. Eric Voss is talking about Game of Thrones right now.
If you're not quiet, I'm watching you walk out the door.
Right. No, yeah.
I watch his breakdowns because I watched his breakdowns originally because of Marvel. Like, I was watching some Marvel movie and I understood something and I thought I was tripping or some shit. I'm not like the biggest Marvel fan. I can't like sit here and tell you all the comic books or tell you all the characters, but I do love some of the movies. So I was watching one of the movies. I was like, am I tripping? And I watched some breakdown he did. And then I went through the whole Game of Thrones breakdowns, all of them. Yeah. And that was what I watched on TV every night for like, I'd say like 3 months. Like I rewatched it via him. I think that was interesting also to experience. And then, I love their breakdowns of things. And that's where I kind of got deeper into everything was the breakdowns. Like what I thought was going on sometimes was exactly what's going on, which was very rewarding. But also there's times I had no idea what the fuck was going on. I was like, oh, that all makes sense. Like, you know?
Eric Voss was your Game of Thrones. That was your requirement.
Yeah, he got me, dude. I DM'd him recently. He didn't respond. I said, like,
what a dick.
It was like, no, it's fine. It's fine. I hit him. I hit him and was like, I think I just said, drop that episode or some shit. Like, I hit him with some, like, drop it.
Yeah, I get it.
I think that's all I said.
Drop that shit.
Yeah. I barely respond to those either.
Unresponded to. Posted 2 breakdown, por favor.
Eric Voss, you fucker. What's going on? Eric Voss, we're at your head right now.
Come on, Eric. Goddamn.
Come on, man.
I did a press run for something I worked on, and there was the woman from Watch Mojo was there, the voice.
Oh yeah.
Bro, I nearly lost it. Like, I watched so many top 10, 20, 30 fucking moments, but bro, I was
the craziest shit ever too. Like, you can just listen to her talk about any top 10 largest holes in the world. It's like, I'm in.
Yeah, I'm like,
oh, dude, there's a crazy one in Tanzania that looks like the gates to hell.
That was deep dive. That's a deep dive.
Do you like Atlanta, Travis?
I love Atlanta. I'm a big fan of that show.
Okay, check my breakdowns out.
I know a guy who makes.
I will.
I know a guy who makes some pretty cool pins.
Yeah,
I know a guy too. He's related to me.
So wait, did you want to talk about The Boys or what? Or I guess you don't want to have.
We can save that for the end so we don't spoil it.
Yeah, don't spoil it for me, but whatever you need to listen. If you want me to talk about The Boys, I got you for what I know.
We'll talk about.
Yeah, because we got other.
We got another topic.
We also got Dark Matter and the Acolyte.
We can either talk about Dark Matter, or we could
do Star Wars. We can talk about the Acolyte.
You can do it. Which one of y'all?
Oh, that's the Star Wars one with what's her name?
Amanda.
Yeah. How is that show?
Oh my god!
But
it is now my favorite Star Wars show.
Okay, you know what?
I didn't watch.
Interesting.
I tried to get into the Mandalorian, but I couldn't do it.
It's a Western. If you don't like Westerns, you probably won't like Mandalorian.
Yeah, you can't like the Mandalorian then.
It's just too slow, and he doesn't talk enough. It was like, I don't know, there wasn't enough dialogue, I think, for me. And for me, Star Wars, I think Star Wars is very interesting, but I think the world is more interesting than the story is. Like, if I don't really know the story well enough, I know that like somebody in the stars was mad, and somebody else in the stars was mad that he was mad, and somebody's evil, somebody's good. Like that, to me, that's just like evil versus good. It's like, okay, how many times can we repeat this story? And then they did like the Rogue Ones and all those things. And there was one that was really good. I thought Rogue One was interesting. I weirdly liked it. And I felt like a lot of people hated it.
Yeah.
You would love Alex's breakdown on the show Andor.
Yeah, I would recommend checking out Andor.
Andor is a show about what leads up to the events of Rogue One.
First of all,
where did they put that at? It was on Disney.
Disney
I guess
Plus.
it's on Disney, no matter what.
Yeah.
I need to log back into my Disney Plus. I have a little cousin in Jamaica who logged into my Disney Plus, and it's fucked up my
Your whole algorithm.
I mean,
Yeah.
no, not even my algorithm. Like, I sign in, they're like, you can't sign into two locations. I'm like, well, it's my location. This is my house. This is my account.
This is the location where it lives.
House of Mouse.
$130 for her to watch like cartoons every once in a while. You know, I'm just like, fuck me.
I actually just started watching a shit ton of stuff on Apple Plus because I'm like, yo, I only have it so we can watch Dark Matter. You know?
Yeah.
I'm like, yo, I pay for this. I'm about to watch Tombstone, Fifth Element. I watched Tombstone.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
I was trying to figure out something to watch the other day, and I like had not like a panic attack, but I was like panicking about finding something to watch
all the time.
And I just ended up like turning the TV off and like playing video games or something. And the next day I went to go see one of my friends, and I was telling them, I was like, I was talking about creating things and like what I want to do next and what I want to make next and all this shit. And I was like, I was panicking because I was like, bro, I don't know what anybody's gonna want to watch. And am I tripping like making things that are kind of selfishly for myself, like things that I want to see? I guess that's just like how it's got to work for me. But I just was trying to figure out like what is gonna draw somebody into a story. Is it characters? Is it urgency? Is it, what is gonna make somebody care? And so I was trying to think about the shows I care about. What makes me care? Why do I give a fuck? Why do I watch them? Why do I come back to them? And most shows, like storylines, don't really matter for me when it comes to like mindless TV. Like I loved Entourage growing up. I watched Entourage straight through. That was like I think the first TV show that I watched sequentially. Like I never owned a DVD that had all the seasons. So that was the first time I watched something and being like knowing what was going on. And then after that, it's like it was hard to find entertainment. And that's why it's so interesting that like House of Dragons or Game of Thrones caught me, because in my head, fantasy was bull. Like, it's just like, what? A dragon? Like, you know what I mean? I just couldn't fathom caring. And then I find myself now arguing with people, be like, just trust me, man. Just tell me, man. Just trust me, man. You gotta get me. It's the best thing ever. And now, like I can't find anything to watch anymore, and it's bugging me out. So I try to like not repeat things. I've downloaded, that app Mubi, M-U-B-I.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I like downloaded Mubi. I'm like trying to find things on there, but even then it's like hard to keep my attention. I also have an insane amount of ADHD. It's like my prescription for Adderall is aggressive. I just don't take it. But it's like I know that I can't. It's hard for me to care about something for an extended amount of time. Succession was one of those shows that when it got me, I was like, "What the fuck? Like, how did this even? Like, what?" I care. What?
I'll let you go real quick, but I just want to say, like, one of my favorite writers, Aaron Sorkin, one of his things that he said about just like creating stuff, because he was talking about wrestling with the same thing. He's like, when I think about what I want to write, I think, is it something that I would want to watch? Is it something that my mom would want to watch? Is it something that my best friend would want to watch? If the answer to two of those is yes, then I'll make it. If the answers to two of those is no, then I won't make it. There's like,
I want to
make it like for you, because like you can't, if figuring out what other people are gonna like is gonna drive you mad, or like what everybody's gonna like is gonna drive you mad. But yeah,
I think that's what it is that drove me kind of crazy. What I just want is like hood niggas in sci-fi, and I don't know how to explain that better, but like if The Wire was on like a planet, you know what I mean? Like I want the urgency and the franticness of like hood politics and like gangs and crime and the underworld, the overworld, the police, etc., politicians. But I want the scenery of like Fifth Element.
Okay.
Yes,
just watch that.
Star Trek Deep Space Nine might do that for you if you watch Star Trek Deep Space Nine from Star Trek, because the first couple seasons they're not exploring anything. They're on just a space station that's part of the Starfleet, so you get to see the commerce of what happens around that world. There's a lot of good world building of Star Trek, and so there's pretty plot lines where like the bartender's a shady ass motherfucker. There's a lot of shady characters in there, and the main captain is a black dude who's a single father just trying to like raise his kid up. in like this crazy universe. And then the last couple seasons is a big intergalactic war, which really is gonna hook you by them.
I got one
really
suggestion for you. It's on Apple TV Plus. I just watched it after right before I watched Element for the 6th time. It's called Dark Matter.
Oh yeah.
And so Dark Matter, it's actually episode 9. This little banner thing is wrong. But Dark Matter, it's already gone down. Everybody already seen.
Oh, wait. Okay. I know what Dark Matter is because a friend. This is the first time this ever happened to me. A friend of mine came to my house, and we're like sitting there. It's like me, him, and one of my other homies, and we're sitting there talking. And he like reaches for my remote, whatever. He clicks on the remote. I'm not thinking anything of it. He just could be looking at YouTube, putting something on, whatever. This nigga in the middle of a conversation puts on Dark Matter and turns it up to where we can't talk. In my house, in my own house. The audacity. You know what I mean? Like, he's like my big brother, so I was like, hey, let's do your thing. But then we also started talking about the show. I was like, oh, it is kind of crazy. I understand it's the one from one world, one from the other world. He switches, he kills. Yeah, okay. I know of it. And Presumed Innocent, I really want to watch.
That one's supposed to be good.
Jeff,
I think he picks the best movies.
I'm gonna let you cook right here because you talked about it earlier off pod, backstage. What do you say? I don't know. Anyway, you talked about it earlier when we weren't live, and this ending, to Travis's point about how shit, just give me all of it and let me know what happened. You know what I'm saying? They do that here. For me, I felt like this episode, it just was the last episode and it could not go on. I know that the producer or the creator who wrote the book, he said he didn't want to do another season, but so I would be fine if that is the case. I think Apple TV is going to try to get that money.
Yeah, that'd be
but
cool.
Jeff,
don't.
How did you feel, dog?
I loved it. So it's interesting because, like I think we said it last time, it's a great show, but until episode 8, I was like, there's no standout episode. This one's clearly another standout episode, but the most important part to me is it is something that I find we don't get as often as we should anymore, and that's a great ending. And that's because so often it's like, hey, let's keep it going. Let's get the sequels. Let's get more seasons. Let's get that money. I don't care about that. I need a good story, and a good story needs a good ending. This was the perfect ending.
Yeah, that's interesting to think. I never thought about that, really. I think that's
the issues I have with comic books. I love comic books, but there's no stakes. Even when Batman dies, he comes back.
See, that's what I understand. There's something that does bother me about Marvel specifically, and I mean, listen, sorry, I'm ordering food because I didn't eat tonight. And this place about to close, man. Listen,
what you getting?
I ordered Erewhon. I'm a basic bitch. I like to eat clean as much as I can, so I ordered rotisserie chicken, white rice, and like seasoned just normal vegetables. Tonight is fine. I ate really nice yesterday, and today I had great lunch. So, we were talking about the ending of
a good story needs a good ending.
You're talking
about Marvel, how there's no stakes because nothing ever ends.
Yeah, nothing ever ends, and like Black Panther, I don't know who was talking about it, but they were like, bro, Black Panther died in real life and they killed him in the movie. Like, it was like there was no, Superman dies, there's another Superman. Yeah. It just it continues on. So for me, like Black Panther, I felt like the second one was not as good. And that's, I never want to hate on anything, especially of, my culture and shit, but I felt like it was just like nobody knew what was going on, and if I'm not mistaken, Ryan Coogler was like trying to figure it out, but based on what was going on, it was hard. And I felt like also just like sometimes just give it a break on certain things. Like obviously we wanted Black Panther 2, but everybody was like connected to Chadwick, and I felt like you could have grieved, and we could have figured out another time for this to rejoin instead of like capitalizing on someone's death, which I felt happen in a sense.
Force. It was definitely.
Did you want them to like recast, or
they should have recast? Should have gave it time to breathe. They gave us time to grieve in the theater. Like that was weird.
Yeah.
Like they had a funeral for Chadwick in the movie. Yeah. That was strange to me.
I felt like that was very unnecessary, and that is like coming purely from somebody who just doesn't want, like, God forbid, knocking on wood, if some shit happens like that, and it's like, let that nigga just rest in peace, truly. So for me, it was.
I really disagree with you. But
I was gonna say they even have a solution already set and ready to go, and it's the multiverse. If they had just waited a little longer, they could have just been like, well, hey, the multiverses got smushed together and we got a different Black Panther, still T'Challa and everything.
What you forget?
Not only that, what were you gonna say?
Oh, I was just gonna say what you're forgetting is that money was already allocated for that.
That was why.
Valid. I think the best case scenario was to bring back. I know it's gonna sound crazy. Was to bring back Michael B. Jordan. Like it was like, how else do you like? And by the way, having a girl Black Panther, totally down with that. But just give me more of this. Make the story a better way there.
Yeah,
the story didn't get there right. There was nobody who challenged anybody. It was just like handed to her.
Fake out.
And it just felt weird. It was just like, why are we doing this? And also, the villain was weak.
Yeah,
I like Namor. I really like Namor. But like, I agree with you on the fact that they should have let it breathe. I think the best thing that Marvel has done lately is the fact that we're only getting, Deadpool this year, and they're just going to figure their shit out.
They're acting like they're figuring that shit out. A part of that is the strike, and also the failure of Madam Web. It's like, you guys tried this shit. And okay, there's something to be said about like inclusivity in all aspects, right? Like, yeah, there should be female superheroes, there should be Black superheroes, there should be all these things. The issue with me is at a certain point, it still needs to be quality. The quality should lead everything. James Bond, I don't need a Black James Bond. That's just me being me. Seriously. I don't give a fuck. I don't care if he's Black, white, Hispanic, Asian. But the James Bond that I grew up being white, it's like, just follow that. It's okay. We don't need to change that. I don't need a Black Batman. I don't want a Black Batman. Not especially because there's no multiverse. It's like,
we talk about that.
And in what world does a Black orphan just have all this chicken? No, somebody can't do that.
Yeah.
He's been adopted, bro. It's over. He's
wanted Michael B. Jordan to be Black Superman. We've talked about that several times on this show. That's actually why Jeff ended up doing this little storybook hour or whatever, because we were talking about why there's plenty of Black comic book characters. There's plenty of Black characters.
One Black villain who was good.
Who
only had one good. Jonathan Majors, the only time.
Oh, okay.
Like in the series Loki or what?
No, in general, like he was the only to me. Like the last villain that was Black was Jamie Foxx, and he was an electrician or a crackhead plumber. Like, what were we talking about here? You know what I mean? Like,
you know what? Okay, you gotta watch Luke Cage then. If you want to see good Black villains, then watch Luke Cage.
I couldn't get into Luke Cage personally because he looked too much like Lionel to me, and it's just like I couldn't get past it. And so I'd be like watching, I'd be like, this is fake Lionel. Like
we do joke a lot about how like DC is trying to make a Black Superman movie when they already have the rights to a Black, like actual Black Superman comic book named Icon. It's like about a Black man from another planet.
He's basically Superman but Black, and his name is Icon. He's awesome. He's got great stories.
Yeah, he's a superhero.
Yeah. Well, the biggest issue that they did was they used The Rock when they did that last one. What was the one they did with The Rock?
Shazam.
Black Adam.
Yeah. No. Black Adam. Yeah, Black Adam.
Yeah. Like he should not have been Black Adam. He should have been Adam. You know what I mean? Like Black Adam. Black, you know.
Harvey Birdman had a joke about that.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Harvey Birdman, attorney at law. They just kept trying to name him Black Vulcan, and he goes, "I just wanted to be Vulcan. Why'd you all have to call me Black Vulcan?" It's a hilarious episode.
He said that was Aquaman's idea. I was like, well, what if I called you Whitefish?
I'm gonna tap the button.
Yes, thank you for bringing us back on track. Yeah, but yeah, let's talk about.
Hold on, you got a button too, because I got a button over here.
I got a button too.
Oh, this is gonna go bad.
Okay, hold on.
Battle of the buttons.
Relax. If we snap too much, it's a jazz concert.
Spoken word.
Yeah.
Okay, sharks.
I got the loop on. Sorry.
But yeah, what like y'all's initial thoughts on this episode? Because it starts pretty crazy. Jason, our Jason is on the run with his family.
Jason 1.
Yeah, we got Jason 1, our Jason.
Jason.
I just like to make it simple because
I
forgot. Yeah,
our Jason, go ahead.
Our Jason is on the run with his wife and kid. They're trying to find a place of refuge, and they realize that Charlie is going to have to be the person who makes the decision, because if either of them make the decision, one of their
son Charlie
variant Jasons, their son Charlie, one of the variant Jasons is going to pick up. We're probably going to figure out where they're going. So they go to one of Charlie's hangout spots, one of his best friends' summer homes. They decide they're going to take refuge there, and
which is crazy.
Yeah,
but I'm gonna let you finish because that was wild.
Yeah, because I just want to set up those guys and talk about this other situation with Beanie Jason and Jason Todd. Where
Jason Todd is the evil Jason.
Evil Jason. I wonder how you guys felt about I guess Jeff just left. But
I'm here, nigga.
You're here? Yeah. Well, I said you guys, I'm looking out that way. But yeah, I'm curious how you felt about Jason Todd and Beanie Jason.
Watched it.
Because like this is an interesting dynamic with this like hostage situation where we have one of the Rambos of the variants.
The Rambo Jason. So what's crazy about this is all these Jasons we now know from last episode, all these Jasons are in our Jason's universe to kill Jason Todd. Jason Todd is a motherfucker because he created a whole bunch of different universes where now everybody's trying to get back to this one lady. Yeah, this poor damn lady. What was her name?
Daniela.
Poor Daniela. Imagine that an infinite amount of niggas came dimension and was trying to holler at the same bitch, and they all got her phone number. They all know where she live at.
And
like being in a club, everybody's trying to holla.
Yeah, it actually is like being in a club downtown LA where it's just like nothing but niggas in there, and it's like 17, 25 girls.
The other part of it is it would never have ended. They would have kept coming and coming because the nature of the box and that multiverse that they're in is every time one makes a choice, that it spawns a new one.
Yeah.
Well, every time one of them makes a choice, it makes a new one because then there was one that made the opposite choice.
Infinite amount of choices. So once you make a choice, so the idea in life, because they use Schrodinger's cat as the basis for the explanation of the series in like episode 1. And so basically the idea is if you're in one fixed position, superposition in time and space, and you make a choice, then there is another version of you that made a different choice. And so when this dude created the box that allowed him to go travel through those different universes or those different possibilities, he then created a scenario which now there's other boxes everywhere else infinitely, and now there's infinite amounts. So it's like, does the cat exist in the box? Is the cat dead or alive? You don't know until you open the box. You don't know that there's all these other universes and universes. That's how you know I'm from Birmingham, Alabama.
You don't know how all these universes is.
That's crazy because that's that you guys have been like floating that theory, like I think like since like the beginning. You're like, what's going on with how many boxes that there possibly could be?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So that's
crazy. And the thing is, because of how that decision-making process works, each one could push for just a little bit further before he's able to get back a little bit further, and it would keep going ad infinity to it, you know?
Right.
Yeah, and we see an interesting like moment where Daniela and Charlie, Jason, our Jason's family, infinite text messages from all the infinite Jasons who have come into this universe is like, that Jason doesn't love you like I do. Please text me.
We don't know what's going on.
Yeah, we can kill that other nigga and it'll be fine.
It's
just
really,
bring
really
Charlie
crazy.
with you. And then they had my favorite part of this weird ass episode is that the Jasons all get to this new universe. They know it ain't their place, and they create a message board. That's what white. That's
the whitest thing. Yeah,
it's like
what? He's got a Reddit thread going.
Well, and
they all talk to each other about this bitch, and they all like cannot stop talking about it, and they keep saying the weirdest shit. And this one dude says something in the chat. He's just like, "Why don't we just all get together and kill the other one?"
He sees all of the text.
The message board. Yeah,
this is on a message board. She does see it though, and then the next guy underneath that is like, "Well, one of those Rambo Jasons." It's like, like, damn, man, we got we got crazy Jasons, we got Rambo Jason, and we had like our favorite Jason last week, which was
crazy
Jason.
Grayson.
That's Grayson. That's one of the things I liked, because like with all these infinite Jasons, there are some Jasons that have experienced way more trauma than the others, and those guys are like way more actionable than the other ones. And I like that a lot of the Jasons in this community have just like labeled them as Rambos. It's like, those are the guys who are off the fucking wall. They're gonna do whatever.
Those are the Jasons that, because we know that this Jason, our Jason, has. Take a shot every time we say Jason.
Nope.
Jesus Christ.
You will end up in the hospital.
But yeah, our Jason is the most compassionate. He is the most what did she say? Patient. And he's the most empathetic.
Mm-hmm.
So that means
Quick question. But isn't that, it's gonna sound crazy, isn't that Jason another Jason acting like that Jason?
So here's the thing. The one that we're talking about now is our Jason, the most empathetic Jason, is out of all the multiversal versions they've seen, ours is the most empathetic. But the interesting part is now what we're dealing with in the last episode and this episode is they're all that same Jason, because once that Jason was in the box and trying to find his way home, every time he makes a choice, he makes another version of that base Jason.
I'm going to tell you why they're not all the same though. I'll tell you why they're not all the same. Because once they came back to that universe, so because our Jason is the most empathetic Jason, when he goes into the box, he goes into it with a different mindset. Mm-hmm. Because, like we said, it's a choice, and we forget how the box works. The way the box works is you can only go to another. You can, when you open the door from going into the box, you have to pick from infinite amount of doors, and you have to have a certain what do they call it? Security in yourself. Mm-hmm. You can't be, and so whatever emotion you feel and whatever emotion you're having is that's what you're gonna open the door to. So if your brain's chaotic, that's what you're gonna open up the door to. This Jason thought about the thing that he wanted more than what he had, and that was this other Jason Todd's life. Jason Todd. Our Jason came back to his wife and had very specific information that was different than these other guys had. And so that's what I think speaks to their mindset once they actually chose where they went, because they didn't have or experience the shit the same way.
Like that's a great way of describing like just like that.
Those Jasons, man. Thanks, man.
No. You gotta get it proper to do. But I'm curious. Shout out to you, man.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you, dog.
And I'm curious, like as an outsider looking in, Travis, like something that we brought up earlier on the season. I feel like Rick and Morty. I'm not sure if you're a fan of Rick and Morty.
Rick and Morty
but
did this.
I feel like they really brought the whole multiversal stuff into like layman's terms and like made it very, very popular. Do you feel like Rick and Morty is like the reason we get like the Everything Everywhere All at Once and the Lokis and all these other type of movies that are like really
a lot of those writers are on there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I wonder what came first though? What was the first multiverse? Marvel?
Well, so that's an interesting question, because comic book wise, they've been doing this for decades.
Yeah.
Well, but it's been Marvel technically, right? Or DC has it as well. They all have their
DC's got the new 50 or
the question is who did it first? That's the question.
I mean,
it's not even
like to bring it into alignment.
It's not who did it first; it's who did it best always to me. And I think Rick and Morty did it best because it was understandable enough, and it wasn't. And don't take this the wrong way, but it wasn't like nerdy. It was like they had done something that was very nerdy and kept it
mainstream.
Kept it cool. Yeah, it was mainstream. But even now, like with Rick and Morty, like it's gone on so long now that like I can't keep up anymore. I don't remember what's going on. You know what I mean? I've seen I think every episode. Then I watch episode. I'm like, what the fuck is going on in this episode? But I think like that definitely opened the doors for what is possible as far as multiverse goes.
Yeah, definitely. This show definitely takes from that totally. It's like this is what happened to Rick before when he found him. This is how he found himself, and then they had to create. They had this big accident. Then he had to create the Citadel of Ricks. So we just have to create a Citadel of Jasons at some point.
Yeah, and after like season 3 of Rick and Morty is like after the Patriots won the Super Bowl, all the assistant coaches end up going to other teams. Like you see this writer from Rick and Morty being the showrunner of this show, this writer from Rick and Morty making this movie.
Well, when I'm thinking of like that scene where Jonathan Majors is not Kane, what's his name?
Kang the Conqueror.
When he's Kang, there's that scene where it's him and the crowd, and it's the applause, and that to me is like the most multiverse moment in all of the whole thing of like Marvel and shit. And Marvel like shows it a lot, but like there's 3 Spider-Man shit. I get that shit. Mentally, personally, I didn't care. Like, it was like cool. They brought back the Spider-Mans, but like that wasn't like like
you were not in the same theater I was, because I was the one screaming like that.
I think because I knew it was happening.
I knew. I was still.
No,
like,
I knew before it came out. Like I don't know.
Yeah,
I knew because somebody told me something, and I was like, "What?" And it made sense, and I was like, "Huh." And then I spoke to somebody. I was like, "You know what this is?" They're like, "Yeah, it's going in this and that." And I was like, "Oh." So like it had come to me earlier, and I think that's why to me it didn't affect me as much. Because when I heard it, I was like, "How's that gonna go?" You know what I mean? It's just like, ugh.
Same.
Yeah. What? You didn't see that coming?
Yeah.
When you like the idea of something when it's given to you, how you like digest it and how you put it in your own head and your own way, words, etc., like views. How I saw it happening was so gross mentally that I was just like, I don't want it. And then to watch it happen, I was like, oh, this is actually not a bad way into it. Like the most interesting character to me in all of the Marvel universe, like Doctor Strange, because of that being able to do all that shit. Yeah, my boy knows how to touch clips.
It's also something you were saying earlier. You don't watch the preview for the next episode of Game of Thrones because it makes the show less fun.
Watching any trailer, like trailer to superhero movies, a little bit. Like Batman, I watched the trailer too. Everybody hated the new Batman. I thought it was good, but that's because
I like the new Batman.
I liked it.
I thought it was. I like Rob, bro.
With Pattinson,
Batman.
This is
probably a good job, man. I don't know what they
not better than Christian Bale. Obviously, Christian Bale.
But he's the Battison. I call him Battison.
Yeah. Shout out to Christian Bale. Bale, end of the show.
Yeah, Battinson. Yeah,
the Battison.
Ben Affleck though, like that, you can take that nigga's Batman and throw that shit away. I have one good story of him where I was on a plane one time. Probably the most traumatic plane experience I've ever had in my entire life. Oh, I was flying from New York to LA. I had just the night before I was like up late with a friend. We eat pizza in my hotel room, and she fell asleep before the pizza got there, so I ate half the pizza by myself. I woke up late for my flight. I threw my clothes in my bag and drove to the airport. Okay, this is where I learned. I fly a lot. I'm sitting, I think, in business at the time, and I walked by him in first class, and I clocked it with him and was immediately upset the rest of the flight, just like, I don't like him. And I have no hate towards Ben Affleck in real life. Like, I don't think,
yeah.
He just was Batman when I didn't want him to be Batman. And whatever. I fall asleep on the plane. I'm sitting next to this woman. I'm in a window seat. And, bro, when I woke up to, like, what felt like punches to my stomach, just. And I'm getting those hot sweats, and I'm starting to feel like real queasy, like nauseous and everything. And I realized that I didn't take a shit that morning, so that pizza was coming to attack me. And now this is the day I found out I was lactose intolerant. So I get up on the plane to go to the bathroom. In the bathroom, boy, was I a faucet, you know? So I'm sitting there being a faucet, and the flight attendant goes like, or the pilot says, "Flight attendants, take your seats." And at that moment, I'm realizing, okay, maybe it's time to, the seatbelt lights on. I'm like, let me put myself up, put my da-da-da. So I put everything in the toilet. I flush the toilet. I am going to pick up my pants. As I go to pick up my pants, I hear at the top of his lungs, as if there is an alien on board with him holding a gun, he's like, "Flight attendants, take your seats!" I am lost to ankles, bro, sweating bullets in this fucking box. Nigga, I'm holding on for, it's a toilet, I'm holding on for dear life, like this, riding out this whole fucking turbulent thing. My biggest fear was, one, breaking my neck in that room and being covered in shit. My second fear was just being covered in shit. So I have a hand on the ceiling, a hand holding onto a thing, my foot on the toilet, my foot on the ground. Shaky, 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 all that shit happens. Bro, when I get out of that bathroom, I'm the only one in the bathroom at that time. I should have been in the seat. I get out of the bathroom, there's things on the ground in the aisle. There's the things are open. There's people with water and spilling and this and that. There's laptops everywhere. And I go to sit in my seat. And I'm sitting next to this woman, and she looks at me and she goes, "Were you in the bathroom that whole time?" I did not make eye contact with this woman. I just went, "Yep." And for the next 3 hours, she cried of laughter. Like there was moments where she was like, and I was just like, bro, I sat through that flight, and I remember getting home and being like, dude, what is good? I just want this to I don't know. Throughout that whole traumatic
delete that memory.
Yeah, through that whole process, I thought, if I die and Ben Affleck dies, I'm a hero, technically. You know what I mean? If I kill Batman, bro,
I'm the Joker.
Was that a weird therapy session the next time you went in? You were like, it was just.
At the time, I remember who my therapist was at the time. She was very sweet, but she was one of those ones who was so delicate with me. And so when I told her the story, she was very alarmed. She was like, "You're okay to die?" And I was like, "If it makes man, I'm with that shit."
She's too much of a therapist to recognize a joke.
And I was like, I was being funny, whatever. And then, dude, listen, that was my most traumatic flight ever. And one day I hope to meet that man and to ask him, "Do you remember a flight you were on that was the most turbulent thing?" I've been on a lot of flights. I've flown a lot of times. That was the most insane thing I've ever felt on an airplane, ever in my whole life.
That is the most insane thing I've ever heard.
Lactose intolerance day.
Oh, was it lactose intolerance day? That's funny.
I mean, that's the day he found out. So that's a national holiday for him.
First day, no queso. No face, no queso.
I honestly don't know what else to talk about with
so Travis told me another story. I don't know if he wants to tell it again, but he told this one during the family reunion. And we've been talking about this dude usually on our Thursday show, but he has a P. Diddy story.
I can't.
No, hold on. You are all out of pocket right now. You're not supposed to.
Yo, Taco, are you?
Go outside, nerd. Get out. Go.
Are you okay?
Okay, my story isn't even that crazy. I'm too scared to get into it because I know that one day somebody's like, "What about that stuff?" I'll just say that I was in fear of a situation happening that didn't end up happening, and I was walked into a room thinking that something bad was going to happen, and instead I nothing bad happened. I don't know how to explain it better than that without like.
No, that's perfect.
Like I want you guys to know something. Like while that man is like obviously done very bad things, I still know he can reach me if he needs to and touch me if he needed to. In a sense where I'm like, sir, you know what I mean? Like
Look,
I don't want to.
I feel the same way.
So, Travis, do you want to hear about a multiverse?
I've never met.
I'm sure. I don't know if he's told you the story. I'll tell you guys in backstage one day or whatever. But like, it's a crazy story. I just know his kids too well to like really put that story up. You know what I mean? Like with family, homies, and shit all day.
Yeah,
like out of respect for the kids and the family, like never.
Yeah, the real story is behind the curtain for sure. Let's.
Terry, that is such a good story. And if you guys have heard that story, just be aware. Like
we haven't.
I have not. We haven't.
We haven't heard it.
I will connect with you guys on that.
I can't.
It's exceptional. My mom tells that story to people, and they just so funny.
I honestly cannot wait.
One day I will be here. One day, the first place I tell it will be here. Just know that.
Okay. That's an exclusive, everybody. That's an exclusive. Everybody.
But we will be waiting until all are over. You know what I'm saying? We are in danger. We live in LA, so we not.
Speaking of,
you live in LA too. You know.
Yeah.
I'm quiet out here, except for every Thursday at 7 p.m. Pacific time.
Hell's what I say. When are you quiet? But I do want to talk about this finale, just a couple moments, because we do get the really a lot of really cute moments between Jason and his family where they're just enjoying the quiet time where they have this. I thought that it was needed because of all the insanity going on.
You love it,
and it was also like only like 8 minutes total of them just like experiencing real life before shit gets like.
I wanted
really
more crazy
nuts.
Jasons.
John Wick, Jason Wick.
We got all the crazy Jasons at the end. Like all the crazy Jasons like end up.
It was weird.
All the crazy Jasons end up advancing on the house at the end, and our Jason ends up almost getting killed by one of the Rambos, and he's saved by none other than Jason Todd, the person who started all this. You say Thick Jason?
Dick Jason.
Oh, Dick Jason.
I thought you said Jason. I was like, does he got cheeks like that?
He's a dick. He's the one who started all this.
He is the one who started all this.
Yes.
Yeah, Dick Jason. Yeah.
Yes. I'm just sorry. I thought you said Thick Jason. I was like, man.
What did you guys think of like the turn of Dick Jason, aka Jason Todd, of him like realizing that he started all this mess and he just like wants to make amends and sort of set right everything that he's started? Jeff, I'll let you go.
I liked it, but I don't know how much I believed it. It felt like it came very quickly, which I mean, it's the finale episode, so that might have been part of the reason. I think I feel like the only reason he really had that change of heart was when he realized how many more Jasons were showing up and starting to realize like, oh, it's not just that I was greedy and I decided to take his life for my own. I have not just fucked this guy's life up, I have fucked the multiverse up.
Yeah,
I think that's a big part of why he had his change of heart.
Yeah, Peter Parker. Jesus fucking Christ, figure it out.
Yeah, this episode did remind me of that episode it's another episode of Rick and Morty, where they're talking about multiverses or time travel, and we get at the end they're just like endless snakes coming in trying to rectify the situation. That's why I feel like this universe is going to divulge it to. It's like an infinite number of Jasons trying to like find their way in this world, and like this world is just basically shit now. This world is
it's fucked.
Some people choose to see the darkness in this world. I choose to see
something else that was really cool about this episode for me though is, do you remember that part where he's trying to explain everything to his wife and his son, and he explains like, imagine we're fishing a pond?
Yeah,
that's actually taken directly from Michio Kaku's book Hyperspace.
Nigga, goddamn, what the fuck?
Props.
Hold on, shit. I need to hit a button for it. You pulled that shit out real.
I knew what I was doing. But yeah, I mean, like,
yeah.
it's literally
Keep that thing
page
on him.
4 in this book. It's him describing about how when he was a child, he lived in San Francisco and he went to one of the Japanese gardens and he saw the pond, and watching the pond and the koi swimming underneath it, that coupled with watching rain drops hit the pond really made him start thinking about these other worlds and how basically we are the fish in the pond. And it's exactly what he explained in the episode. It was really cool to me because I fucking love this book.
So you're saying that our Jason read Michio Kaku's book?
I sure hope so.
Shout out to Michio Kaku.
He probably
Friend of the show, Michi. I call him
Michi. Let's talk about the ending here, because we did talk a little bit about how this could be like a perfect ending for the show in general. Like, we don't really need anything more. I appreciate, like, it made me think a lot about like a lot of 90s movies where it sort of like gives an idea of a cliffhanger or an idea of what could happen next. Like Long Kiss Goodnight. You could have like 4 more movies following that character based on that ending. Charlie Baltimore. But
bitch.
Ultimately, it's just this is before we were thinking about multiple franchises,
right.
And this is just like a nice moment to make the audience think about what could happen next. Jeff, did you feel like this was like a satisfying ending for this finale, where like the family goes into the box?
Yes, very much so. And I like the way you brought it up, because I think that's something that can sometimes get lost, is that when there is art like this, a TV show, a movie, a book, something where part of it is it's alive in your mind, I feel like the audience gets a bit of ownership of it. So I like when they do endings like this, where you can interpret the ending in different ways. And I think that's beautiful, because all of those endings, it's an allegory for the show itself. All of those endings are right, because now you've taken ownership of this, and the way it lives on in your mind is correct, whatever you decide.
Yeah, I really liked that aspect of it.
Aspect ratio,
and especially because we as in this like a culture of television, we never know what's going to get picked up for another season. I felt like this is a really well written ending where we don't have to have another season, but if we get another season, I guess that'd be cool.
I know I said I liked the ending, but I lied. I don't like it.
It's because you're a bad person.
I don't like it.
Look, man, now that I know that it's going to be no season 2, I don't like it. Or at least that there's a chance that there's not a season 2. Like the showrunner, creator of the book, like nigga was a director on an episode, like he was like, no, that's it. So if he's saying no, that's it. In my opinion,
is this another Watchmen situation? Because you didn't like how they didn't have a second season.
Yeah. So look,
Watchmen ended after the first season, right?
Right. Which I think is
that was very confusing. I didn't understand.
That's a conspiracy. They don't want black people on TV. That's why they got rid of Lovecraft Country. The HBO doesn't like niggas. I'm just saying it right now. Unless they
Travis is like, I got to work with some of these people, right?
I was about to be on House of the Dragon season 3 and shit. And he's like, come on.
I'm the biggest fan of HBO. I think HBO is the best as far as build outs go in shows. I don't think anybody can do what they do. And I think that's the issue now, is like, there's a few moments. I think FX does a really good job. I haven't done Shogun yet. I've been trying to start it. I think FX is the only other thing. They're like the cool little brother to an HBO. Yeah. Netflix, I enjoyed Netflix, but there's so much on there. It's hard to like navigate. And I also think Hulu has that thing where it's hard to navigate unless you know what you're looking for. And for them, when I go to Hulu, I just go to the FX thing and go through that. Like I don't really look
say that. Like Apple TV has been like building their
Apple TV's been killing it.
Well, it's been like really good at building.
But HBO, well, I was gonna say HBO though. As much as I just was talking crazy, I love you, HBO. Y'all know I love you. I've been with you since it was, back in the 80s.
Home box office.
Yeah, home box office days.
Send us free shit, please.
I was there with
give us money.
But
no, it is funny because like comparing like Apple TV Plus to Netflix, Apple TV Plus definitely has a more short tail form of entertainment where they only have a few really, really great prestige sci-fi TV shows compared to Netflix, where they just have like a billion TV shows.
We cover them all.
I think the difference
Yeah,
between like a
cover them all.
Apple TV and a Netflix is like the difference between a Drake and a Kendrick. And it's like one person's here mainly for the masses and is going to pump out as much as they can, while the other is going to focus on hone in on what they are good at and give the stories that they want to give. And that's not a bad thing on either side of the spectrum. They're both they're both there for their different things. But I think that then we have the Hulus and the Peacock Pluses or whatever the fuck. And it's like those things don't really have a space right now. And it's hard streamer-wise. Like, if you had to pick two streamers, what two are you picking, you know?
HBO and YouTube.
I don't know who's two.
Yeah. I would have to say Netflix because it has that, like, you know, if you're missing out, like, you know, Baby Reindeer had done run its course, and then I went back to it, and I was like, okay, yeah, Netflix still is with the shit, and it's like got like the cultural zeitgeist.
Yeah, we've talked about it before.
There's never been a Hulu and chill. There's never been like a HBO and cuddle. It's only been Netflix and chill. It's like they were the culture. They were the ones that brought culture to streaming, I guess.
Yeah. Netflix is the band-aid streaming service.
Well, they're the only ones that have actually made a profit. Actually, HBO finally said that they turned a profit off of streaming, but no streaming service has actually turned a profit.
Well,
I don't like calling it Max. I don't think I ever will.
Correct.
You don't like what?
calling it Max. It's like calling the Staples Center crypto. It's like, bro,
yeah,
fucking stupid.
Then Staples Center the last 35 years. What the fuck are we talking? You know what I mean? Like, what are we
call it crypto? Yeah, exactly. And also, crypto is fake. I'm against crypto.
Or like Twitter X. Like
the issue is
some crypto.
So
the issue is that
it's like two I care about.
Shout out to Tom Brady. He got caught up in the scam one.
The issue is that Netflix started as like an amazing mom and pop Italian restaurant, but then they just kind of kept making the money, and now they're just an Olive Garden, and it's like,
now they sell
it looks the same, but it's not the same quality, man.
Yeah, they sell cheeseburgers and tacos as well now. Like that's the kind of shit.
HBO to me is, I think it's more like, well, yeah. I had another argument, but I feel like the reference would be so niche that it's too impossible to really
do it.
Not do it.
You're on a channel called Nerds at Night. Go niche.
You'll find, someone will get it.
Yes, like Netflix is like an Olive Garden, while HBO is like Honor Bars, South Beverly Grill, Houston's, and Hillstone. You know what that is? Those restaurants?
Shit.
Nope.
R&D Kitchen. Okay. So it's these restaurants that all have the same menu, but all have different names. Because when you have, I think it's like 4 of the same restaurants, 5, it's considered a chain, and you have to put up the calorie count. And this guy's trick to that was to put everything is the same menu, different names, so all the calorie counts don't ever have to come out.
Oh
so
shit!
To me, that is what HBO is.
Is that?
By the way, so good, such a good restaurant. Just like any other, bro. So good. Best chicken sandwich you'll ever have.
Is that why Carl's Jr. is Hardee's in the South?
No,
I don't know. I couldn't understand that.
Well, is that like the same thing with
Australia.
like Nobu though? Like Nobu Chicago, Nobu fucking wherever. Like, is that the same type of shit?
No, I think
Nobu.
Yeah, and it's just the same chef who opened the original Nobu opened all the other. It's like when that's kind of like
Nobu
his name is Nobu.
Yeah,
I don't know.
The Carl's Jr. Hardy thing.
Hit us up in the comments if you are successful enough and rich enough to understand that reference, and then leave a like.
You know what's funny? If you just speed up what he said a little bit, and you don't know what the fuck he's talking, it should sound like he was talking in a different language. Yeah, if like because we didn't know what those restaurants were, but if you speed up,
valid.
He's like, oh shit! Oh.
Okay, let me tell you this: if you're ever in LA, go to Honor Bar, and it's the greatest chicken sandwich you'll ever experience in your entire life.
Oh shit!
And if you do not enjoy it, I will pay for your entire meal. Drink as much as you want. It's a great fucking chicken sandwich, bro. It's insane.
In the chat, that's the fattest thing I've ever heard.
I'm a fat nigga.
That's a good one, probably.
I'm a fat nigga stuck in a skinny nigga's body, bro. No one knows what I consume.
My mom
That's
said
interesting because I'm a fat white guy stuck in a fat white guy's body.
Well, your mom says that about you?
Oh yeah. She used to say that to him all the time. She'd be like, "You have a fat man inside of you that lives in you and eats all of the food." And
It's like a skinny nigga thing that people don't think that we eat food because we're skinny. No, my metabolism is just very, very fast. He's on Adderall all the time too. So I'm eating and it's just fucking it's in, it's out, we're out.
Yeah. Did you say that you just turned 30?
I just turned 30, dude.
God, I'm so
made it over
I'm about to turn 30 in a couple of weeks here.
Happy motherfucking birthdays.
Dude, 30 is like the best age, I'll tell you that. 30 to 35 is the best years.
I don't know.
Getting into it was hard, I will say. Like my 30th birthday, I woke up. I just bought a house. I have like no real complaints in life, grand scheme of things. Like everything is going pretty swell. I woke up in the most anxious, most like just handicapped version of myself. I had walked somebody out of my house. I closed the door and locked it. I was standing right there and I was dry heaving on my, like holding my knees. Like I was like, I've never felt like this. And I think it's because 30 to me felt like it was so far away. One, like I felt like I was like, I still feel like I'm 20 years old. And 21, you're like driving down Sunset, you're chilling, your windows are down, whatever. 22, you're cruising. 23, you get stopped at a red light. 24, you see a cop, you don't notice him, so you keep driving. 25, you're chilling. 26, he's like in the lane next to you, but he's a few cars back. 27, he gets in your lane. 28, he's like very near you. You're just like, whatever. Nigga. Like, I'm not sure about him. 29, he is right behind you, and you don't even notice him. And you just make a right on a red, and it says no right on red, and he pulls your black ass over. You're 30 years old.
that is a beautiful
it comes quick. It really comes quick, but embrace it. Like, don't fight it. I think that was what I did in the first, I don't know, the like last month of being 29. I really was like fighting turning 30, and it became a topic of conversation for me everywhere I went. I was like, I'm turning 30. I'm turning 30. I'm turning 30. While it was just like a friend of mine would say, start telling people you're 30 at 29. So when you tell people you're 30, it doesn't feel crazy. And like relative to like my life, like 30 is technically young in any aspect. You know what I mean? Like I'm not, you know, my ankles aren't hurting yet. My knee, my back, all that shit is normal. Right. But 30 sounded so crazy.
You know,
like even then, like
35 when stuff starts to break.
Yo.
All right, I'll look out for 35 then.
So here's the thing about 30.
I still feel like I still got the same mindset, 20-year-old mindset. Like, you know, like you said, like it's like I feel different than what my age says. That's why I don't really pay too much attention to it. Yeah. But like you said, unless you really start like, oh shit, wait. Like, you know, you will get that at 35. Yeah. You will be like
I'll just say stay moving, bro. Like
exactly. Yeah, that's my biggest regret.
Stay moving, exactly. Stay moving.
I also think I went through 35 in lockdown, so it might not be my fault. But here's the thing about 30. Yeah. 30 is old enough that like you're like, that sounds stupid. I'm not gonna go do that. And everyone's like, okay, fine, he's 30. But you're still young enough that you can go out and do the dumb and fun things, and no one cares. It's the best of both worlds. I'm telling you. 30 to 35 was my favorite time span.
There's crazy. There's no
35 to 38. It's not so hot.
There should be something that you can't do till you 30 that you can celebrate when you get 30. Like you can't go
telling niggas you're not grown. You're not grown. Like, you can't tell that you're 30. Shut up. You're not grown. Like once you turn 30, you can say it to whoever.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I still feel like a 19-year-old kid. I think because of like I've been hanging around the same people, seeing the same things for the most part. But like if I got into an altercation, for instance, like for so long when I was younger, I was the youngest of a bunch. So anytime I got into any trouble, I'm like, I'm just a fucking kid, man. Like for real. Right. And that shit ended 10 years ago. But for some reason, mentally, I'm still like, I'm just a kid, man. What you know? And like,
no one knows
it depends on what you do.
Tell you what,
I agree
isn't that
with
the truth
right there. As long as you don't have kids, you can act like you're 21 all day.
I'll tell you what, being an uncle and not a father is pretty awesome.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm
enjoying being an uncle.
Yeah, I'm enjoying not being a father too. And it's weird being nobody tells you when you're an adult, you just find out like 15 mistakes and you're just like, oh shit, I got to pay for all this. So yeah, being an adult is very fucking
I'll
weird.
tell you one thing I've learned this last year that everyone here might enjoy. So like the company I work for, it's an international company. We got a lot of business. We're doing better than a lot of places for a couple of different reasons. But my boss was telling me he knows like C-suite people and other big tech businesses, and all of them are running around like the hair is on fire. Like you think like they got it all figured out. They don't. And they're just like, shit, why isn't this working? Let's all figure it out right now. So, I mean, like everyone's dealing with that.
Filming any TV show, any movie.
Yeah.
Every day on set, it's like everything's on fire at all times, and they're rushing to put out a fire, and then you get there and there's no fire.
So that's the thing.
That's what it feels like.
It's like that in the tech world too, it turns out. And I don't know about you, but for me, that's just kind of like, hey, at least we're all in it together. You know, at least I'm not. At least other people are dealing with it.
I think like that's the workforce.
I think
like everybody has imposter syndrome.
Yeah, because
it's like I don't know what I'm doing, but at the end of the day, like we all make shit work. You know,
I'll be asking my boss. I said,
yeah,
what do you? How do I do this? She said, don't nobody know how this. She was like, just do what I say. And then if you fuck up, it won't matter. Don't worry about it. I'm like, that actually took a lot off me. Like, I actually don't feel as stressed out about this job anymore. I thought it was hard, but
I think I stress more about work not being there than being there, because for so long, like, you know, I shot seasons of TV and you spend all that time doing it. And then when the strike hit, I remember being like, this is fine. Like, this will blow over, whatever. And then when it blew over, thinking what I was coming back to was what I was coming back to, and it not happening, I was like, oh shit. And that was like my first time really panicking about work. And since then, like I haven't worked since Dave, I can be honest. Like it's very public. But I think that because I can still live the normal life I've been living, I don't feel the immediate effects of it. Like nothing really changed in my day-to-day life except for I'm not working 4 months a year. Like That's the only thing. Everything else I'm doing, I didn't buy a house when I was doing Dave. I bought a house after I was done shooting Dave, which I thought was so interesting. Like when you're doing stuff, it's like, oh, this is when you're supposed to do everything. And for some reason, my mental was like, nah, I'm going to wait until I can do everything how I want to do it. I do all these things, whatever. But like not working, I thought I was the only one who was going through the mental thing. But like I have friends who are beyond me, way beyond me in acting and way beyond me in success. And when I ask them like what's going on with them, they're like, bro, nothing. And it makes me not feel better, but it makes me just feel like, oh, I'm not the only one who's kind of like, what the fuck's going on?
Yeah, no.
You know, like every day I'm just waking up. Yeah, less alone for sure. Yeah. I talked to my friends, some are filming, seeing some aren't, but like the ones who aren't are like, bro, what the fuck is going on? Like, I don't fucking know, dude. I'm trying to figure it out.
Right.
Yeah, it's funny. I read an article. Well, let's be honest. I listened to a podcast.
Yeah, I hate that nigga. I'm glad you admitted it, man. You admitted that, man, because it's like niggas be telling me I was watching a porno. Nigga, you wasn't watching a porno. You was fapping it,
beating your meat.
Yeah. I was doing both.
Yeah, don't tell me I was watching a porno.
I was listening to a porno, and they were talking about just like how the movie.
He listens for the articles.
How they adjusted to the strike, where they're not like really paying people more, or they're not paying writers and actors more. They're just making less to adjust to. Okay, we got to pay you guys more. Well, we're just gonna make less shit.
Yeah.
Which
but to me, that effect.
On one hand, like I like quality over quantity, but also like we've already built this standard for like the job market. So it's like now we're just like completely cutting people out of like just their livelihood. So it's kind of tragic.
This is gonna sound crazy. Fuck actors, directors, writers, producers. It's the bottom line. People who are mainly affected. I mean, seriously, all jokes aside, but like it's like, you know, the transportation people, your ADs, your crafty people, like all these things are affected. And so when all this strike shit's going on, I know what I'm doing. I know how I live and shit. Like I hide my shit. I know how hard it can be, you know. So I think for me, like there was moments where I felt guilty in a sense, like because I'm sitting here like complaining about work. You know what I'm saying? Like and I'm on some like, I'm doing okay. And there's other people who are like really having to adjust and change their jobs and change what they do for a living to just maintain.
Yeah.
So when the strike happened, more than anything, I was thinking about those people. Like everybody else fucking got, a producer get money.
We had an interesting discussion with your production designer off of Dave, Almitra. She came on and she was like telling us like she moved. She's not in LA anymore. Where was she?
She said like Vermont.
Yeah.
So many people from the industry left, and there's less jobs, and it's like that's the thing where CEOs and all those people, like while they do things for their businesses and their money, they lack empathy for the human beings that are the ones that built these things, and that I can't get down with. Like that's where I'm just like, being a CEO, it's like that sounds like a cool job, but like, bro, you've lost your touch in human. You've lost what it means to be human and to feel for somebody else and to understand struggle. That's why I like growing up, I went to public school, and I think it's so important to understand public school, because if you're at a private school, everybody makes X amount of money. Everybody got enough chicken to survive. But in public school, it's like everybody is from different situations, different backgrounds, different this, different that. Some people can go home and they have a nice house. Some people have no money at home. And like, I don't know. I just understand that. And I feel like CEOs need to be more human. It's like politics in a sense. Like if a politician grew up rich, he's not going to know what it's like to be broke. So it's just, and also a politician grew up broke. I'm sure at one point we'll have enough money to understand both sides of it, but it's hard to
go back.
Leader to me. Yeah, it's hard to be a leader to me if you don't understand everything. Being
Yeah.
a king is hard to be a king because, nigga, you're a king.
Yeah.
I used to have that.
There's always going to be a disconnect there. Like you're not going to think how the common people like experience life.
Nigga, go pee.
Nine is raising his hand.
I'm raising my hand. Hey, teacher. Dave, season 4. When?
Roll Tide. I love it.
Season 4.
You guys have such terrible journalistic and
No.
I got you. I technically, I guess, have an answer, and the answer is I don't know. I probably will never go back to it. As much as I love everybody who's a part of it, I feel like when a project has this much of a break, there's no reason to go back. It's like going back to do what? It's not like we're going back to like find out who the king is and find out who killed somebody. You know what I mean? We're going back to make jokes. Yeah, and I understand like, grand scheme of things. Like, I mean, if you ask me, that show's over and I've already moved on. Love everybody from it, but like, I'm not gonna sit around and wait for that nigga. Like, excuse my language, but like, I'm gonna wait for somebody else to finish. I think because of how I came up and like touring, like I had to wait for somebody else to move for so long. Like I wasn't working, I was at home. If Tyler was going on tour, we were going on tour. If the group was going on tour, we were going on tour. If Earl went on tour, we went on tour. But before it was like it's by yourself. So like to me, I'm like, bruh, I'm not gonna wait for you anymore. I'm gonna do my own thing. So I've been doing my own things. I've definitely gotten my shit together. You know what I'm saying?
Found them.
That was a crazy. I don't know what that was about,
I'm just fucking around. No, literally.
Nine, I realize it looks like you're flicking off Travis there.
No. I think no. Because I really like it when I was just I'm giving you shit, Josh. I swear to God.
No,
love all my subscribers. Thank you.
The show is over. I mean, they say we took a break, but brother, I'm gonna tell you guys that shit is washed. I don't know what niggas talking about. We've all moved on. Santino's moved on. I moved on. Christine's moved on. I believe Gator has as well. And Taylor.
Gator's
so it's like
it kind of like
he's doing a lot of movies. The strike happened. I think that was a big set off that really really did it.
And like COVID.
Part.
Probably affected everything too.
COVID didn't affect as much. Like we were shooting during COVID.
Yeah, we talked with Tina about that actually.
Oh yeah,
we had 2 shutdowns within 5 days of work. We had 2 shutdowns. So like we shot the first 2 days and we had to shut down for 2 weeks. Then we shot 3 more days and we had to shut down for 2 weeks. So it was hard for season 2. It was really hard to shoot. Season 3 we opened up. It was fine. It's interesting. I enjoyed shooting season 3 so much. So I was kind of looking forward to season 4. when we got done with it, I remember watching the last episode and in my head being like, "That's it." Like, it's like, how do you follow that up? Like, what are we gonna do?
Were you on rap shit too?
Hell no, I don't know what the fuck they talking
I don't
about.
know. Yeah, okay. I don't know why they're asking you why they canceled it then.
Well, to answer your question, admin group, we don't know.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
Look, that's the whole point.
I'm seeing something in the comments to say, I liked you so much and anyone but you. I thought that was weird.
Oh, you're talking about Gator.
Someone in the comments did not say that, dude.
I thought that was good. Like, Gator doing that to me was really nice. Like, I thought that was sick. I think that anytime you meet somebody and what they're doing, it's like when they have the passion for it, and they're great at it. Like, Gator's so good at acting. To see him like grow into a new thing and to like do a movie, like, bro, what?
That's
the exact same thing Gina told us.
I watched that movie for him.
Yeah, I think that's the thing is like the show took a late. It was a hit, but it was like a late hit. It was an interesting way that it panned out. I didn't expect it to find that much success, or I didn't expect it to find as much success as it did. It was a very interesting thing for me. Like, I was watching, I remember like when we were reading episodes and being like, I don't know, like I don't, I don't understand. Reading a script also is a lot different than like how it comes out. But like reading it, I was just like, I don't get it. I'll do my job and continue on, whatever. But I was definitely prepared mentally for it to not be as good. And that's just natural, I think. That was how I looked at projects at the time, because I felt like if I gave a buffer for it to be, if I'm like, I don't know, it's not going to be so good when it is okay. It's like, oh, no, it's great, But I think now I'm more proud of the things I work on. And I was proud of season 3. I was very proud of season 3. But yeah, I mean, to me, it's over. It's over. It's fine, though. I think that I'll be at FX soon for some other things, so I'm not really bugged about it.
Okay.
Part of the FX family.
That's going to be dope.
You'll be on that next season of Shogun?
It's crazy when they have the same.
First of all, it ain't gonna be no niggas, but his answer was basically, "It don't matter." No, it don't matter.
It's not that it doesn't matter. I think more than anything, missing filming. It's like you miss. It's like camp. You miss the camaraderie that you have with everybody, and like there was some days where I really just thought, what is,
and scene.
But that was my first time really acting. I guess like Loiter Squad was a part of that, but to me, Loiter Squad, there was so much more of like, I don't want to say fuckery, that's the wrong word, but like there was so much more playfulness in it.
Improv?
That it was a lot of improv. It was harder. It weirdly was harder to do. Dave wasn't like the most challenging thing on earth. I think the biggest thing for me was going from Loiter Squad being somebody who was like was more important in that moment, to being somebody who was like very passive, especially because I left a tour to do it. Like I left what I was doing to do that shit. It was just like, it was harder for me to come into. But once I embraced it, I loved it. Like it just took me a while to get into that.
What was that?
But, I mean, ever since.
Did you keep one of the wooden shirts?
I'm just curious. What was that decision like? Where he's like, so did you had to like decide to come off tour to do the show?
Yeah, I was touring. Tyler just put out Igor I shot the pilot, and then Igor came out, and then between the pilot and shooting season 1, Tyler announced tour. I at the time was going on tour. I had no idea I wasn't. So when the filming schedule came to me, I had to make a decision where I was like, I don't know which one I want to do, because at one point you're like betting on something that you don't know enough about, and on the other side it's your bread and butter, and you get to do it with your best friends. So it's like, it's what I'm used to. It's what I love to do. It's like whatever. But I felt at a certain point I was going to reach a ceiling as far as DJing goes. Like, unless you're putting out your own music, bro, like, or DJing clubs the rest of your life, I don't want to do that personally. I didn't want to be in the club at 35 years old talking about like, everybody hands. No.
Talking to me 2-year-olds.
Yeah, I had a conversation with my boys, Tyler, Jasper, Lionel. Like, I think it's like they're my counsel. We speak about a lot of things that are important. And I just was like, I don't know what to do. I don't know if it's the right decision. And Tyler really said pretty much, he said, I think that this is a good opportunity for you. Lionel said the same thing. Josh said the same thing. But Tyler said, Tor's always here. Don't worry about that. Like, you're always good here. And so when he said that, that was like enough security for me to mentally walk away from it. I walked away. I did my last shows with him in September of 2019. No, August 2019. And we started shooting right after. And when I came home, I had flown to Portland to like program a show and to like watch it happen for the first time. And I remember saying goodbye to everybody at the bus. That was like I think my like heart. Like, it was like saying goodbye. It's been, you know, I've been doing this since I was 16 years old. I was 25 at the time. So 9 years of life with these people on a bus. Like, you know, I knew everybody, production, lights, all these people. So to say bye to everybody, I was fine when I was saying bye. As soon as I walked to the hotel to fly home, like from the tour bus, they were about to drive off at 2 a.m. Like that's our normal time. So I stayed there the whole time, like, you know, trying to feel like it's like I'm there. And I walked home, I called my sister, and I was sobbing, crying, like couldn't hold it down.
Can't imagine.
And I think that to me was like the top 5 hardest moments of like in my life. I don't like saying goodbyes. Goodbyes are weird to me. So to like leave that shit to come into something and to like not feel immediately like yes about it was hard. It was definitely a challenge. But I embrace uncomfort and like being uncomfortable, and I think I was okay. That's why I don't say bye. That's why you say see you later. But for that, I was saying bye to tour. Like my identity felt like it was also in tour. Like that was my everything. I didn't go to college. I didn't, you know, it was when I got done with school, that's what I went to do. I feel you on the life story about Shakti. I've heard this since I was 16 years old. My question, personally, Shakti is a genius. He's a great pianist. But I don't know enough about his story to know that we can do that. But I fuck with you. Shout out crying shit.
It feels so good to let it out like that, you know.
Shout out to crying. Shout out to sobbing.
I got a couple real good videos for when I need a good cry.
Yeah.
Oh man.
All I do is watch the Fox and the Hound. Anytime I need to cry,
I just watch Logan. Honestly, that last scene in Logan just makes me fall for
just putting that cross to an X.
When they turn the cross to an X, god damn,
that's the most.
Yeah.
Onward. Have you guys seen Onward yet?
Yeah.
Oh my god,
I haven't seen Onward. No, is that good?
Every Pixar movie.
I had to cry for a movie that didn't come out. I had to like cry for a movie that I don't think is ever coming out. And I like couldn't cry. And this guy was like, what would make you cry? I was like, there's this movie I cried to, whatever. And he showed me he just pulled up the clip as a producer. I love him to death. Matt. And he pulled up this fucking thing. And I walked into a room by myself and I watched it. And I came back out and I was ready to cry.
Hell yeah. Also, shout out to Matt. That's some good producing right there.
You goddamn right. He
really
said,
is.
"What the fuck do
Mad
I
at vanishing angle.
cry? What the fuck?"
I get some good ones for Moana.
Okay, here we go. Shout out to Matt, man.
Shout out to Matt. Yeah.
Coco. What was the one? Coco.
Oh my god.
About,
Inside Out. Coco.
Soul.
Yo, Coco.
I got a niece who loved Coco, and I have a niece who loved Moana. So both of them hit me extra hard now.
Yo, Terry, producer T. You said that you don't like Pixar, really?
I would say the first 10 minutes of Up.
Okay.
Whoa, dude, that's
The intro of Up goes in.
The intro of Up.
It's sad, man.
It's the end. It's the end for Up for me.
It's not supposed
Wait.
Him living his entire life with his wife, and then she just. Blah.
I would love to talk about Up. We got 2 more topics to talk about before.
Actually, but I'm gonna go. Hopefully, I'm gonna get out of here. This was the whole experience for sure.
Go outside, nerd. Get out. Go. I ain't got time to be distracted by your.
Listen, I'm gonna stay my ass inside. I got work tomorrow, so but yeah,
damn it, that shit was fun.
Would you be down to definitely come back and we're streaming on all different platforms, but I know everybody on the 9 Nerd Yard specifically would definitely love to have you on, and if we can get like a full whatever, and especially if you
producer, I leave it to producer T.
Okay.
I got to beat him at bowling next.
Hey. Yeah,
it was bowling.
Whatever you guys need. Like I'm not.
We may go to Top Golf when Terry's about to be here in Chicago in the next few days, so we might.
Yeah, we're going to Chicago.
Are you guys all going to Chicago?
I'm going.
Not Alex.
I'm the only one that's not going.
Not Harris over here, but
wait, I'll be there.
Bill and Terry are coming to Chicago and hanging out. The fourth?
It's not for or the fourth or that. What's the? We were talking about it when we were together, Terry.
Lollapalooza?
What comic? Not Comic Con. What's
BlurredCon? BlurredCon's in DC, and that's next week.
Okay,
week after next. Week after
in
next.
Chicago too. I can't remember what it is, but there's
E2.
But I'm out of here, guys.
Man.
Thanks everybody.
Have
for
a good night,
watching,
buddy.
And have a good rest of the stream.
Travis,
oh shit!
I didn't know that was impossible.
I almost ended this. I almost pulled a Blake and ended the stream. I'm just gonna leave this.
Night.
Travis, as we've learned this evening, when you play the game of Top Golf, you either win or you die. Do you want to
nerd?
Do you want to continue? Hey, that's the name of the game. Do you want to? We're going to be talking about Acolyte and
then the boys.
That boys. Coming up.
You're welcome to stay.
Yeah, you're welcome to stay. But I know it's like
I don't have any knowledge in them, and I'm probably going to sit on my couch and indulge in marijuana. And probably, honestly, what's crazy is. Terry, please text me all the suggestions of shows that you guys think I should watch, and I will go through that list and start to dive into something. And I would love to come back and talk about one of those things whenever I'm ready.
One that I will suggest, whether you want to come back on and talk about it or not.
I would love to come back on.
Well, I'm saying if you want to talk about this or not, we were talking about this. We covered this show called Warrior. It's on HBO, or it was. Now it's on Netflix. It just got canceled.
I know what you're talking about. It was. I try. It's the talking to me that was strange. I don't know how to explain that. Yeah. But in the first scene, he just talks too weird. I was like, "What the fuck going on? Am I bugging or?"
He's British, Cockney British. So I think that's really what you're catching. Yeah. That's what I do with Nigerian niggas when I hear British Nigerian niggas or Nigerian niggas that acting and they trying to sound like they from America. I'm like, yo, what hood?
What's his face from Dark Matter?
Yeah, dude.
When you get to Jamaica, and my dad's from Jamaica, born and raised, so I go there a lot. But when you get to Jamaica, I still, as an adult, get thrown off when somebody who is not black speaks in patois. At first you're like, and then you just are like, okay, I'm not the crazy one because no one else is responding. And it's even crazier to think that somebody can have an accent within an accent still. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
yes. Well, I'm not gonna lie. This is gonna
Tom Segura's got a great bit about that.
This is gonna sound a bit racist, but I'm gonna level with you. It's gonna sound a bit racist when I say it, but it's not racist. Okay, that's how you feel when you're in Alabama and like an Asian person talks to you, like a Korean person talks to you.
This is literally Tom Segura's bit, yeah.
But then they sound like this. You're like, whoa, what is happening right now? What
am I experiencing?
Jamaica
all at once right now?
Yes, exactly.
Jamaica has a lot of Indians and a lot of Asians. So when you're there, you'll meet, like, my cousin's married to a Chinese woman. And when I met her father, I remember being very confused. And not because he had an Asian accent, because he spoke like Bob Marley. It was like, whoa. Yeah. Like, dog, what is going? He was speaking at the wedding, and I remember being like nobody else. This is crazy. He's so good.
I expected to hear him say blood clot tonight.
Bro, all that shit. All that shit.
It is about how like someone was like amazed that he spoke Spanish but wasn't Mexican. He's like, no, I'm not. Like, I'm Peruvian. And like, they speak Spanish too. And he's like, yeah, there's actually a lot of people. He's like, there's white people there that speak it. There's black people there that speak it. He goes, there's even Asian people. And guess what? they speak Spanish too. And he's like, and I just watched this guy's mind explode.
My mind blew up.
You guys,
that there's a bunch of blonde white people in Mexico somewhere. Like,
You didn't see that coming?
okay, wait. I do have a request from you guys. I request that you guys take the time out of your days and watch Tokyo Vice. And I only mean this just because, as it seems as though we're all fans of the same type of shows. To me, it is what detail they go into and how insane it gets. Like, man, it's such a good payout. And like, I don't know. I wish there was more forums to speak about shows I care about. I guess this is a nice platform to have.
Here you are. Welcome.
We like it.
Thank you guys for it. Thank you guys for the stand. But I think like Tokyo Vice was to me like the best. I haven't seen a show as good in a long time. And I'm like a huge Succession fan, a huge Game of Thrones fan, obviously. But I was like truly, and a girl told me to watch it. And I was like, yeah, you know, you like,
yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll watch it.
Whatever. Yeah,
I don't want to watch Tokyo Vice because I'm very impressionable. I have already met like some of the wrong kind of people in Tokyo, so like I watch just to give me ideas.
No. The show is also based in the 90s, late 90s. So it's like,
which is upsetting that that's 30 years ago.
That means it's time to bring it back. It's time to bring it back.
I think I don't know what the underworld is like. I think
it,
because of CCTV now, it's a lot different for the underworld goes.
What did you say? Is that on HBO?
Yes, it is. It's on Max. Yes.
Okay.
It's on
yeah,
crypto.
so that just to annoy you there, Travis. Travis, let me ask you a question. Do you like audiobooks as well?
Nah, I'm a music guy. Like audiobooks to me, I try. I think reading books to me is nicer. So I read books on vacation a lot. I love to like travel and read. It's I think the greatest thing to do when you travel. It's hard for me to watch a TV show when I'm traveling. So I will sit on a beach and read 3 different books throughout a day.
Nice.
But I think like there's not, I don't know, maybe I'm sure there's an audiobook that will turn me on to it. So if you have any suggestions, please send them through.
Yeah. I've got one. It's like 14 books long. It's about it's outer space fighting aliens, but it's really well done. And the thing is, it is the absolute best voice actor I've ever heard in my life.
What's it called? Where do you even look up?
Expeditionary. It's on Audible. It's the Expeditionary Force. Is the series.
I thought he was
by Craig Allenson.
That didn't even sound like something that's real.
I thought he was gonna say expeditiously. It's written by T.I.
But yeah, it's a friend told me to listen to the first one, and it started a little slow, but once it got into it, I was like, well, shit, I guess I'm buying 14 books.
Yeah. Oh shit!
I love that. That was Game of Thrones for me. I bought 1 or 2 DVDs, 3 DVDs.
Yeah, exactly.
Sudden, you know, 9 years later or whatever the fuck it's been, I'm like
right?
thinking about getting rest in peace Ned Stark tattoos. I almost did that actually.
Yo, seriously, Ned went out like a whole
I would love like. Sorry, cool. Yeah.
No, that actor just does not have a. If that actor's in that type of period of a film, he's gonna have a bad ending.
You know what surprised me? One movie he was in, he did not die, was Silent Hill, the second one.
Oh man, those Silent Hill movies.
I don't like seeing Game of Thrones people in other things, and it's a selfish thing for me to do because to me it doesn't feel real. It doesn't feel like they're in it. It feels like they're somewhere they're in the wrong universe.
It's like when you see the Undertaker. It's like when you see the Undertaker.
I was fucking with Ramsey Bolton before he was Ramsey Bolton.
So that's the thing.
Oh,
I saw Misfits after Game of Thrones, and I couldn't see him as a good guy.
No, because I saw Misfits first,
Ramsey
and that's
Bolton.
why I was just like this little weirdo who didn't have no characters, who had to like build himself to be a good hero, just a straight up mad villain now, and that like just gave him. I guess it's easier to see someone go be good and then go bad than to see someone be evil then be good.
Well, shit, the guy who played Joffrey can't get any other roles, right? Because everyone just sees him as Joffrey, right?
Well, he quit.
I think that's
quit acting because he was getting so much flack from.
Yeah, he's a plumber now.
It's hard, bro. It's hard when you play a character that's so good. Carlton. Alfonso Ribeiro. Like he never really outgrew that, but he did a show with LL Cool J, if anybody remembers, In the House.
Yes, In the House.
And that was it. But I think there was a project I've
got some game shows now,
and his name came up in a project I was working on. I was like, I would love for him to be a part of it at any capacity, because I felt like, it's like it's been enough time. You can give him something else, like something weird about that shit. I mean, me being I was taco for my whole life. Like, it's an interesting thing to grasp, but like I think I understand it now more as an adult when it's hard to see somebody in something different. Like anytime an article comes out about me and it's like Travis Bennet, everybody's like, nigga, that's just taco. And it's like, I get the idea. So like breaking taco is like the hardest thing I've ever had to do, but I mean, it takes time. I'm doing it as best as I can.
It's nowhere near the same, but so my name's Jeff Madel. In college, everyone just called me Madel. So now my college friends meeting me now, and I'm like, yeah, they hear all my friends calling me Jeff. I had one friend who he didn't know for like an hour and a half who the fuck they were talking about. I was like, yeah, dude, it's always been my fucking name. Like I said, not the same, but similar.
I call it the Day effect.
Yeah,
because but it's a weird American culture thing that we do where we just like take a person and their character is that person, like whoever they are.
Really?
Like, I mean, I'm just saying it's odd that we do it. Like he was saying, Taco, but like literally, when people see Mike Epps, everybody knows Mike Epps is Day Day, but when they see him, they say Day Day.
Yeah,
But like I was comparing it to like the like seeing the Undertaker in the airport or something, like people the Game of Thrones situation. That's the kind of culture that you build. They've built with that show
fandom.
Is like wrestling type of crazy fandom. Like cannot break kayfabe. If I see you somewhere out, you better be bowing and goddamn.
I think about.
Yeah, Matthew kind of had his moment, and I feel like we're definitely due for an Alfonso Sans.
Put it on t-shirt. Big ass
a Rivero Sans.
A Rivera Sans. Yeah,
smaller.
Let us know in the comments what sounds better, like what rolls off the tongue a little better. We're nearing our third hour, and we have 2 more topics to talk about.
I've got 2 more hours to go.
Let's talk about the boys. Let's talk. Or no. Do you want to talk about the boys, or
I think we're letting Travis go before.
It was so much fun, man. Thank you so much.
And eat the chicken and rice that he just got her.
I'll eat the chicken and
rice. The vegetables. Come on.
Please enjoy actual food. We've been touching.
I will say thank you guys so much for being so like just nice and like hospitable. It's been amazing. I think for me to like indulge on the nerdiness that I do and take and love, I don't have many friends who watch Game of Thrones, and the ones who I do, I feel like don't get into it as deep as I do. So thank you guys so much for letting me indulge in that. Terry, thank you so much for being a cousin of mine and letting me on your guys' Nerds at Night. I think it's a genius idea, and listen, if you need me, call me. You know where to find me.
Yeah, man.
I appreciate you. Like, that was so fun. I'm like, why is the family reunion? That was like the first time I'd heard about one in like 20 years. I was like in the car with my mom, and we were talking about the last one, and I was like, I was 11 since the last we had a family reunion. Like,
my mom stressed me out. She texted me and my sister in a group text every 5 days. Family reunion, yes or no? This has been since December, and I was like, I can't agree technically until I know more about what my schedule is like. She's like, okay. This goes on up until a week before. So a week before, I was like, yeah, I booked my flight already, like whatever. She's like, great. The night before we leave, no, the 2 days before she leaves, she gets the flu, and she's like, I don't know if we're going. I'm like, okay. So I'm talking to my sister. I'm like, okay, so we'll just go, me and you. And she's like, I don't know. And my dad's like, I'm not going unless your mom goes. My sister says, I'm not going unless your dad goes. Me, I'm like, well, I'm not going to go by myself. But at a certain point, I was just like, whatever, we'll figure it out. It all ended up working out. We ended up there. And at first, family reunions are weird. You don't know anybody. You guys are looking at each other. You guys know you guys are related to like Genghis Cohen pretty much. These 2 motherfuckers who just got it on. But you don't know how you got there. You know what I mean? And so it's so interesting to meet people who are a part of my bloodline lineage, etc. And to be like, what the fuck? Like, y'all are normal? Like, nigga, you know, your cousin, like, nah, bro, because you're just like, you don't know what to expect. And I was so happy to meet Terry. And I think that the night we had at Top Golf was like the first night that we all spent together. And it was so much fun. I like truly am like so like thankful to meet my family, I guess, and like to understand.
It was weird because they were kind of like cousin sects, like different families.
Everybody had their own section.
So like spread out, like we're all like really like second and only third cousins from each other. But it's like our great grandfather had like 15 kids, and then all those kids had like 15 kids apiece. So we're just like so branched out, and it's like there's all the California cousins, there's like the Texas branch, there's all the Louisiana ones, there's like the Atlanta ones.
And what I tried to do was I tried to focus on everybody under a certain age and bring them together, because I know that our parents, our grandparents, our uncles, our aunts got together to make this happen for us. And I know it takes a long time to do it, and a lot of it's hard to do. So I figured, you know, with how things happen and staying in contact nowadays are so much easier, why not, you know, try our best to like stay around each other and stay, you know, near each other and talk, you know, tying up on shit like this and like meeting new people. I think it's so important to expand and all that shit.
Well, and I don't know about you guys, but like, I mean, I don't have nearly as big. My dad's one of 7, but my mom's one of 2. But the thing is, you also don't want to fall into the trap of, we'll see each other's at weddings and funerals. And it's like, no, you want the times, you want the real life, you know?
And so when you don't, it's like you feel like there's years you missed out on and all that shit. But instead of like focusing on the past and like what didn't happen, focus on what can happen and what's going to happen. So I think for me, it's like embracing that and trying to be as inclusive as I can with my family in general. I think with age, I've grown to love and appreciate the time with my family way more. Even my cousins who like, you know, I don't love all my cousins the same. Like I have my favorite rival, she's the GOAT, but she's the GOAT. But yeah, like they beat me in Top Golf. I lose, you know.
I've never been to Top Golf. I've golfed before, but I've never been to Top Golf. I want to go. I want to go so bad.
First time I went was my big brother's bachelor party, and I won.
When you played the game, you either win or you die.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
It's from
man.
Game of
Just laugh and move on.
It's from
Top Golf. When you play the Game of Thrones, you either win or
you either win or you die.
Nigga, use somebody know like.
Did they ever say Game of Thrones in Game of Thrones?
Yeah,
they never
did.
Yeah, they call it.
They never said Spider-Man and Madam Web.
Right.
Yeah, that's because they legally couldn't. That's because Sony didn't have the rights to Spider-Man. That's why they also
Spider-Human, Spider.
You know, at the end of it, they didn't mention that it's clearly Peter Parker being born. But come on,
y'all gonna
Uncle Ben, whatever.
Right? As Adam Scott,
because that's the only movie I've ever felt visceral anger for afterwards. Like, yo, I feel bad for Don Johnson, man. Like, you know, Don Johnson, I think he's one of the coolest white dudes out there.
Hey.
I'm sorry, man. Look,
said one of.
I said one of. But you also never been arrested with like $100,000 in cocaine in a white Lambo. You never did that before.
You got me.
So,
Tim Allen.
top 10 cool white dude. Like top 10.
People don't know Tim Allen went to jail for some coke.
Oh yeah, exactly. Tim Allen.
And
everybody.
And so with Johnson being that cool, I felt bad for him. His daughter just out here doing a terrible movie. So I'm like, you know, I'm just saying, like, I felt bad for the lineage, man. The lineage it fucked up a legendary. Untainted, you know what I'm saying? Roll like,
I will say because this is gonna end up being the longest episode we've ever done. But like, I do want to say, like, real quick,
5-hour episode on.
I want to give some defense to Dakota Johnson. I've seen 2 movies where I really liked her in. 5-Year Engagement. She was really, really funny in that. And Social Network. She was really, really good in that.
Social Network was good.
I just feel bad for his lineage. I'm not saying it's her fault. I just feel bad.
All right. I say we let Travis eat his food.
Yeah.
No. I just didn't know I didn't know she was on Social Network. I was really like, what? I fuck with y'all though. For real.
We love
I
you,
really
man.
appreciate
So
you guys. Terry, send me that list, please, of movies, books,
All right, I got you.
all the things. I will appreciate
We'll
that. Thank you guys so much for having me.
Thank you for coming, man. We appreciate
Thanks
you.
for coming.
Thank you so much,
Thank you guys
man.
for having
Travis, thank you, man.
Have a good night. Hold on.
Man.
What do I need to give the?
If we get you no other time, we gotta get you for the last episode of House of Dragons because I can't wait to watch you nerd out on that.
I'm there for it. You know where to find me.
Hopefully we get you before.
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna give you some more love on the way out here.
Yes. Thanks so much, man.
Thank you, man.
Have a good night.
Have a good night. And enjoy your dinner.
I'll talk with you guys.
All right.
So I guess let's talk about.
All right, so we got 2 more shows. So what, like 3 more hours? We good?
4 more hours of show. Let's talk about the Acolytes. Yeah,
I was gonna say The Boys, so I can get out of here too.
Okay. Well.
Okay. let's do The Boys.
Can we fix this screen? I can't keep looking at
Yeah, I
that.
hate this.
Alex is trying to like do everything else first, but I'm like, no, let's get.
All right, there we go. Oh wait, hang on.
It's like, I feel like I couldn't move because it was just so zoomed in. I was like, nah, I'm just
Right.
stuck.
No, yeah, no, we was trying. It just when it removed Travis, it just did that automatically.
Yep.
Yeah, we're talking about The Boys, season 4,
Guys,
episode 5.
No worries, I got that timestamp in there. The Boys, 3 hours, 2 minutes, and 54.
I'll try to do timestamps.
Don't
later.
you worry.
Oh no, I just put it in. We're good.
The Boys, season 4, episode 5. Beware the Jabberwock, my son. Let's get into it because this is a very crazy episode. A lot of things go on. Definitely there's definitely a lot of things to talk about in this episode. After Huey Sr. wakes up from his coma, Daphne reveals it was he who administered the compound V. An empowered and confused Huey Sr. murders several patients after failing to control his powers. Huey calms him long enough to administer a lethal injection to end him peacefully. I'm curious about.
I got a quick question actually about that.
Well, wait, sorry. Before you ask your question, I'm curious. This was a very emotional scene. Huey's dad has been around since the very first of this show, and he's obviously a physical inspiration for the character of Huey. What did you guys think of just like his arc in this episode and the arc of Huey, like realizing his dad is stronger than he always thought he was, and just like this ending of this character, because it's a pretty big death in the show. Hefe, what did you think?
Oh man. So first things first. Simon Pegg is such an amazing actor. I mean, he does mostly comedy. I think we can all agree. He does some action with the Mission Impossibles, which I love that he was so good in that they expanded his character and kept him coming back. But I mean, this is the first time I've seen him in what I would consider a real drama-filled role. And I think he just acted the hell out of it. I loved that, and I love Simon Pegg, so that made me happy. Second, the whole him being confused and everything, that hit me extra hard. Both of my grandmothers passed away from Alzheimer's. So I've seen that deterioration and stuff like that. I get that they accelerated a lot, for one, because it's in a show, and two, because, you know, it's V. But I feel like he played that so well. So people who do have dementia or Alzheimer's or things like that, one of the biggest things is when they're in kind of like the middle stage, they get when they're confused, they get violent. Now the difference is it's usually when they're much later in life and frail and things like that, and not hopped up on Superman blue jizz. So it's usually not that big a deal. But I thought that they did such a good job of portraying that in the Boys universe, and that plus Simon Pegg just made it such a sympathetic character. You're watching this guy literally kill people and then just look so horrified and confused and in pain. I can't say enough good things about it.
It's definitely like a really no. It's definitely like a really great just like performance from Simon Pegg. I always thought he was like way more talented than his like the aspect of the comedies that he does. Like I feel like he's got like a lot more
range. Mission Impossible.
He's Scotty. We didn't name Scotty though.
Scotty! Oh my God, Terry! I forgot about that one.
Yeah, Scotty.
Y'all are disrespectful. He's done plenty of serious roles. Like Scotty, Mission Impossible.
How do we forget his most dramatic role in Mission Impossible 3? But I'm curious.
What about the zombie movie?
Oh yeah, Shaun of the Dead.
Shaun of the Dead.
Shaun of the Dead, classic.
Very serious movie.
Definitely his best.
Or no, Hot Fuzz. I like Hot Fuzz.
How about how serious he got at the end of The World's End when it's revealed that this entire thing is because he tried to unalive himself.
It is my least favorite of that movie.
It is everyone's.
Cornetto trilogy.
Thank you.
I didn't really care about the Alzheimer's and all that stuff. That didn't really affect me. I mean, like I understand what you were talking about, Jeff, but what it kept what kept going through my mind was this is the goriest episode so far. This is what they try to do every year. They hit us with the gory episode. Some shows they try to hit you with the musical episode, the musical number episode.
The Boys takes a different route.
The Boys takes a different route. But Terry, you've been mostly quiet for the past 3 hours. So
while we were hanging out and talking with your cousin,
just being like a support for your,
our favorite clone's favorite cousin.
I don't need to do nothing.
Yeah, no.
We already discussed. I'm him.
Exactly. That's why I was just throwing it to you, though, since you have mostly not talked. We would go ahead and throw it to you. How'd you feel about this episode right here?
Man, just what are they doing? Like, I feel like I have now a conclusion of why I don't like Frenchie, and it's
Chocolate Blue
because they are doing too much with his character.
Never too much.
Every season, every couple episodes, they add something new to his character, and I was like, I get being a multidimensional, in-depth character, but you're doing too much with him. First, he was this crazy assassin with a cool background. He was a drug lord. He was a drug dealer. He's a drug pusher. He was a polyamorous orgy king. Then all of a sudden, he's in love with this girl. Well, they won't. They know they probably won't. Now he's trying to help her talk. He's like her guardian now, and now he's in this relationship. Is he? Oh, he's gay now. No, he's real gay, and we want to emphasize on that. But he killed the person. So that's back to the assassin thing. But don't forget, he's also a drug addict and alcoholic. And it's just what are they keep doing with him now? And he has depression and he's bipolar. And it's just I'm really expecting him to be and he's also a father and he came out as a trans woman beforehand. And then his dad didn't love him enough. And then one time he was actually sexually abused a whole bunch. And then they're just doing so much with him. It's they don't know what to do with him.
I'm curious how you feel about because that is a valid criticism of his character, because he is one of the side characters, and it feels like they want to add a lot of things to him because he's potentially a very interesting character because he has a lot of things.
It's they're trying to see what sticks.
Yeah.
Well, they had to end the gay part because it's July now.
Yeah, exactly. They just did it for June. It's not no one has a Well, I'm sure there are people who just I have a problem with him because he's gay. It's no, I have a problem with him because he's doing too much, and you guys don't know how to write this character.
Everything about it is being forced. What it is the dude is an amazing actor, and they want to give him more to work with, and when you have that type of situation. That situation, I've been talking to myself. I have thoughts, and then I'm talking like that y'all was there, but you have the type of situation that they're in. You end up wanting to write stuff for that person, and then it like y'all said, it just feels like it's so much going on. But also they don't like source material wise, like his character doesn't like.
There was nothing. That it's his whole backstory. They're like, that was a fucking lie, right? He just told us a story about how he used to be he was in this bike ride. His dad was in a bike ride to the death over French bread and giant unicycles, and he died. And he had to get vengeance by beating the town bully on his giant bicycle ride with baguettes, where they fought and dueled to the death. And that was the story he told Hugh, and Hugh was just like,
yeah, it feels like a very carb-loaded flash dance.
Do you know? Well, the sad part. The sad part is, I don't know. I don't remember if that really happened or if you just made that up as an example of like that's what they're going to do with him next. So
I think I have to did that. They should have just done that because he's just too many titles. And they're just running away with it. I was like, okay, he's an assassin with a regretful past. All right, now he's an assassin with a regretful past with a kind heart who's trying to love a girl. Okay, he's an assassin with a kind heart who's trying to love a girl who's also trying to teach her. He's an assassin with a kind heart who's also turning into a girl who's also polyamorous and pansexual. And then, the next thing they know, they're going to also like make him like illiterate or something. He's going to have like an arc where he learns how to read or some shit is what I'm next. I was just like, what are you doing? I was like, the next thing is like, he's an orphan that was like raised by nuns, and like the nunnery, he has to go save it. But then like, in order to save it, he has to like finally confront that he never learned how to read because the nuns would like smack his hands too much, and that traumatized him or something, and that gave him a BDS kink. And someone's not watching that, and I swear to God, that happens next season.
I was hoping you were gonna say like he ends up saving the world with like jacks and a rubber ball or a bounty ball or like old school pogs against the Homelander to save the day or some shit.
Yeah, like it is like interesting with like Frenchie because he seems like he like we could make a whole like prequel type movie of like The Professional with Frenchie where we just like
still a favorite movie. Thank you.
All of his traumas. But like let's talk about because I don't have my notes next to me yet, but here it is right here. We get the return of the characters. We get the return of the characters from Gen V as Homelander tells the seven Tech Knight and Kate Dunlap and Sam Reardon that they will now be wrathful gods. And this is obviously comes after an epiphany, I guess like a sort of tragic epiphany that he has after his visit to his childhood home.
Place.
How do you guys feel about
the playpen?
The playpen. How do you guys feel about Homelander's epiphany and his path moving forward? Because it's like really just like one single scene, but I feel like it's gonna have huge implications on the seasons going forward. Bill, how did you feel about Homelander saying that they should be wrathful gods moving forward?
It's about time we're finally getting into the comic. You know what I mean? Like there's in the comic book, these motherfuckers are running shit like that anyway. You know what I mean? Like, but the way they're able to be controlled is through the money, right? Because they don't want to lose favor, just like they do. They turn it into social media for us in this show. I thought it was a good episode. I've heard people say that they didn't like the episode because of whatever reasons. I think it's just because they hate women and gay people.
Alex, you didn't like this episode?
Me?
Yeah, you hate women. Traditionally.
See where I went there?
I said traditionally. Traditionally, you don't like women. That's crazy. But anyway, I thought this episode was chill. I don't really remember exactly what you asked me about, but
about the wrathful gods.
They brought
wrathful gods. Yeah, like I said, I think it's good because it's getting closer to how they actually behave in the comic books, because they're really way worse people in the comic books than
Well, yeah, it's interesting because like with Homelander's epiphany, like he realizes that the way that he was raised is like totally fucked up, and like the way that people were trying to
kill everybody.
What
I said, so let's just kill everybody.
Let's just kill everybody. The way that people were like implementing their own ideals onto him, he's trying not to do that with his own son. To his credit, like even though he's doing it in a very psychologically problematic way.
So he's truly raising a Gen Z child.
But he's trying not to implement his own ambitions he's
definitely a millennial being like, I gotta break the cycle.
Right. I gotta break the cycle. Exactly.
I'm not gonna give my child.
Well, but then what about the scene where he's basically having Ryan egg on the chick to beat the fuck out of the director?
Right, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's backhanded. It's bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I didn't like that either. I didn't like that. That's where they're going with Ryan. Like all of a sudden, because it's a hard left.
Yeah, it felt disingenuous to his character so far this season.
Yes, we didn't see nothing that built everything we've seen of him. Nothing led to that. There's nothing even that has happened that would make him go like, there's no thing that he saw that humans do that's bad or something like, you know what I'm saying? Like there's nothing that gave me the idea that now he's gonna turn heel. You know what
I mean, when he spitballs that guy against the wall, he regrets it. He has trauma from it.
Yeah, he only has a breakdown from it.
Yeah, and then now he's just like, oh, okay, it's okay because I'm not doing it.
Like his dad told him, was like, hey, son, do you like? It was like, are you saying that his dad, Homelander, giving him the power of a choice made him flip the script so hard, like just because he finally had his own choice of whether he wanted to do something or not? We're saying that was such a catalyst,
exactly,
to make him be like, yeah, now I'm cool with people getting beat the shit out of and egging them on and watching people get fucked. I'm with that.
Which they could have pushed it further because Homelander was like, he said like one line about like, hey, don't you think we should do this? If he had been like, Ryan, how is he going to learn? Or like, Ryan, this is how to make a better world. Like if they could have just had Homelander like say like 2 or 3 more lines to push him further, that would have made it felt more organic, feel more organic.
I felt more organic when you said it.
We definitely get that scene where we get the reprisal of the Guardians of Godolkin.
That's fluffed.
We get the the Jim V characters returning as Homelander tells the Seven, Tech Knight, Kate Dunlap, and Sam Reardon that they will now be wrathful gods, and they must be cruel and ruthless for the greater good.
Good. So that scene I actually did buy because I mean Sam and I'm sorry, what was blonde brain girl's name?
That was Kate Dunlap.
Kate, so especially Sam and Kate, they were so emboldened by the end of the end of Gen V that it made 100% sense that they would not only fall in line but be excited to do what Homelander was saying.
But do you think that A-Train, because I'm curious about A-Train. He has had this strange turning point where he's had a lot of moments where he could basically join Annie and be a good person and fight for the greater good. But do you guys think that he'll be able to get out of the Seven alive even? Like, do you think that he'll be able to survive this whole storyline?
I feel like he's eventually gonna get got, but I think they're gonna like do a bit more with what's the redheaded girl name?
Firecracker.
No, not Firecracker.
Oh, the one who rips her hair out?
Yeah.
Ashley.
Oh yeah, Ashley.
The upper decker.
The upper, like I really like that line that Ashley said to A-Train to him when he was being like, I'm the league, I need your help, and she's like, we're in this together, and he was like, he's just like, motherfucker, I just left an upper decker, I'm not trying to join the Rebel Alliance. And I was like, yeah, the Rebel Alliance.
She was like, this motherfucker just
like, I was just trying to play a prank on him. Not trying to bring down the Empire. Fuck that.
So
yeah, I think they're probably gonna do more. And I kind of loved how her way of helping was to also get her own revenge.
Yeah, yes.
No matter what happens, she's always trying to get hers just a little bit. So I'm kind of rooting for her a little bit more.
So it's funny because one of the issues that you're having is like Frenchie and Ryan, like they're trying to do too much and it doesn't feel realistic. But with Amber, they're doing the exact right amount, and it absolutely feels realistic that that's who she would throw under the bus. And then also with A-Train, they're clearly doing the crisis of conscience and like which way is he going to go, but they're slow rolling it in a way that feels more genuine and makes way more sense.
Right, they're not gonna like all of a sudden tell us A-Train has like 55 kids that show up from different baby mamas in the next episode, and then all of a sudden now he can't, and maybe like his brother gets cancer and like his niece and nephew needs the eye operations, and then we find out that he's actually autistic or something, and
Will Ferrell coached him. Yeah,
they're not. Yeah, and like something we haven't talked about was Giancarlo coming back.
Giancarlo, dude, yes.
Because I wasn't sure what happened to him. So, like, I don't remember that he got sent to prison. I thought he just left the job. I didn't.
Yeah, she exposed
I didn't remember that either.
The last episode of season 2. Or
was it 2?
3. She exposed him in the last episode, I believe, of season 3. And hold on a second. Here, Alex. She exposed last season of season 3, if I'm not mistaken. And sorry, there's a lot of production shit going on.
No, you're good. Well,
but yeah, so then he went to prison. I can't remember what the exact thing that he did. Oh, it was because they found out that everybody had been
excessive treason.
Well, they found out that he had been given given kids V. So and then they had that little psych ward thing where they had the people locked up. So they were able to get him on that or whatever because she exposed him. But that's why we have their reunion, and it's so like bittersweet to say at the very least.
Well, what I loved about that whole part with Giancarlo was just am I saying the right name?
Giancarlo Esposito.
I'm gonna have to keep saying Giancarlo. I'm sorry, I can't. I'm too tired. I'm too tired to try the pronunciation. I like how he was still. It's like when we saw him before with Terry. I think you mentioned something about it, like the last episode we did, where with Homelander, he was still Homelander's the strongest guy, but Giancarlo is still in charge. And so it's so funny because in this episode, yeah, he's clearly like trying to help them so he can get his pardon and everything. But the entire time, just the effect he has, where or just like his air of not superiority, but like almost indifference, still kept coming off as like, well, this guy's in charge. Like even though he's not the one like directing where to go, like directing like, hey, do this, hey, do that. He came off with a lot more power than the rest of the group, and it was just. It was all internal.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. No, I don't have anything else to elaborate on that. There was nothing else for me to say right there.
Because he didn't even care about getting out. Like they showed him the pardon first, and he was like, I don't care.
Yeah.
Until they mentioned what she did to his granddaughter, and that he would get full custody of her. Then he was all like, all right, that's something I would like. That's something that I can't attain right now.
Now you've got something to bargain with me.
Outside of the my favorite scene is or favorite thing out of this episode were two things. Not in any, I guess no. Number one is definitely going to be flying man-eating sheep. That is definitely going to be something I've never seen before. Flying man-eating farm animals is wild, but I was here for it. I'm not gonna lie, I was here for it, and I thoroughly enjoyed that scene. But the other thing was Butcher chopped off old girl's husband's
Baby
leg.
daddy.
Baby
And,
daddy.
baby daddy. Baby daddy.
I was gonna name that as one of my favorite parts of just seeing that happen.
Sorry. Wait, Terry. Which part? The flying purple people eating farm animals, or
Definitely
the cut
not
off the leg?
Sheep is. I'm so mad at that scene.
So am I. Because like my thing was, every human they inject the V into gives them a different power. Why are all the sheep with the same fucking power?
I don't know.
Maybe they isolated certain powers that they could do to them or something. I don't know.
If they did, and those were the powers they're like, hey, let's give out, that seemed fucking stupid.
I don't know what they
it also just seemed like a cheap grab, you know?
And how did Homegirl just forget her head popping power? Because we saw her do it to one of those chickens. She did
Which
it to
was
that chicken
funny.
We don't know how many
do it to the sheep.
We don't know if she can do like more than one person at a time or more than one object at a time. I don't know.
But she didn't do any of this sheep, man.
I was thinking the same thing. It was very curious to me if her powers are the same or similar to what old girl was in Gen V. Then it's like, well, why don't you just do that or explore that?
Yeah.
But but I'm not gonna pretend to know what the writers be thinking. Maybe that's something that's going to be revealed. Maybe that makes sense later for some reason. But what I was excited about, or what got my attention with the his dude's leg getting cut off by Butcher, was that I don't think Butcher's friend is real. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of been a theory on the internet.
Oh, that's interesting.
Old buddy is not.
You don't think what's
Jeffrey Dean Morgan part of?
He's the tumor. He's the tumor or the creature that he has inside of him. He's the one.
The worms.
He's the one that actually killed Stretch Armstrong or whatever.
Well, and that actually really kind of holds up, because remember, he's been seeing what's her face,
his
Becca.
wife. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And I don't think anyone else has interacted with Jeffrey Dean Morgan, have they?
No one else has. He's been meeting
now.
him.
Now I got to go back and look at it to double check.
Yeah,
meeting him in secret. So no one's ever.
He's always just kind of, because the first time he met him, it was like in the break room of the CIA building,
which someone would have mentioned that
old dead partner of his.
That's very interesting. I really love it. That's a theory I did not think of. But upon hearing it, I immediately fucking love it.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
That's why y'all come to the Drunk Banthas. But any final thoughts about this?
Well, I'm not ready to get to my final yet, but I got a question for you. Well, I got two questions now. My first question, the one I had earlier, Huey's mom being like, "Oh, the V fell out of your pocket, so I injected him." Anyone buying that?
Well, yeah, because I thought about you because you had the theory that she took it.
I still think she picked it.
Yeah. And I didn't, because I rewatched it and I was like, man, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. But I did think it was odd that she suggested, like, oh, I thought that's what you wanted because it fell out of your pocket. I'm like,
well, also, like,
because we would have heard
there's no explanation of how she knows what V is either. Or at least what it looks like.
Well, no,
right? Like I was like, is it really big news what Compound V actually looks like?
That's the thing. What it looks like.
What it looks like.
So it was
what the vial is, and just
that's the reason Esposito's in prison. That's why.
But I thought the reason was it came out what he did, not necessarily.
So like the whole thing came out. Like so
they actually showed what V looked like.
Yeah, she docked his ass. She doxed his ass.
Okay.
And so that's what, because they had to have real hard evidence to take him to prison. So all that would be public information. I'm just saying, like, it'd be like, and she also is into Vought, like, which I think she is a Vought agent. I think she.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
She came in with the Vought oils and all that shit. Like, I think that's just.
But I mean, like, she just used it too quickly. It's like your mom finding your bong and grinder, and she just.
Right.
I thought you just left it for me to smoke, so I did. I was like, but how do you know how to do all that already?
Yeah.
Exactly. The question is, how does she know how to do this and do that already? Like, how does she know how to, and why was she so, eager to do it immediately without asking no questions or nothing like that?
Yeah.
I'm gonna inject him with this V. I know what to do. Like, how do you know what that does already? Like, maybe you did see the V on the TV, you saw the vial, but like you really put two and two together a little too quickly.
Yeah, and let's also just like, I mean, I know I've watched medical shows and stuff. I wouldn't then be like, well, I know exactly where to find a syringe. I know exactly how to inject it into this IV. Now she knows more than she's fucking letting on, man.
Yeah, I think so too. Any final thoughts before we jump on
the other question? What'd you guys think of the rabbit?
the rabbit? I mean,
The rabbit had the temp V.
Tentacles, the temp
And like
V.
and those tentacles that busted out of it. But the interesting thing to me was they're different than Newman's daughter's mouth tentacles. You know,
I don't think they're related. I think that is all very unexplained so far.
do you think it's?
I
still
think
just
he was
supposed to be
staring at the
symbiote?
tentacles because what isn't he on temp V? He's not on real V.
Yeah. I was just wondering if, like, because I remember Terry, yes, that was the entire reason he let the rabbit out. It was also on temp V, and we see like the thing moving in his back or like the side of his head and shit. So there was that, but then also I was just wondering, like, do you guys think there was something new from that? Do you think this was? I think Bill, you said it last week. You see this as kind of like a Venom symbiote within him.
That could be the case. Yeah, like I said, they haven't explained it really enough for me to keep speculating, but yeah, I think that it's pretty clear that we've got a symbiote situation where those little things could be, possessing him and controlling him and using his thoughts as, people in his life that have passed away, because both people we're assuming are dead that he's seen. And using that to I think maybe you might even see his father in this once he starts realizing what's going on. And
I think it'd be more impactful if we saw his brother.
Yeah, that too. I think we're going to go down that road at some point when we get towards the end of this season. That was a good question. What are your final thoughts on
it? Same as you. I'm not sure what it is, because obviously they didn't give us that information yet. But when I saw that and the more I thought of it, the more I thought your symbiote theory held up. The only part that really confused me about it was, I mean, it's obviously created by this temp V and everything, but Butcher was able to kill it so easily just with a quick stomp out. I would have thought it would have been super strong or something, and we see it like run off or some shit. But no, it's just kind of like, all right, I'm a bug under your shoe,
I think he's probably a little bit more strong, man.
You think that he's symbioting?
I think he's still got some of the V in him. He's taking more V than a normal human being has ever taken, that they know on record.
Well, and that's a good point. He took some regular V after the temp V.
Exactly. So so we don't know what the hell's actually going on with his body. Terry, how'd you feel, man? How are you feeling about this? This episode?
I mean, I'm still watching the show. Like I said, I really like Giancarlo coming back, and we're coming back as Edgar. And I guess we're gonna keep getting him some more because he got free. As we see.
No, he didn't. Oh shit! I'm so sorry. You're right.
At the end of the episode, while he's going back to prison, his driver's head pops, and you see the door open. They're doing the "Dad, I'm sorry, Genie, my daddy back" type shit, and so I'm kind of happy to see him coming along. And now you're seeing like the Homelander go fucking crazy, and it's like he's like, let's go with the plan. We need to take over. We're the gods now, and summoning his henchmen. So I'm wondering how Edgar's gonna feel about that, because we already know that nigga's really in charge. He's not gonna let crybaby Homelander do anything. So I'm wondering what the new team up and matchups are gonna be on this, and I feel like maybe we're going towards the ending of the books with having this virus, because that was the game plan of Butcher at the end, was that anybody who was infected with Compound V, and he's going to release this virus. And
but I mean, he doesn't want, because the thing is, it kills him. It doesn't take the powers away. So what would be his plan for Ryan then?
You're right. So I'm thinking on this one, he's probably not going to do a mass release of it. Or I don't know, maybe the I don't know, but
it's funny genetically. When a horse mates with a mule
makes a with a donkey makes a mule.
Well, when a horse mates with a mule, it makes a donkey, right?
No, a horse and a donkey make a mule.
Yeah. So and mules are sterile.
Yeah, so they can't make anymore.
Maybe there's like some sort of like genetic thing there where like Ryan is like genetically immune to that virus because he's got a mixture of the two.
Do you know why? Gen V. They were testing it on the kids at the school.
And all those kids weren't just like pure.
I mean, unless they were doing genetic testing and doing all pure-blooded V users, I have to assume some of the kids were children of, V, non-V parents.
Yeah, but I feel like a lot of the kids in Gen V are just like product of like the
you're saying the ones that tested it on, they made sure were pure V kids.
Right. Like I'm just like specifically the ones who were like byproducts like of
all first gen V users
having sex with a pure human, and like what's the genetic makeup of that? Yeah.
I guess I could see that.
Although I don't know. I don't think they've explained any of this.
No.
We'll see how it all turns out. I missed a lot.
We covered most of your notes.
We covered all of the boys.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's move on to when you want to talk about some Star Wars, or is there anything else you guys want to talk about in the boys?
I'm good for some Star Wars. I think Terry's got a
Producer T, you got to head out. Dude, thanks so much,
brother,
for hanging out with us tonight, and bringing your family member through to chat some nerd shit.
Right, I was looking at the comments. I was like, "What is he doing on the show?" He was like, I said that on the show multiple times. Like, I'm pretty sure Taco's my cousin. I'll figure it out eventually. We have a family reunion.
Right. Also, please feel free to discover more famous relatives and bring them on.
Right. Yeah. Well, I can find everybody else. All right, guys. Yeah, have a good night.
Have a good one, brother.
See you Thursday.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Same bat time, same bat channel. Let's get into the wars in our stars. The Acolyte, episode 3, Night, which is obviously a playoff of the episode, or not episode 3. It's episode 5. It's a playoff of episode 4, which is called Day. And I feel like these two episodes could have just been one episode. We talked about this a little bit about the pacing of the series. We'll definitely get into that. But let's talk about the beginning of this episode. The mysterious warrior, aka Smilo Ren, kills all the Jedi except for Yord, Jeki, and Soul. Soul saves. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. I can't remember who. I think it was Kirstyn who came up with that, but I can't remember. Soul saves Osha from the warrior and demands that he reveal his identity. The warrior claims that they have already met and then vanishes into the forest. Now, there's a lot of action in this episode, but I'm curious about how you guys felt about this opening fight sequence. There's a lot of obscurity. Like it's very voyeuristic as far as the cinematography in this opening scene. But I'm curious how you guys felt about the fight scene in this opening. This episode is pretty much one long fight scene that just carries from one emotional beat to the next. But how did you feel about Smilo Ren and his dismantling of the Jedi that came to investigate the situation?
He was fucking them Jedi up. I mean, he was fucking their ass up. He hit their ass with the turn your lightsaber off. Your lightsaber off. Your lightsaber
red
off.
light.
Your lightsaber off.
That was the coolest shit to me. When he just like headbutted.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. When he headbutted, he said,
that was the coolest shit.
Your lightsaber off. That shit was badass. But then I was like, man, fuck this nigga, man.
Yeah,
and then I was like, man, y'all better hold up. It's 8 Jedi out here, nigga. Well, y'all better get it together, man.
I haven't loved this series, but there are definitely moments in this show that I loved, and that that moment where he headbutted the lightsaber is like that was like I felt like it's like I feel like I should have heard an N-word in this moment. What? Like that felt like a great moment.
But no, what it is like I said, I was like, oh, these niggas are terrible fighters.
Mm.
But then I started realizing like this is a period of where where they're in domination mode.
Mm-hmm.
Like so they don't fight anybody. Like they don't fight any other force users.
Right.
They just fight from what we've seen, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
They just fight motherfucking people like regular people. Like so it's like me going and picking on some
they clearly
like, look at you, old man. You know what I'm saying?
They clearly
Which makes the idea of them using the lightsaber even funnier. Just like walk up to a random dude on the street and just like
well, like to Yord's to the line that Yord had in this episode.
I thought you were gonna say to your point.
To Yord point. Like he was talking about how Smilo Ren doesn't fight with any type of rhyme or reason, any style or any rules of combat, and it just shows that all of these Jedi have only fought in training sessions. Like they don't know how to fight people who know how to fight dirty. And Jeff, I'm curious how you felt about this opening sequence because I've heard a lot of criticism. I personally liked how visceral the fight scene was and how things we haven't seen before. But how did you feel about this opening sequence?
So first off, I would like to apologize for my quick jump out there. I've had an entire pitcher of water, so yeah, had to just go take care of that real quick.
Be in the bottle after you're done drinking water.
So at very first, I was actually pissed when this episode started. I was like, you motherfuckers. Because at first I was worried it was what I said last episode. Where I was like, I don't know if you remember, but I said, if they just come back and everyone's just like waking up and it's like all over, I'm going to be so angry. Right, and it starts with OSHA like that. And I was like, hang on. Wait. Jeff, give it a second. And I'm glad I did because then it turned into holy shit badassery. Every part I had an issue with, then they gave me an answer.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like you said, he's like going out and he's whooping all this ass. And yeah, at first I was like, that makes no fucking sense, but it's exactly like you guys said. They've never had a real legit fight. One of the things that I noticed about that, and it comes later in the episode, but when Soul's like, what are you? And he's like, I guess you would call me a Sith. And there's no recognition. I mean, this is so like, I thought this was supposed to be like, this ends and it's like goes into the prequels. But if that's the case, no, it has to be way, way earlier because they don't even know what the Sith are at this point. So it's also interesting because then I'll come back to that part. So there's parts like that where it's like, okay, how is he so much stronger? The helmet headbutt, like what? Come on. But no, there's some sort of technology in it that disrupts a lightsaber for a second, which you think is the case. But then when you get yellow lightsaber dude running in with the helmet, he uses it the same way. It's like, yeah, clearly. And for a second, I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, he's got some technology that can, like, subvert a lightsaber. But then I thought back to when he was still, like, undercover and talking with May. He creates things. He created, like, this poison and stuff. Like, he knows what he's doing. He's very knowledgeable. So, like, yeah, there were so many parts where I was like, are you fucking kidding? But then they gave me my answer. And I fucking loved it. It made me so happy.
Yeah, and honestly, like that leads me to my next question because the reveal of Jason Mendoza as the is no surprise to anyone, but I'm curious.
Whoa, it's no surprise to us because I forget which one of you two called it the first time you saw him. I think people who didn't, I think like if you weren't watching this podcast, or like you weren't like really thinking deeper into it, I think a lot of people were surprised by it.
Maybe, and I'm curious. Like, let us know in the comments.
I agree that I was right.
Right. Like I think some people thought he was like the other acolyte, or like he was trying to get on the Master's good side or shit. Yeah. I don't think a lot of people clocked him as being the Sith.
Yeah, guys, let us know in the comments.
You didn't see that coming?
But Bill, I'm curious. How do you feel about like beyond the surprise of the reveal of the character? How do you feel about Darth Jason and like how
I like Smilo Ren.
Smilo Ren's great. Smilo's great.
We're going back with Smilo
Ren. How do you feel about his character and like his motivations? How do you feel like about him as a villain character in the Star Wars diaspora?
Yeah, I mean, I know his motivations. His motivations is to kill the Jedi. I mean, yeah, that's his motivation. But how do I feel?
Do you like
it?
Yeah.
How do I feel about his motivations? I mean, you know what I don't like about it? Let's just talk about what I don't like about it. I don't like that we have to deal with some whole little backstory, possible fucking like what do you call it? Flashback episode. Oh man, I thought I'll die.
So you think we're gonna get a flashback episode?
I hope not, but yeah, it looks like that. Because we got to know why he's crazy. Because he's crazy, so now we gotta know why he's crazy.
Yeah, we could have.
It really doesn't work. Him going out, from here on out, not knowing what the fuck he's actually angry about.
Well, we could have a situation because we talk about Star Wars a lot. Like a lot of people have problems with we don't have the backstory of Snoke. We don't know enough about Snoke. But
stupid.
The Emperor. We didn't know anything about him in the original trilogy, but
he was still that way.
But he was still a compelling villain. And I like the things that they did with the prequels with
Palpatine's back
with Shreve.
Palpatine has somehow returned.
Somehow Palpatine has returned. The sequel trilogy, like that messed up a lot of things. But I like the idea of humanizing a character, empathizing with a character, figuring out where they came from. And I like the Smilo Ren. Like I like the idea of figuring out where he came from, at least emotionally, because he has a lot of really great lines where he's talking about like Soul says your darkness has consumed you or something like that, and Jason says I've embraced my darkness. What have you done with yours? Like I liked lines like that. How do you feel about the relationship between Soul and Jason in this episode, Jeff? Like, do you feel like we're gonna get an interesting revelation in the next episode, considering Soul's emotional turmoil?
So clearly, there's something they're hinting at for us with that, and clearly it's something that they're going to flesh out. But more importantly, I actually think that. So here's the thing. I think Smilo is the truest Sith we've ever seen. Because here's the thing. So, like, I mean, I got these for Christmas one year. The Jedi Path and the Book of the Sith.
Didn't Smilo used to do birthday parties?
So, but the thing is, though, like, remember, he's saying it's little things. It's not little things. It's rebuttals that he has a lot. I'm not the one who has I'm not the one who defines things the Jedi are, or like I'm not the one who has the definitions the Jedi are, or when he's talking about how he's not looking for what they think he is, he's just looking for his freedom. And that's the thing. Sith see power as that. It's Palpatine wasn't a true Sith. He wanted power because he wanted control. Sith want power because they see power as a way to actual freedom. And it ends up getting very convoluted and everything, the Rule 2 and all of this. But at its core, the Sith's belief is power is the only way to be truly free is to be powerful enough that no one can take your freedom from you.
Right. Yeah, and that's one of the things, like, and Travis was talking about it earlier, how like the lore of Star Wars can be so much more interesting than some of the shows that come out. Mm-hmm. And some of the things that I love so much about Star Wars when we're in the video games, where like we just get to explore like different planets and universes and just explore this lore without the humdrum of the Luke Skywalker saga. And I like that we're really
being able to humdrum.
Yeah, the humdrum.
Wow.
And I like that fact they were able to explore just like the I guess like the downtrodden nature of a Sith character. And I thought they're going to do something like that with May. And we'll talk about that in a little bit, but it seems like we get a little bit more empathy with this character, and for good or ill, considering our main characters are our big main focus. But let's talk about May and Osha, because we do get this moment where we get like a sort of a switch. We get a little switcheroo.
Moshe.
Moshe. Yeah, they're a couple in the early 2000s. That's what they would call them. But I'm curious how you guys felt about the switcheroo, because May knocks out Saul after Smilo Ren kills everybody. He kills
I loved it.
I loved it so much.
So much.
Can I say why we
hashtag kill Sabine?
Hashtag kill
exactly.
Sabine.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say. That's why we loved it, because it sets that there are real stakes.
Yes. Yeah. Now, how did you feel about? Because this is my favorite. Because honestly, there were a lot of deaths. Like when they killed all the red shirts at the beginning, I was like, that was to be expected.
Yeah, of course.
And even when we were talking, we were like, well, now you coming up on the guys with the plot armor. When he was coming up to fight Daphne Keene and Saul, and I was so surprised to see. I really like Daphne Keene. I loved her.
That's what made it great.
Yeah,
Kill her.
Kill that bitch. And also the reveal that his lightsaber breaks up into two lightsabers. That's fucking awesome. That was awesome as shit.
Dude, I'll tell you what, that's the best dual lightsaber or unique lightsaber reveal since Darth Maul.
Actually, yeah. And we saw the Darth Maul reveal like a million times before the movie came out, because it was in the trailer. So this was a little bit more satisfying. How did you feel about Daphne Keene's character and just her death? And because this is happening in this time where people aren't supposed to know about the Sith, I guess all these Jedi do have to die for this to make sense. Did you feel like this was inevitable with Daphne Keene's character dying, or did you feel like that was surprising?
I felt like it was surprising. I didn't really care for her character like that. Like, it wasn't like I was like loving her character. Like, oh man, please don't kill her. But then when they did hit her, when he hit her with the three, I was like, God damn, that was unnecessary. He plugged that bitch in the chest.
Right. Well, if they had done that with Sabine, we would have had a better show.
He treated, but he treated her like a blow up doll. He was ashamed of. He
just popped some holes in that.
Yeah, he just popped holes all in it, and so I thought that was like egregious, but it was cool. But it just, like I said, it speaks to like how little these guys actually work out as far as defending themselves and wielding the power of the Force.
Yeah,
because these guys are no Jedi Knights. You know what I mean? Like, they're not really made. They're not going to be making the rank of general or anything like that.
Yeah, and she was like, I thought she had like a good hero moment in fighting May in the episode in the scene before. Especially, I liked how they broke it up, because like, it can be very overwhelming, or at least like blasé if we had just have like 14 different lightsaber fights in one scene. But I like how they broke it up with the fight scene between Daphne Keene and May, where they weren't fighting with lightsabers. They were just like very much hand-to-hand combat and force use, and she ended up coming up on top, and until they use the lightsabers later on when Smilo Ren joins the fight. But let's talk about the ending of this.
Well, and also the important part about that, I don't know if you caught it, but so one, like, they show her getting better. Like, it's like, okay, she's okay fighter, but then she's like, bam, she's a fighter. But the part, I think it's also very important that the part when she does lose the battle, it's a trick shot with the pop, 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 but also she was screaming with like rage when she went for that overhead attack.
Yeah.
she was losing control at that point
Mhm.
too.
Mhm.
And while I don't think they would admit it, or I don't think she would admit it, or her masters, I think she was starting to give into the dark side.
And you
That's
know that's a good point, because they even mention Yord mentions that Smilo Ren has a way of getting into the Jedi's head, and like maybe making them disoriented so they don't fight as skillfully as they normally would.
Yeah, that's a good.
Also, Alex, I'm sorry to take us off subject, but did we gloss over the fact that he's basically Magneto?
Oh,
he's got the helmet, so they can't get in.
Let's talk about that for a second, because let's talk about the armor in general, because these are things that haven't been introduced in live action Star Wars, because he does have the Magneto helmet that apparently
it protects you from the thoughts of I didn't even know that they was telepaths like that,
right?
And also I want to talk, actually I'll talk about that in a second, but yeah, like Smilo Ren, he says that his helmet keeps Jedi from reading his mind, and that's something that we've never really heard as a capability as far as like practical objects that'll be able to block out these majestical
I mean,
powers.
basically blocking the Force.
Yeah, blocking the Force. And I thought that was like an interesting way to introduce that, but also the fact that he's able to deflect the way he's able to deflect these lightsaber attacks, and like again, like the way he just headbutts a lightsaber strike like a fucking G. That was
dude.
Probably my top 5 favorite Star Wars
badass
of all time, where he headbutts a lightsaber.
Headbutts a lightsaber. That's what I was saying earlier.
Wait, so I guess here's a good question though. Did he headbutt the lightsaber, or was it when he got close enough it shorted the lightsaber out?
Two things
He headbutted the shit out of that
lightsaber.
And it looked like the lightsaber hit him on the helmet a little bit, and it just lit up like it glue a little bit, but it didn't like take no damage for real. For real. So I'm like, yo, what the fuck?
So is it Beskar? No, it can't be Beskar, because Beskar doesn't disrupt a fucking lightsaber. Dude, it's so good.
There's apparently like I can't remember the name of it, but there's a metal in Legends lore from like the books that does disrupt a lightsaber attack like that, and it actually shorts it out.
Where'd you get that research from?
People smarter than me.
Boy, you made me take a shot.
But I do like the fact that they're introducing these little nuggets from Legend into the live action
Which
version.
is about time. Make it canon.
Yeah. And also like they're doing it kind of like in the first.
I'm sorry, at least do like what they're doing now and just like use little bits and pieces and get it to canon, right? Like,
yeah. And I like the stylized version of this fight. I like the gravitas, like the sort of like fuck it vibes of just like headbutting a lightsaber. I liked him force pulling 2 people onto a lightsaber.
Bro, that was such a good scene.
Like, I thought that was great.
Okay, I gotta point out, this episode and the fight scenes are so good. I feel so stupid talking about them, because all I can say is like, "Oh, it's so
cool!" Right?
That's how we feel. That's how we feel talking about Futurama episodes. Like, we know that these are funny jokes, but we don't know why they're funny, because we're not mathematicians. but it made me laugh.
Right?
Next show.
It's like, I enjoyed it. Next thing. But no, I did like a lot of that stuff, and especially the after it seemed like we have like this Mexican standoff between Saul and Saul and Smilo Ren, and they're just talking about like the philosophy of the light and the dark.
Do you like that shit when niggas is like fighting and then they be like, let me tell you a story? It's like, God damn it.
I do is sometimes, like in this.
No,
it makes sense because in this it makes sense because I feel like Smilo Ren's main motivation is like so big. He wants to make a statement at the same time, and is also like having this ambiguity. But like he has really strong feelings about like the entirety of the Jedi. So I feel like he has a lot to express, especially being just like so solitude for most of his life. But what do you think of these last moments?
So I also okay, I don't always like when they do that, hey, when they do those scenes, it's like, all right, we don't always fucking need it. I actually felt like it worked in this one because of how Force users fight. So like, Force users they're not just like looking for openings within the other person. They're also like sensing the Force within them and trying to use it as like how are they going to move next. Right. Obi-Wan, which by the way, still pissed that the title of the show wasn't just Kenobi, because it should have been.
Come on, man.
That last fight scene with him and Vader, though, there's a part where they're just walking around each other, and I think they're talking as well. But again, the reason why is because they're watching each other, they're shifting different stances before they ever come together to do it. So in the Star Wars universe, it does make sense to me, and I think part of the talking is you're not even thinking about what you're saying. You're just trying to distract them while you get a read for the way to get it within their defense.
Yeah. Like one of the things, the samurai influence in Star Wars is always really, really cool. When we get the last stand between Obi-Wan and Darth Maul, where they change stances like 2 or 3 times before they actually have that last interaction with each other that ends probably in like 15 seconds, but it's more about the drama of them, the preparation, and like who's gonna win in that preparation, which I really dug. But like in this episode, like toward the actually, let's talk about the end, because like there's a whole lot of stuff that happens. Like basically,
I think there's a big thing we gotta cover before the end.
Well, yeah, like I'll just kind of gonna run through it.
Okay.
Darth Jason, he kills fucking everybody. He kills.
I thought that was the other show.
What?
Wasn't that Dark Matter?
Oh yeah, sorry. Darth Jason Todd. He kills fucking everybody. He kills Daphne Keene. He kills Yord. He kills everybody.
You said everybody except for Saul.
And it's funny because I feel like, I'm curious how you guys feel, because at some point I was like, well, he's gonna kill all these this cannon fodder, but he's not gonna kill our guys. He's not gonna kill Daphne. He's not gonna kill Yord. But at this point, like it's like, oh, now anybody's
fair game.
Yeah, anybody's fair game. That's why the murder was important. I think that he's just in a situation where you just gotta deal with it, man.
Yeah.
You gotta deal with it. Keep it pushing. Because I fuck all that. I'm stuck on this one thing because I really was pissed off because Smilo Ren gets taken away by some bugs after killing 25.
Oh, I do have to agree with that.
After killing 25 fucking Jedi, he gets taken off by some bugs, some night bugs, some cicadas.
I wouldn't have had a problem with that if like it happened sooner, because when they came, was talking, I felt like the
light was what did it, but they're swinging around lightsabers for like 45 minutes before that.
Yeah,
and light is a part of the name of the weapon,
right? And I thought that Osha was gonna come in and it's gonna be like this whole thing where they're like chasing them into the scene, and that's what disrupts everything that's happening, and that like saves the day.
Now I will say,
oh, like they waited until like 3 important characters got killed.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, so first things first.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually going to work backwards on this one. I do love that they gave Osha the idea and the solution, and I like it because we just watched one of the most epic lightsaber battles I've seen in any Star Wars anything. So I do like that at the end, the solution doesn't come from the Force or a lightsaber. It comes from just being clever. So I did like that.
Yeah.
But before that, and I think this is very, very important. After killing Daphne Keene, he not only kills Yord, he snaps Yord's fucking neck, which was amazing. But so here's the thing. All right, killing Daphne King. We're like, oh shit, all bets are off. But at the same time, you're like, all right, that's it. He gets one of them. He gets one of our main characters. But then when he kills Yord too, the entire time he had May, it's like he might kill May. No one. This isn't one of the because like there's a difference between no one's safe and everyone's on the chopping block.
Right.
So there was that feeling like, hey, maybe he's gonna like burp, and like May's like dead. Also, like Saul could have died. Like the fact that I'm so excited talking about this because they did what you guys called it. You were right. I was withholding because I was like, no, they're gonna hurt me again. And they didn't. But you were right from episode 1. No one's safe. But the thing is, they took it that step further. Yeah, no one's safe. Okay, Han Solo dies. But everyone's in danger. Han dies, Leia dies in that movie. Luke loses another limb. Fuck, they might have killed Finn in that movie. That's the difference between the two. That's what makes it higher stakes, and that's why I'm so engaged right now.
Too bad that it's only what is it? 9 episodes, 8 episodes.
I know.
Yeah, and I'm a big advocate for making the series as long as it needs to be. Like, don't make it 22 episodes. You can tell the story in 10. But also, don't tell the episode. Don't tell the story in 10 episodes if you can tell it in 6. Because I feel like night and day could have been 1 episode.
But I also feel like don't like make a series 8 episodes that could be 10 episodes.
Yeah. It's all about the story that, like, tell a story that needs to be told. Yeah.
Alex, I need to disagree with you a little bit. And that's just, I feel like they could have made Destiny and Day 1 episode. I feel like Night did need to be its own. I feel like if they took Day and put it together with Night, we would have just been like, it's such different sides of the coin that it felt disjointed. But I do agree with you that Day was, that's the thing. Day was just a weird fucking episode.
Yeah. I'll definitely agree with that. Like, and I feel like something there's some sort of disconnect. Eric Kripke, who does The Boys, he made a really great point I think a couple of years ago about just like the I think we talked about this on one of the other episodes of the podcast, where there are a lot of streaming shows where their mentality is like, let's make
I think we actually said this last week. I think you said this last week.
Yeah, I think maybe. Yeah, we'd be drinking.
Yeah, we also talked about it on the Bantha Bunch.
Marijuana affects the memory.
We also talked about it on the Bantha Bunch at 7 p.m. on Thursday. 7
but yeah, like it's hard when making there are a lot of streaming services that are trying to have a 8-hour movie rather than make a TV show. Somebody's decided to pull their green dick out.
That's called. How are you gonna? I'm sorry.
No. I appreciate, like, it's one of the reasons, like,
appreciate you pulling out your big green dick.
It's only time I've ever had that.
It's one of the reasons why we can see how The Boys story structure and like the way that they dole out their narrative is superior to other streaming platforms. Because it seems more satisfying from week to week, where these other shows like seems disjointed, like Obi-Wan, and this show is like, maybe this could have been a 2-hour movie rather than a however disjointed a TV show.
I will say, I think something that is helping with it, but clearly not everyone has mastered Disney, is the not standard length of an episode. Take as long as you need within an episode to tell a story as well.
Yeah, like if you need 22 episodes, if you need 16, 12, 13, 5, however many you need, tell it. Like,
well, for me, it's more like, I mean, how long was Night? Night wasn't that long, but I mean, like, Day was 30 minutes, Destiny was 41 minutes, Revenge Justice was 36. Just they're trying to do it that way, but it's not hitting as well. I think House of Dragon, however, is doing well with that.
Yeah,
in the sense that, like, some episodes are 50 minutes, some are an hour 20. But
right.
They finish telling their story within the episode, and they don't say like, "Oh, well, we can't because we got to worry about, the show coming on next, and we got to worry about commercial breaks." Like, no, I think a lot of shows are doing a good job with that. I don't feel that Disney and Star Wars shows are always doing the best with it, but I did like the length of Night.
And I do feel like it has a sense of just like, I'm not getting my money's worth for a lot of people, because with House of the Dragon, we get like 50 minutes episodes plus. Like we either get a 50-minute episode,
50 is minimum,
right? Yeah, or we get like way more. We're not going to get a 34-minute episode of House of the Dragon, and I think that's
I would write it.
It's like, I fucking dare you to make that episode. But like that, I think that's where like the disconnect comes. That's funny. Like the internet would implode. Right. But I think that does have something to do with the reaction with the episodes. Yes. I'm curious how you guys feel about the end of this episode, because we get May uses Osha's stun gun on Soul so she can speak with him, so she can speak with Osha. They end up arguing each other's choices, and May uses the Force to knock Osha unconscious. May steals Osha's clothes and poses as her sister.
Gets a good haircut,
yeah, she gets a sweet ass haircut. Returning with Soul to the Jedi's ship. Jason frees himself from the bugs and comes across an unconscious Osha, and it seems that Darth Jason is going to recruit Osha to his cause. Now, I'm curious how you guys feel about this ending. Do you guys feel that Darth Jason is going to try to recruit Osha? And like, do you feel like we're gonna get like basically a flip where Osha turns to the dark side and May turns to the good side? Because it seems like that might be.
I think we're getting our little flashback. He's going to tell her what really happened.
Yes,
you know what I'm saying, that kind of situation.
But do you feel like that'll lead to some like emotional implications?
Oh, you mean emotional implications?
Yeah, where like people will switch sides.
So my opinion on it is, I agree we're gonna get that flashback, and maybe we'll get the ending with like Osha not trusting the Jedi or whatever. But I think the motivation behind Smilo taking Osha is actually, remember, the only way for all this to work for him is anyone that's seen his face has to die. So I think he realizes taking Osha will get both May and Soul to come after him again. Now, I actually have a bigger issue, though. One of the main fucking things about Smilo is the Magneto helmet.
Yeah.
So that the Jedi don't read his mind. But we're supposed to think that, like, okay, so Soul's not going to figure out that May's sitting there radiating "I'm not Osha" mind waves. He's not going to pick up on.
It's funny because I want to say something real quick, because I want to hear what you think about this too. Because in an early episode, and he says it in jest, Smilo Ren, when he first meets Soul, he says, please don't erase my memory or whatever you guys do. Now, do you think that that's like an sort of a hint to what happened to Osha? Do you think that they erased her mind to make her augment her memory of what happened with her childhood?
I gotta rewatch the episode now.
Guys.
Man. You know what?
I'll let Bill go first because I've been talking a lot.
That's what I should have done.
Because I thought that was like at first I thought it was like a throwaway line, because like
I gotta rewatch that. Is that not a wild line?
I agree with Bill. I'll have to rewatch it because I took it as a foregone conclusion that May started that fire. So what I need to do now is I need to rewatch it with this idea in my head and see May's reaction when Osha goes, "You started that fire." Because, oh my God.
Yeah.
You just became my favorite Star Wars show in the span of like an episode. Because here's the thing, and I'm going to be fully honest about this. I was very, very, very cautious. I've been let down so much by Star Wars shows. Yeah, The Mandalorian was great. Obi-Wan, I feel like it could have been an hour and a half movie.
Yeah.
I didn't watch Andor because I was like, you know what? Everything's fucking letting me down. Book of Boba Fett, eat a dick and not a good one. The only good thing about that was BD1. Ahsoka, we know.
Big Dick 1.
We know. So the entire thing was like I came into this one, and honest to God, if we weren't covering it, I wasn't going to watch it. So I've been guarded the entire time. I've been more critical than I usually am. And this episode gave me everything I've wanted in a show. Not just a Star Wars show, but a show. They threw the rule book out. They took I was trying to be more critical with this one. They took all my criticism and gave me answers. This episode, this is as near a perfect episode as I can get. Yeah, there's still parts that I think are stupid. I think it would have made a lot more sense if Smilo, instead of getting like lifted up and carried off by the insects, if it was more just like we see them swarm him so much that he's focusing on them while they run away. But still, I'm amazed with how good this episode was, how much it turned the entire show around for me.
Yeah, this is like definitely the best episode for me. I feel
Dude,
like
this, by the way, might have broken the fans.
Oh yeah, like this is the Last Jedi all over again.
Well, no, what I mean is before this, the highest rated episode was a 5.4.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
This one's only a 6.7, but still, compared to what these people have been doing in the review bombing,
they've still been review bombing, so that's really good.
Yeah,
that's really good rating for them at this point, especially.
Yeah. The review bombing has been really, really hard for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of this episode, like I kind of want to
3% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah, like it's all over the shop. I don't feel like it deserves a lot of hate. Like I like a lot of things about the show. I like the story the most. The thing I like the least about the show is the cinematography. I'm not a cinematographer. I don't know how to make things feel real.
But he loves commenting.
Well, hang on a sec. Let's get Travis back on here. Travis.
But I do feel like, like there's we talk about the Apple TV Plus all the time. Foundation had like a fraction of the budget of these Disney Plus shows, but they take a lot longer to make them. Well, actually, not even this show. This show has been in production since 2020. So
even look at Dark Matter. They used their money wisely.
Yeah, it's all about like the way you use your budget. Like you want to, like it's all about the thoughtfulness behind the product. And I feel like Foundation looks way better than this show on it. Like Foundation on its worst day looks way better than Acolyte on its best day. But that's my biggest critique. Like sometimes I think the visuals don't look as great. But I'm definitely digging the story. And I'm curious how it's going to go forward. And I'm curious how you guys feel about this last scene where it seems like Darth Jason is going to recruit Osha to his cause. And we get this situation where, May has assumed the identity of Osha. We talked about this a little bit in the like earlier in the episode, but I'm curious, do you guys have any?
Sorry, it's been 4 hours 20 minutes and 16 seconds. I've been jumping all over the place. That's my bad. I'm sorry, you were asking a question though.
No. I'm just curious, like before we wrap up things here, just like the way things are ending here, do you guys feel, because I kind of feel we might get a switch where we get the twist. We brought this up earlier in the episode, but do you feel like Osha will turn to the bad side and May will turn to the good, or how do you guys predict the next few episodes turning out? Bill, I'll let you go next.
Man, I think the next couple episodes are going to be pretty boring. Yeah, man.
It's like this is the best they've done. This is gonna be the peak, or it's gonna go downhill.
Usually it's 4 and 5 that are like kind of so it's got to go downhill sometime.
Yeah, the penultimate episode is usually pretty great though.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Next episode, I think it's gonna be not like it's gonna be bad. Some people might say that this episode of House of the Dragon was like that. You know, this episode was just people chilling, trying to figure out shit.
Yeah.
No action took place. Nobody got killed. Nobody was trying to kill somebody. Like we had a chase scene. We had a little chase scene. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think that's what the next episode that we're gonna have on Acolyte is gonna be like. The question is, does it?
No.
You motherfucker.
The question is that like will have
You didn't see that coming?
the question is did they write something coming up that's gonna be like captivating regardless of whether or not we see a bunch of violence? You know what I'm saying? Whether or not we see a bunch of people putting the sword to work.
Right.
Fight scenes and shit. Because I feel like that's what gets you over the hump when you're trying to avoid that lull. Like people are gonna have that, like, they need that moment to come down off the jokes or come down off the action or whatever. Get back around it, and then boom, you hit them again.
Yeah, like what we were talking about with the Hot D earlier is like the the action only takes you so far, and especially with Hot D, they're coming off of Game of Thrones, where they have had some of the most spectacular, iconic moments in television history. And when you're trying to like quote unquote compete with that, like oh, we need to figure out a way to better that or like top that. It's like maybe the best idea is not try to top that visually, but just to emotionally evoke that kind of that idea. Like let's put people in that same mind state without trying to top it. It's like, oh, this is the next biggest fight scene of all time. Let's just like sort of try to relate to the characters. So hopefully with these next couple of episodes, we just get really down into the nitty gritty, because I feel like this is the episode where they really showed their bombast. They showed their great cinematography and fight choreography. I still didn't like a lot of the cinematography, but the cinematography during the fight scenes were really, really great.
Oh, it was as it couldn't get better. I'm trying to find words and can't to describe how great it was.
Yeah, I really love that.
Alex said bombastic.
Bombastic.
Yeah, and I had to try and top that shit.
Right? I was like, man, I can't even say anything anymore. It felt like I get put in the penalty box when he's saying shit like that. I'm like, it's like, spell it. I'm like, I can't. Like, I thought it was a scene.
Oh no. But no, I did like just like the big nature of this episode, and I feel like they're gonna quiet things down in the next couple of episodes, especially since Soul has got a lot of explaining to do. So like we'll see how things unravel as far as like the emotional gravitas of the next few episodes. But Jeff, before we get out of here, do you have any like predictions on how the show's gonna go moving forward?
I'm gonna do what I've done in the past. Not so much what I predict, so much as what I hope.
Mm-hmm.
So first off, obviously the next episode is going to have to be a flashback episode, which I fucking hate. So what I hope is we have Smilo kind of like leading Osha, like Osha's got like, her arms tied in a rope or some shit, and Smilo's like leading her somewhere. And I hope what happens is it goes back and forth between this flashback and Smilo trying to like explain it, and like it ends up with them at like some Sith holy ground or something like that, or like maybe like it ends up with them at a place where like the Jedi actually massacred some people. So I just hope that they use I hope one, that's not an entire straightforward flashback. They're never good.
Yeah.
You have editors. edit this together in a way that makes us really feel for it. And when you do it in that way, where it feels like Smilo's narrating it, we're more engaged as well. So I hope there's that. The second thing I hope is that while we don't necessarily have like, I feel like they're also going to have, Soul confessing to May what happened. And I'm assuming it'll maybe be May doesn't know everything as well. So like she's getting some sort of revelation. The main thing I hope that the series ends with is I would love it if we got Smilo living on and like, hey, rejuvenating the Sith. But I think what's going to happen is we're going to end with, I see just like the Jedi Council room, and I see them there and like talking about the Sith, this new threat or whatever, and them hopefully just like being like looking into it or some way. But the thing is, I don't want a happy ending with this show. I want it to piss us off. I want us to be angry because the bad guys won and the good guys lost, or even if the bad guys lost, that the good guys lost too. I'm just hoping that this gives me a fucking real, meaningful ending.
Yeah, well, one of the things that I was really hoping for with the show is that it would just be like basically like a 7 type show where like we get just completely distraught and just filled with despair about this universe, like and what's going to come with the hubris and the and ignorance and of the Jedi Order, and was going to lead to that order in the next few generations. But like we'll see. We'll see how brave Disney Plus is going to be.
I swear to fucking God, if it ends with like Smilo talking to Palpatine, I'm going to throw a remote.
Yeah, I don't need it to be that.
We need
fan service.
We need somehow Palpatine's return. Drop.
Right. His return. Yeah, we need that. We need that drop.
We need that drop.
Or like if they make like Smilo like a part of the Galactic Senate, fuck you.
Yeah, no, another one. Yeah, another one.
Yeah, turns
out, dude, I don't want to.
Smilo was actually Grand Tarkin. Was like
Grand Moff Tarkin?
Grand Moff Tarkin.
I don't know. Look, I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm not gonna pretend to know, but I definitely don't want none of that shit to happen.
No. And by the way, we don't know because of this episode, because they literally said anything and everything can happen.
Yeah.
Thank you for finally giving us this.
Yeah, I do like. Yeah, again, this is like good problems to have. Like they've kind of opened the mystery box where pretty much anything can happen. I don't know. A lot of people who are like hard locked onto lore don't like to see these kind of things happen, but I like it.
You know, anything can happen on the Bantha Bunch show at 7 p.m. Pacific time every single Thursday, 7 p.m. Pacific time. You can do it. You can do it.
Absolutely. Yeah, every Thursday.
Oh, what do you? The only other thing I was going to say about this episode, I'm sorry, I don't know Jason Mendoza's the actor's name, but holy range. I'm really happy someone gave him the opportunity to just really stretch his acting muscles. I was very impressed with him in this episode. I think I mentioned on previous episodes, I was like, I'm going to have a hard time seeing him as like an evil mastermind, considering how goofy he always is. Yeah. Nope. He fucking nailed it.
Yeah, he pulled it off. And like, I've always felt like he's had range beyond his comedic chops. And you said stretch those acting muscles. How about those other muscles? Hey-o.
Hey, girl, hey.
Hey, girl, hey.
Apparently, this was a topic of conversation on, was it Tuesday?
No, if you guys could just be quiet for a little bit, I'm just enjoying this. Okay, all right, whatever.
He's like, can you guys talk a little slower?
Can you just like soften that a bit? Yeah.
I will say, yeah, humble brag. I got an opportunity to interview.
Is the humble brag that's actually a copy paste of your arm?
Right. That's a great humble brag. I was actually the body double for this scene.
Yeah, like we definitely need to get out of here soon. But I just want to say real quick, I got an opportunity to interview Manny Jacinto.
Thank you.
Smile.
I forgot his name. I felt bad.
Yeah, Smilo Ren and William Jackson Harper for like the last season of Good Place. And I was like, God damn, these are the most beautiful people I've ever met in my entire life. They're so attractive, like in real person and in real life. And that was the time where I realized that Manny Jacinto is fucking jacked. I was like, oh my God, put this guy in a Marvel movie. Put him in something.
Let's just put him in the Expendables 17.
Yeah. And also seeing his work from The Good Place, like you can see that he has like the chops to delve into the more emotional stuff, the more dramatic stuff, even though he's more just like a fool and like affable.
He's
character.
the 420 stoner in it, but
yeah,
they every once in a while they threw him a bone. Whereas I feel like the Acolyte, this entire episode was go as far as you can.
Yeah, like he's definitely getting an opportunity to do a lot more, and I really love this for his character, and I hate it for him as a person that he has to be in a Star Wars show because nobody hates Star Wars as much as Star Wars.
But
this is going to open up so many doors for him.
Oh yeah,
no,
for sure.
His kids out of public school, put them in private school. Do all kind of shit. This life-changing money right here, man.
I mean, hey, you could be Harrison Ford or you can be Kelly Marie Tran. There's a lot of there's a wide spectrum when it comes to being in a Star Wars movie.
Also, if Manny ends up being the next Indiana Jones, I'm 100% in. I will watch that movie.
Oh my God,
5 times in theaters.
I'll watch the fuck out of that. Yes,
like even if it's literally just Raiders of the Lost Ark, shot for shot, but with Manny, I'm in.
Right? I like it. Get the guys who made that fan film, who made the Lost Ark movie, and get Manny Jacinto to do it.
It's on YouTube.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. It took
like
6 years to make it.
Oh,
it's incredible.
They started in high school and finished after they were done with college.
God damn, that's crazy.
It's awesome.
There should be a documentary about that.
I think there
is.
Oh yeah, there is one. Okay.
Yep. So there's the film, and then there's a documentary of them making the film.
I saw a documentary about Steven Spielberg where they were talking about the documentary of that movie. Yep. It's like 16 walls. But Jeff, you want to tell the people where they can find you on the
internet? Yeah, you can find me in my bed. I'm tired. It's so late.
It's so late. We've been way longer than
this was such a good episode. All right.
It was really good.
The first and the easiest way, you can try and Skype Don Cheadle's driveway at littlediggy2.com. It's because of the hackers.
Because of the hackers.
Yes, because of the hackers.
Jeff Madel on Facebook, at MadelJeff on Instagram. Just come here on Mondays. This is where I am. This is the most social I'm at. You guys talk. Let's get it going. Let's go.
Right on. Yeah. You can find me on the Drunk Banthas channel, NerdsAtNite. The Bantha Bunch show every Thursday, 7 p.m. Pacific time. Every Thursday, 7 p.m. Pacific time. It's your favorite cousin Bill. Alex, what the fuck are we about to do?
Go to bed.
Get the fuck up out of here, guys. Thank you so much for watching the Drunk Banthas podcast. We do this every Monday at 8 p.m. Pacific time. Check us out on Letterboxd, TikTok, Twitter, IG, all the internet things at the Drunk Banthas channel. If you guys, stay safe, my little dragons, and may the force be with you.
Get the fuck out of here.
Get the fuck out of here.
Go